You see, Calvert faked the data input card and backed it up with a phony en route chart. When Lanston thought he was making an approach from the Corbett Vortac, he was actually over a phantom station that brought him into this field. They killed him and the co-pilot, then followed through the plane to Mexico to make it look like Lanston had fired in cargo.
Shit. Ninja? Ninja! Ninja!
It's 11:59 at Radio Free America, and this is Uncle Sam with music and the truth until dawn. Right now, I got a few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the walls. The chair is against the walls. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines, this is your song.
And welcome everybody to our Daily Gun Show. Come to you live every weeknight at midnight. This is episode 1254. So we've been doing this show, like 1,254 times. So we've been doing it for a while, and that makes it the beginning of 2016 when we started doing this. So before a lot of you were born, we started doing a show. Me and this dude from Canada just decided to change the internet and do it right. And that's what we did. So it's evolved over time and been lots of highs and lows and fame and fortune and lots of stuff going on. Now, 2021, what? Yeah, it's still going on, and the format has changed into the next generation of gun conversation. We've been there in the beginning. We've been there through the middle. We've been there now, and we're going to be here in the future. And we want to be, we want to encourage people to be part of that with the whole progress into the evolution of this whole thing. So we're going to start out the show tonight by digging into the description of the video, which gives us time to blab for a little while while whoever's going to show up shows up. And then we drop a link to the show and we talk about whatever's in the description of the video, which is homework for tonight, or we talk about whatever topics come up. But with the goal of taking the conversation to the next level, not just repeating a conversation that's come many, many, many times before, and not just saying the conversation louder. And really, I don't think my goal isn't to just say the conversation with new words, but instead to change the conversation so that it matches what's actually pertinent to the times, and to prevent the community, the gun community, from reacting consistently, which I believe leaves us open to manipulation to be used as a mechanism. So in other words, evolve and develop so that our adversaries can't use us the way they've been able to do, I suspect, in the past. Tonight, however, is a potluck. So as you join the chat, feel free to let us know what you brought. A couple of people have already set their stuff up. We're asking you to put it on that big table over there next to where the drinks are. Grab whatever you want to drink. Dig in. I know some people have like tin foil on top. You shouldn't use tin foil. I mean, they make fucking lids. Go to the local thrift store and buy some lid. Somebody passed away, somebody bought new dishes. There's lids out there. Tin foil is the biggest waste of resources on the planet. Plus, it's just dumb. So don't buy garbage to throw away. Get a lid. Anyhow, there's some stuff over there that did bring lids, and they put towels over their stuff to keep it warm. Except some people bring in cold dishes, and that's fine. So anyway, let us know what you brought, and then set it over on that table over there. Get something to drink. Grab whatever you want. Look, if there's a lid on it, put the lid back on. And if there's a spoon next to it in a little dish, that's obviously they wanted it to be like that. So quit leaving the spoon in there if they want it to be in that little thing on the side next to the dish. Now, if it's just in there, go for it. Or if it's something like stewed spinach, nobody's going to care because nobody's eating that. So don't worry about it. Let's see. Erstwhile showed up. I don't think he brought anything. Whatever. You don't have to bring nothing. Woods brought a big pile of bacon. I don't want to speak for him, but I suspect he's got more bacon. So go ahead and help yourself. If we run out, I suspect there'll be more. Gizzard brought some cold pizza and potato chips. He didn't say what kind of potato chips, so I'm just guessing there's an assortment of different flavors there. And I'm assuming the pizza is actual Chicago-style pizza, which is okay cold, but it's also good in a toaster oven heated up or in a regular oven. But appreciate that. And again, everybody can help themselves. I don't know if Gizzard's got a whole bunch of pizzas on the way or what, but right now it's just going to be probably a bunch of people eating pizza because nobody else brought anything yet. Wood's showing up to, or DJ's eating off the Wood's bacon over there. And let's see if anybody else showed up. Nope. So, oh, we've got some dessert coming. A sheet pancake. Nice. So, what kind of cake and what kind of icing are we talking about? But feel free to chop that up however you want. What does this mean? What is BTC? I don't know what that is. Oh, and did you say you got a new robot the other night? I don't know if we talked about that. But anyway, we're going to talk about the description of this video. I'm doing this on the YouTube because I'm lazy. And we'll be doing this on more platforms going forward here as I have time to play with them. But right now, we're on YouTube, and this is the description of the YouTube video. This is where you would thumb it up. If you give a shit about how the mechanism works, use it. I don't care if you thumb up this show, but if you're going around and using the YouTube thing and you appreciate what you're watching on there, by using that little mechanism, you're telling the system that what you watched or what you appreciated, you know, has value. And then the system uses that as a calculation to include that content in some sort of a list or, you know, push it out or whatever. So encourage you to remember that you're not just watching a movie, although you're counted every time you walk into a movie theater. Your credit cards are counted, or your purchase habits are counted, probably videotaped walking in so they can see how you walk around the theater, what kind of posters you're looking at. I'm sure that they look at that kind of stuff with AI so that the computers can keep track of how fast you walked past posters, what you took a double take at. Those look like security cameras, but yeah, they're also taking in data so that your actions, you know, your decisions are accumulated with everybody else's, and those become trends, and then content is created or things are changed based on your trends. So yeah, like, you know, we have a lot of ways that we are operating or part of the mechanisms, but we don't use our influence as often as we can. So like I say, I don't care if you thumb this one up, but keep that in mind. If you're watching somebody who's, you know, deciding whether or not this is going to be the last video, like, I'm sick of this, is it really worth it? Can I tell you how many times I've seen somebody with great potential or just someone with an interesting spin on it, a new perspective, a better voice, just interesting set of experiences of life, and, you know, they're coming to the thing, and I don't know what everybody's looking for, but, you know, those thumbs aren't going to hurt nothing. Nobody goes, oh, I got so many thumbs, I'm not going to make another video. So remember that you've got some influence, and if you're looking for a way to be part of, it's a simple way. It's super easy, and it's a habit. You get a habit. You know what I do when I go into a place? I'll say something like fifth thumb, right? So then that way people know which thumb I am. So the person who's hosting that thing, if they care, if they ever go back and look, they can go, oh, at this point in the thing, I must have had 5 thumbs, or at this point in the thing, I might have had 350 thumbs or whatever, right? But then all those other humans that are looking at it go, oh shit, I can thumb it up, huh? Some of them are like, oh, that guy's an asshole because he wrote thumbs in there. I don't think about that guy. I think about all the other people that might thumb it up, and then they go, I didn't know that was there. And maybe they thumb up everything else. Maybe they turn into Kingpin. What would it be like if we had a bunch of people utilizing the systems? Would they give more credibility or credence to our community? I don't know. You know, if we were active on their platform and we were important to them, if we were a segment of their user base that wasn't just using their platform, but instead utilizing their platform, would they give us more credibility or listen to us more when, I don't know, Levi's comes along and says, we think it's cool to virtue signal anti-gun crap, so we don't like guns and we don't want to be on their, you know, ads on their videos. Well, if they go, hey, well, you know what, they're worth more than you, then guess what? That changes the world going forward. I'm not saying by thumbing up a video you're changing the world, but our actions today have consequences in the future. All right, so we're looking at the description of this video, and it starts off with the way this chat runs. So your homework, if you were chose to listen to it or watch it, depending on how you do this, is the Daily Bullet with Lauren Hartnett, who is a paramedic out of New York. Often has interesting things to talk about, being from New York, Second Amendment advocate, part of the 2A project, or the part of the DC project, if I remember correctly. Well, I know that for sure. And a firearms instructor for 11 years. I don't know how that's possible when she's like 24, but yeah, 11-year firearms instructor. Then we got Clover, who's always doing videos on Thursdays, trying to get the community together and enable content creators or whatever. So he was over there looking at plans, blowing off my questions and talking about everybody's plans for 2021.
Our Facebook Live.
You got the Virginia Citizens Defense League blowing it out of the water better than any other Citizens Defense League in the country. There should be 50 of them, and Virginia's is just wailing on it, dealing with weird troll comments and the crazy weirdness in stride. Like, they just deal with it like adults. It's awesome. Definitely worth watching, even if you don't give a crap about Virginia, because they just handle their show well, and they keep doing it consistently. Of course, they got their big writing for 2A, writing for the 2A, writing the number 4 2A coming up here, and they're getting ready for that, organizing it, and of course dealing with the weirdos. And I suspect at this point, agent provocateurs are going to be showing up all over the place, showing up in the ranks to derail, divide, and dissuade. So Virginia Citizens Defense League not only doing it, but doing it in such a way that it inspires and informs others how to do it, which is, wait a minute, did they the ones that created the Arizona, or is it vice versa? Shit, I think they're the ones that started the Arizona, now that I'm thinking about it. Damn. I need to go back and listen to some origin stories, which is going to be part of going to Instagram here. Posted earlier about the Gun Channels comic. DJ's the only one that said anything about it. There's not going to be a writing team, by the way. Write whatever you want and contribute, but there's no way I got time to sit around with teams to develop. People can bring their stuff to the mix. But this will develop not just the Gun Channels comic, but into a 2A comic as well. And that'll be some of the origin stories. It'll be cool to see those in a graphic novel format, I think. Then we got the Fireside chats with Mike. I don't know how to say that in Canadian. I don't understand. I don't know how to pronounce Canadian words. But Canadian gun rights, interesting conversation. I don't know how many of all people out there were watching it. Sometimes people show up to watch Crump's chats, though. And it was interesting. This guy definitely competent on his Canadian situation. And he brought up so many pertinent points that we'll talk about if people are up to the challenge of evolving the conversation tonight. Then we got Black Guns Matter. I don't know if Maj is going to start doing videos on the regular, but he often does them in little spurts for time, some amount of time. Might have something to do with when he's traveling or when he's home, or I don't know what it is, but he's done a bunch of them, and I think I've mentioned them a couple of days in a row now. I forget how many, but today was about Bitcoin. Another quick video. I get the hiccups after I talk for a couple of minutes. I have to stop doing this for medical reasons. It was a quick video, but he talks about donating to the Black Guns Matter projects in Bitcoin so that they can set on it basically and take part in the massive growth of the different cyber coins or whatever. So we could talk about that as well. Of course, whenever we talk about Crump, we can remember the Tusk, the something or another currency, which comes out to a cyber currency in the firearms realm, and not a limping along one. It sounds like it's going to be a competent player as well. So maybe one that might take on or catch on just because of its usefulness or its efficiency, not just being in the realm. So we don't have to suffer, in other words, with some kind of wimpy cyber money. It's like we'll have some competent cyber money. So let's go through and look at some of these. We got the Fireside chat, like I was just saying. He had some Canadian guy on there I never heard of. It's not Bob, so the other Canadian, I guess. But what's going on? It's not giving us the chats over here. So basically, you had some interesting stuff, though, and one of them was, I mean, this guy knew it all, too. So Canadians, number one, they only got like 4 gun laws, and they're all horrible, so it's easy for them to remember. And 2, what else are they going to do? It's Canada, so they're constantly watching us, and then they're constantly watching their gun laws. That's all they ever have to do. So this guy was totally up on his gun laws in Canada, and which was interesting because I tried talking to Bob about this stuff, but unfortunately, this stuff happens so quickly up there that Bob can't hardly probably keep up. But he'd be up here in here often, updating us often if he tried to keep us updated. So I don't think this guy gave us a complete sit rep, but every time we brought something up, like he knew what was going on. So I feel like he had a great awareness, I guess, to bring to the conversation. And, also let's take this to the next level. We're not just talking about a conversation. This happened on Crump's chat. Crump is GOA. So he's got some amount, he's the Virginia director for GOA. So there's only like 3 directors that I know of. So it's not like they have a director in every state. So he's got some pipeline or whatever you want to say, like to the ear of GOA. And this is a Canadian dude. Now, I don't know how many, because I'm not Canadian, but I don't know how many groups there are up there, but there are a couple. But this conversation happening in front of Crump's group is his audience. And then because Crump is both Amaland, I guess, and GOA happening, this conversation about Canada happening with Crump, it was obvious that Crump hasn't studied. He knows Canadian laws, like in a nutshell, I guess, or, the general stuff. But when it got to like little specifics or the ins and outs of the fine things, nobody's up to date with that. So it was cool that you got to hear some of that, I guess, from dude Mike, I guess. And because some of the questions that came up in the audience, I think because Trump didn't have like a super scripted conversation with the guy. Some of the, he let it go with the direction of the comments. It took it in directions that I think were illuminating to that audience. So it's not a huge audience. It was 30 people, but hopefully, being archived out here and the kind of people that are going to show up and watch Crump's, I think there's some parallels. So the first one was that, I don't know if he actually put it on the screen, but Mike was replying to something and it was talking about, I guess it was a question I had asked from Makojo, actually. Was it Makojo? I think Makojo posted a question or a link one day over on the Patreon, I think, about how Canada wants to get rid of all the guns and they've got this assault weapons buyback bullshit crap or something. And so they needed to figure out how to do it. So they're like, we'll give a $60 or $60,000 contract or something if you can figure out how to collect up all these guns from these Canadians. And nobody would take them up on that because nobody could do it. Nobody could figure it out, right? So I guess we did know that, or the Mike guy, see, he's saying Mike, but it was actually Sean. So Sean knew about that, and he said that IBM had taken that contract, I think. So that was shitty. But anyway, that conversation then kind of kept going, and he had brought up the idea of how that, whatever does become of that, like whatever they do, the research and whatever they come up with as a strategy, like the Canadian government's going to pay $60,000 for this strategy and how to go, like how to actually do, the instructions on how to go around and pick up guns from everybody. Sean was saying, like, what's to stop the United States from just grabbing those instructions and following them? And although it's not going to be completely applicable, they're certainly going to be sitting right there. And that it's going to be ammunition, unintended, right, to the anti-freedom types who are going to see that as like an apple to run after or reach for. So, yeah, that was pretty insightful. Plus, like I say, he's doing all this stuff in front of people. And I think I asked a question also about the idea of having like some kind of a country, multi-country, what would that be called? International agreement with Canada, United States, and Mexico, like what Sean's thoughts were on that, his opinion on that. But anytime we can help out our neighbor countries, for sure, I think we're better off. We've got a lot of leverage there. Obviously, we got a big fight now, so obviously I'm not saying we need to do this right today or nothing. But in the long run, when we go back to relatively calmer time, then I think that's a great time to keep our skills sharp or our awareness up by thinking about how we could help neighbors out. We help them out with so many different things, with funding and food and everything else. Like, why not bring firearms, the right, the human right of self-protection and the lack of fear of your government. Why not give that to everybody in Canada and everyone in Mexico? Mexico would be drastically different if the individuals could tell the cartels no and have lethal consequence. At least I believe so. Am I allowed to say that? I think I'm allowed to say that. So anyway, this was a great chat, I thought, and it was about an hour, something like that. Hour and 4 minutes. Lauren Hartnett on Daily Bullet. Let's see. So we'll put this one in here. By the time I get done talking about Lauren, you'll have time to watch this whole video. Daily Bullet, 17 minutes. So whatever that theory was about him having to do it in 15 minutes doesn't work, right? Unless it's supposed to fit in 20 minutes. I guess it could. But 17 minutes. And yeah, they chatted about all kinds of stuff. I can't think of how many times I've listened to conversations about New York and stuff, but again, it's interesting once you tune into it because their laws are changing all the damn time, and the advocates from New York are different than the advocates from other states. They've just kind of always been like that. I don't know, they seem a little bit different. So definitely worth listening to that one. Then you got Clover's chat. So they were talking about what to do, and then they got into the whole full 30 thing. And, Clover's in the pocket of big full 30, so he's scared to talk about him. He's probably not contractually allowed to talk about him, but he just didn't feel like it. They were talking about the future for 2021, and on the side, Jeff had said something weird, so it got blocked by the internet spams filters. And I replied to it, and that just caused confusion, which was spinning their conversation off. So we could address that. But otherwise, there's a bunch of people thinking about how they're going to do 2021. Just FYI, I didn't hear no two-way stuff in there at all, except for maybe Clover, but I don't think anybody said anything about two-way. We already talked about the Virginia thing. Looks like I got some comments coming in. All right, so I guess that's it. Boom. We're going to drop the link to this, and nobody's saying anything over here, so it's probably going to be a dead chat. It'll probably end quickly tonight. Let's find out. So we'll drop the link here live on the internet, and then I guess move this over if you can still hear me then. See if anybody jumps in tonight. If we have any conversations, let's see if anybody else brought anything for the table. So we had last left off with Makojo bringing in some sheet cake. We didn't know what kind, so I stuck my finger in there, and it turns out it is yellow cake with chocolate icing. It's all right, I guess. So thanks for bringing that in. We got, I'm guessing Woods is going to try cramming some bacon on there. Erstwhile's at work, so I guess that's why he didn't go out and grab anything or have it delivered. That's fine. If you don't want to make a phone call and have something delivered, that's fine. You can still get something from the buffet. Let's see, we got Wheeled, 9 watching, 5 thumbs. Yeah, I don't milk the thumbs. It's not like I go on and on and on about how thumbs are important and beg for thumbs, and then shut the show down if there's not 100% thumb ratio, which I'm going to do here in a minute. Let's see, I can't fit any new robots in my home shop without adding a building. Well, what about a second floor? You ever think about a second floor? Then what did I thought I heard you say something about a robot? Maybe he was asking me if I got a new robot. I thought there was something about a new robot. That might be crazy. Let's see. I don't thumb until after I watch something. You never know if something sucks. That's true. But the thing is, you can thumb and then thumb and then unthumb. Real easy. And sometimes that can be annoying to people. You go in here and you do this kind of business. Like what? Right? Yeah, the show's hit or miss. And it's not even the good kind of hit or miss. It's the kind where you're either 2A and you can hang, or you suck and you hate this show. Like if you're not 2A or whatever, you probably hate this show because it's easier than actually understanding that you aren't 2A. Let's see. Can't you remove the thumb? Yeah, exactly. You know how it's done. Man, there's no guaranteed thumbs. If it sucks, it sucks. I use this thumb as a favorites list. Oh, interesting. Well, you can do a thing where you go to history and it shows you all the stuff you watch over here on YouTube. And that's interesting. And you can tell history, like, I don't want this to be in there anymore. Like, let's say I go to my history and it's this show, all the stuff I just looked at, right? Oh, and then how to make garlic crap in a pan. Well, I don't want that in there because why? Number one, I don't want anybody thinking I care about eating food, but otherwise, I don't want this garlic naan crap to be in my, what do you call it, my feed. So it's going to keep feeding me how to make biscuits in a pan type of videos all the time. So by getting rid of that, it's going to go back to showing the episodes of canon, which is all I pretty much ever watch on YouTube anymore.
But it's kind of the same with the thumbs up. They're looking at your thumbs up and it's feeding you more of those type of videos as well, I imagine.
Oh, that's a good point. No, that's a real good point. And I don't do my thumbs. I have 160,000 subs or something on the big channel. So I ration my thumbs. I know those thumbs are like $50 bills. So I drop those thumbs on channels that deserve it because that's how I feel like a big man. But on this channel, I don't even think about it. But I do. I never, since I hand out thumbs very rarely on the big channel, I haven't thought about that. But I'll never, like if I'm watching canon, even if I like the episode, I'm not going to thumb up an episode of canon. Like who cares? That's just somebody ripping off a canon episode and putting it on YouTube, right? Like I won't thumb that up. But I'm wondering now if the only thing I ever thumbed up is 2A. But that's interesting. I'm going to try that on some other channels. I don't know if anybody else has ever played with that to figure that out. Or have you read that somewhere, or are you just getting that from the feeling of it?
No, I'm getting that from the feeling of it. But there's also, you can look at all your thumbs up channels and, videos and use that as kind of a different type of favorite list.
Yeah, I forgot where that is. Where is that?
I think it's in their content or something, and it might be in the studio. In that part.
Okay. Yeah, I know I've seen somewhere. Yeah, or it says something like display it publicly, which means it's probably on your channel somewhere. But anyway, that's another way to index, or you can also create a playlist. So what I used to do, because again, I got a big channel and I figure it would help people out, is I would go click on plus sign. Look, I'm logged into the real channel, right? So these are all my playlists on the big channel. And somewhere in here is, well, there's too many. I got like 300 something playlists, but somewhere in here is going to be like shows I like or something like that. Like live chats I was in or something like that. So then that way I have a playlist of the chats like Matt's or Gizzard's or somebody's, like that way I can find all the chats I've been in. So you can do that and have a couple of different playlists like this, like a playlist, like these are videos that are the most 2A, or like these are the videos that are the second best 2A or whatever. Like then you just click on this plus sign, click a check mark next to however many playlists you want that video to be in. And then you don't have to do anything, just leave. And it's in those playlists. So that's I think what you're doing though. This is how you interact with your portion of the database. And it might look in there and eavesdrop what you're playing around with. It might, I'm sure it knows what it is, so it's keeping track to some extent. But when you interact publicly by clicking a thumb, That's a whole nother level. Now you've said to the world, I want this video to do better. And you're intentionally trying to help interact with the big system. So I think you're dead right about, or dead on, I guess is the way to say it, about the clicking the thumb. Well, you weren't even in here for half of that shit. Oh, I just said a bunch of stuff about, yeah, I think you're right. Took me half an hour to say it. Thumbs for the bots. Amputation. Are you in Bitcoin? No, I don't have any kind of e-money. Never thought about it. Anybody else got any e-money? Any Bitcoins? Any other kind of monies? I'm going to try to get some Tusk if I figure out how to do it.
I've got a little bit of Bitcoin, but like $100, but that's like a little fraction of a coin.
You have 100 Bitcoins?
No, $100 worth of one coin. If I had 100 Bitcoins, we'd all be doing a lot better here.
It'd be like ding, ding, ding. Like instead of getting
$1,000 each.
Instead of getting swatted, you'd get woodsed. And that's where, while you're doing a live chat, a bacon delivery happens. Except that if you had all that kind of money, it would be like ding, 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 and everybody would get bacon. Everybody who's in the chat would get bacon all at the same time.
When I used to work in iGaming, there was a guy named Calvin Ayer that I was kind of friends with, and he sold his sport book for $1 billion called Bodog, and he ended up getting big time in Bitcoin. I mean, trying to get me into it. Everybody, he was on my Facebook. James, you got to get into Bitcoin. You got to get into Bitcoin. Man, I don't know what he's worth now, but it's ugly money. He must be multi-billions by now.
Yeah, I remember Bodog. That's crazy.
I don't like to think about people that I known back in the day, because I knew people that would just have sick money, and I know that when Bitcoin was first coming around, not only did these people buy Bitcoin, but I know that these are the kind of people that built computers to mine, to create Bitcoin out of, just gave them an excuse to buy a bunch of computer parts and then figure out the fastest way to make money, and now they're just probably making it in even more.
Yeah.
Well, that's capitalism. They're out there. It's not like everybody who's rich takes that money and puts it under the mattress like some old cartoon. They put it somewhere where it gets redistributed into small businesses, and in this economy, that's going to hopefully, probably half of that will go to small business before taxes, and then the other half will go to taxes, and then the small business will pay half of that in taxes. So 3/4 will go to taxes, but the taxes will get redistributed into a bunch of different paychecks. So
I was at a trade show in Nice, and Calvin put locks on the doors and put vodka and Red Bull on everybody's table for the whole night. He just, crazy stuff. He went to Siberia and flew a MiG up into space.
I'd be kind of neat.
Yeah.
Let's see. So then we got Bitcoin is SA out of reach for most of us. There's a ton of new cryptos. Well, you can buy like a fraction of a Bitcoin. No, you don't have to buy a whole one. You can buy like $100
or $500, and it's just fractions.
Yeah. Looks like they found a new company now. Who found a company? I forgot about it. Is that the... I don't know what company's talking about. That's what happens when you start blabbing for a half an hour. And then, did anybody bring anything else to eat? What the hell? Bitcoin is out of reach. Robinhood is a decent way to get into crypto if you're looking into no fees. Oh, that's some kind of a bank type of thing or something? Oh, just a state. What does that mean?
Yeah, Robinhood is one of those investment things where the sharks get the novices and take their money. So be careful of Robinhood. But you can use it for like what he's talking about, to buy Bitcoin, with no fees, and it's a great way to do that.
Got a lot of debt. Once I get out of debt, I'll probably be looking into stuff like that. Yeah. Let's see.
Do you guys remember that, like, maybe 10 years ago, maybe whenever they started, there was a lot of the investment people that were super against it. It was the dumbest thing ever. Is there a two-way equivalent to that we can look at back at it now and go, we thought that was a bad idea then for advocating for two-way, but actually it's a great idea? Is there anything like that?
Yeah, I've been a party to that discussion a couple of times now, and it seems like everybody's still on the hunt for the best solution. And I think really a ground up one that's designed from within the community would be best, because the potential expansion for having founded something like that means that then what I would call just companies that fall in under the parent of whatever cryptocurrency was developed. You kind of pick and choose which ones are your anchors. And there's, you guys probably know who Warren Buffett is. Well, he's from freaking Omaha. And, that guy's been a genius investor for decades. And I know a few people who were in with Berkshire Hathaway from the beginning. And of course, they're freaking billionaires just like him. But he's been pretty cool with the things he's willing to invest in.
He just with a lot of cash. He's about to buy something really big. He has enough cash to buy Walmart.
Yeah.
Cash.
I mean, it's an insane and sickening amount of wealth, but he's been pretty conscientious and pretty, he's a smooth operator.
And he's what America's all about.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
one of the stories. But speaking of buffet, we do have a buffet going on. So if you're so inclined and you brought something for today's potluck, then we're going to encourage you to set it over here on the big table next to all the drinks. You grab something to drink. We got some cold pizza and potato chips. We got some bacon. And at this point, that's all we got, I think. Oh, no, there's a sheep cake also with nice chocolate icing on there. And now we'll get back down to...
Hey, G. Webbs, I've got that question I was asking during CloverTac. About the gun streamer,
right?
I started the gun streamer about 2 weeks ago, and it just says check back. It's still in progress.
Yeah, so basically back in the day there was YouTube, and then everybody was like, oh, let's go to these networks because the video games and the makeup girls at the time were making all the money. So the people that ran networks already had networks established. It's like a thing where you're kind of like an agent for talent. And you interact with YouTube for us, the content creators. So they had already been working for like FPS Russia and people like that. And the video game ones decided to go video games and guns. So when all that happened, it failed. And the result of that was a bunch of people were like, YouTube's bad. Like, imagine. Like when people get kicked off of Patreon and they're like, you know what, Patreon's bad, right? Like that kind of thing. Like, oh, we're not getting paid by YouTube because we tried to get paid by somebody else and YouTube, and now we're not, you know what I mean? Like, oh, let's make another thing. So it's the whole thing started from like, hey, let's make another thing just like YouTube, send it over there, except it won't be YouTube, it'll be ours. And that way, because YouTube at the time was also like, let's say you were a middleman or a distributor, like you bought stuff from somebody and sold it to everybody so that the manufacturers didn't, because in the olden days, a manufacturer couldn't just sell to you because there was no internet or people didn't use the internet that way. So there always had to be middlemen, and middlemen are desperate to exist. So they said, okay, well, we want to be able to advertise so people don't think about, I want to buy this from the manufacturer. I want to buy this from the store that I'm used to, right? So they basically couldn't advertise on YouTube. And they said, well, we have all this money, we'd like to advertise. So somebody was like, oh, you know what? We could just buy off-the-shelf software and make a thing where you can plug in advertisements to it and people could put their stuff up. Maybe it wasn't off the shelf, but if it looks just like off the shelf and it acts, it works exactly like off the shelf and there's no additional features, and years later it hasn't grown at all as if it was proprietary and you could adapt it. If none of that happened, then it's probably very much similar to off the shelf. So they took some software that is identical to off the shelf and set it up, and then made a place where a mechanism where advertisers, and I'm not going to say more, you could see who advertised on it, advertisers would pay for something like, they brag, so I'm not making up the number that's on the website, $10,000 a month for hosting alone. And then I'm told that content creators get paid to be there. So there's X amount of money coming in from advertising. We know that they've got something like a $10,000 a month bill to make the place operate. That's just to keep the portion of the lights on. And then they pay content creators, and that's up to the, I'm sure, individual contracts. I have no idea. So at the beginning, when they went with that business plan or whatever you want to call it, how can that succeed? It only succeeds if there's, plus in advertising that is better. And I'm not good at business, so I'm going to give you my shitty version of a business plan. The plus of, income has to be bigger than the outside, right? How much the advertising expenses is plus how much they're paying the the content creators. So anyway, they couldn't let everybody in because they didn't have enough. They didn't have, infinite advertising. They had this much advertising, and they didn't at first either want to play with everybody, or you had to be this big to be able to come in so that you could hold your weight, because everybody's got to hold up this giant new log or whatever. And it wasn't like a done deal. At the time they built it, it wasn't like they had 20/20 hindsight and said, oh, you know what, we can comfortably build this and not evolve at all and not do anything to benefit the community for 7 fucking years, 8 years, and we can just leave it set here and rake it in, right? They just built it at the time let's build something and then see if this mechanism goes anywhere. So they built it, they made it invite only, and they walked away from it for, 4 years. They built it 2 minutes after we built gun channels. So it was the only video. And then a lot of people thought, oh, you built gun channels, so it must be a fake YouTube. And I'm like, no, gun channels is a place for people to get together and collaborate and learn how to build and, have discussions like what we're having right now. Gun channels isn't a fake ass YouTube that's just wasting everybody's time, a mechanism to make money. Instead, this place was created, right? So that's why they put a barrier to entry that you have to be invited, and why, they're going to only be able to do what they can do, because they're a massively expensive process and massively expensive thing to do in the first place. Video hosting is super expensive, and I can't even imagine the staff just to maintain it, plus community. I can't even imagine. I can't imagine. I know the reason I can't imagine is because I've dealt with it for 7 years. I literally can't imagine what they're doing. The only way they could possibly be running it is to walk away from it, to not touch any of it, never get involved with anything going on there. And that's, I think, how they're running it. Here's the thing. When they built it, and I could tell at the time who built it and why they built it, I never wanted to have anything to do with it. As you can tell, me personally, I've never run my channel as an emulation of a TV show or a magazine. I've never tried to, what do they say? At least it's been a long time since I've just tried to offer gear reviews. And I really never tried to influence people to buy this or that. If I was working with a gun shop, I'd say, buy your shit here. But I really didn't care if you bought a Colt or a Smith & Wesson in the big picture, right? But, there's people like that have to exist and that kind of shit. So anyway, the place exists, and there's people over there that are getting paid. And the reason that they won't let it in is because it was just a couple of years ago that they changed it from invite only and you're going to get paid to just plain invite only. So that was, okay, we'll open it up and let more people put their content here, which will attract more eyeballs, and it'll cost us more, but we'll have more potential for eyeballs to be here. And hopefully if you bring an audience of 1,000 people to your small channel, maybe they're not watching the billion, whatever. Because guess what? You can't get to 1 million or 5 million viewers in the United States. Think about it. Is there 5 million gun owners that give a shit about a grandpa shooting a gun? Is there 5 million gun owners that would save the NRA? There's not 5 million gun owners that do shit. So the viewers that you get on a giant platform that's international, multinational, and I'm saying they're not gonna be on that other platform. Anyway, so it's invite only. They never changed it, even though they don't pay anybody. You could talk to people who've gotten invited since they changed their policy. I don't know if they still pay people or not, but that's probably why you're waiting. As far as the use of it, I've never tried it. I've only been there 4 times, and the whole thing, I only know of it from endless people, or people talking about it endlessly around me, and then until I leave or
Right.
something
Right.
talking about it.
Well, I mean, the instructions to, get the backup key to your YouTube channel were pretty easy. I was really impressed how well it was run and how great the instructions were. So that was pretty neat. And then they just completely fell on the job. I just would like to have a backup of my channel. I mean, I've got all my videos on my hard drive, but they're on my hard drive. If YouTube goes down, my hard drive goes down.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't know, after 16, like 9, 12 years on YouTube, it does go down. People lose their channels and stuff. I don't know what you're gonna accomplish by having backups always. I mean, backup important stuff for sure. Backup like this isn't necessary, that kind of thing. But I hear you. As far as a backup, I'm going to have to agree with Jeff, and I don't know how many of the comments you saw from Jeff, but at least he agreed with me. I think that if you're going to decide to take your time, because it's taking you some amount of time to do anything, and your effort to put your content someplace. Now, I've been told that you get paid. So if you get paid, I guess it's different. I mean, make money, I guess. But if you're going to take your time and your effort to put your content on somebody else's income, like in somebody else's business where they're going to get paid for it being there, then I guess you're accepting that, you're giving them all of that in return for some eyeballs, and you're hoping that the people that are there, are going to, whatever's, join your stuff or pay attention and do your thing. But I guess my point was, if you're going to spend all that time, I mean, there's Night Strike, who's a regular dude who we all know, and who's done everything he possibly can to keep the tube open and stuff up there. He's not perfect, so I'm not saying that's the best bet or nothing, but, I'd rather see stuff like that get all that time and effort put to it. It's just sad to see something that's literally not doing anything new or different. And that was my points before, is that, they had all the opportunity in the world to, I mean, I don't want to say that, but, we had all of the opportunity in the world to have done so much more with something. And now to be rewarded by use and everything for just existing. I guess there's something to be said for existing, but streamer is still there. And I guess if you're going to wait for both of them in line anyway, I'd wait for streamer, even though it hasn't been around so long and neither one of them has like a known future. But hell, nothing has a known future. These video hosting platform things are super expensive.
Yeah. I've got GunTuber, so I'll continue to add them over there. It's just a manual process versus automatic,
Yeah. I don't think it matters too much. I'm a little hesitant to hook up things automatic to any system to each other, but I think I don't have any reason to, other than I'm old and I just know that things can break, but I haven't heard of anything breaking or I've never even heard of anybody complaining about the system over there. Other than nothing happens, it just sits there. The videos just sit there. Anyway, so for some reason Clover didn't want me ragging on all that during his chat where he's trying to actually get something done. But I don't have a lot. I'm not a big fan of just allowing people to sit there and suck off of us, especially since we're in a condition we are because of non-unity and so much shit. You can only get so many leeches before you start to feel like, I'm tired, right? Like, maybe I should get out of the water or something because don't feel good, right? I'm lightheaded. When you get out of the water and there's like 700 leeches on you, like just because there's room for more leeches and it's not like a dire emergency, still worth like lighting a lighter next to some of the fucking leeches so they just jump off. Thing is, they're not going to die. They're going to go sell fucking beanbags or car parts or where the fuck they came from. If anything, they're smarter and stronger now from ripping off a bunch of gun people. So anyway, I'm not a big fan of just watching shit exist when we need all hands on deck. But I'll quit ranting.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm checking out MeWe or whatever that one is. That one seems kind of a neat channel.
I'm definitely gonna be, Gizzard is already there. I don't think you like it though, huh?
Do I like it?
Yeah.
So ask me. It's all right. It just doesn't have near the traffic. Of course, that could happen. That could, as people migrate over from other platforms, the potential's there. That's for sure.
And that's what I think.
like it more than Parler, though.
Yeah,
Parler
I do too.
Parler seems more of a Twitter type thing.
I like in Parler more and more when I'm using it on the computer, and it's the people. It's definitely people are using it like Twitter, so it's just a lot of news. But I follow some people that post some pictures and stuff, so I'm going to give it a chance for a little bit. But I'm efforting at that. It's not because it's pleasant or fun over there, and everybody's going to get all really weird here now that Trump's all this situation, right? But I did post, I think, this show, or no, I posted, this show over on Parler, I think, today before this show. Oh, he's saying he got a robot at work. Maybe that's what I was hearing. So we're way behind on the chat. So now we finally get to Pink saying, at work, but I want to get a hold of you sometime about 2A stops on a trip I'm taking in May. Going to see Dragon Man. Going to stop at Cody. Anything you can add would be helpful. So if anybody wants, we could dig into that at some point tonight. A lot of analysts are putting Bitcoin at 200,000 at the end of the year. It's not too late to jump on. Well, I mean, there's never too late to jump on. It's the worst that'll happen is it'll go down in value, I guess, but it's not like it expires or evaporates or something. Pink says he's starting at Dragon Man's, going up to Crazy Horse, then Cody, then Yellowstone. Okay, yeah. Cody, Yellowstone, Glacier Park, through Yankees' backyard to the coast to see where Goonies was filmed, and then up to Seattle. Oh, shit. I took almost that exact same route one time, so we can definitely chat about that. And then I asked when because I wasn't reading, whatever. And then we were talking about the gun confiscation in Canada is what Kojo was talking about. Then California shows up. Somebody brought a try ducking. A turd ucking. Wait.
No, Angelina was saying that you had the duck open inside the duck.
Oh, snap. Okay. I thought maybe somebody brought something to the buffet here, to the potluck. Van Chat will be starting back up. In order to raise money, I will be starting the Van Chat back up on the Gear channel. It's going to be coughing out diesel dust and debris for a little while, but then it'll be running again. Oh, wait, I'm way off of here. What's happening? Berkshire Hathaway was founded in the 1830s. Okay. Oh, okay, here we go. Brought fettuccine al forno. I don't know what that is. The pre-made sauce. Oh, I see what you're saying. What is el forno? Does anybody know?
I believe it's baked.
I'm going to eat it if she made it.
Mississippi is in here, I think. Well, that we do have now an actual food. Was the pizza and chips because that's what you had left over, or because that's what you like to bring to potlucks?
A combination of the two.
We don't need paper plates because we got a whole bunch of them in that cabinet over there that we just had from before. So awesome. We use them as targets often. Paper plates make good targets, and they're cheap.
Good recycling idea. And yeah, al forno just means baked. It's like al fresco just means outside. Fancy.
So we'll be doing Van Chat. Let's see. Can't exactly eat baked pasta with my hands. Oh, I see what you're saying, because you need paper plates or whatever.
I brought chopsticks.
That'll work.
I did because I'm a Virgo and a control freak over, what is that supposed to mean? Old pudding. Am I missing something?
Yeah, that was what I brought to the party. I said I brought some desiccated chocolate pudding from the nether reaches of my refrigerator.
I didn't see any of that. Did anybody see that one?
I think somebody ate it all.
Yeah, somebody already ate it, I guess. Yep.
Yeah.
Should have said something. They're like, oh, what's this green stuff on this pudding? It's amazing.
I brought Krispy Kremes, but I was late getting here because I made a right turn in Albuquerque and got pulled over, and traffic was the son of a gun. And well, yeah, had to give the Krispy Kremes away to get out of the ticket.
Good call. Yeah, the pudding came in at 8 after 11.
So,
Well, I was coming down the last stretch, and all these golf balls started hitting me before I got to G Webb's house, and my car's all cracked up.
oh snap! That's like a free windshield right there. Do they pay you if a golf ball hits and dents your car? I never thought about that, but I know a bunch of people that have gotten windshields or talk about getting windshields driving past a golf course.
A buddy of mine, he lives on the golf course, and he had to put in special windows that they wouldn't break him anymore.
By his house, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I imagine.
One Father's Day, my brother and I chipped onto the 9th hole across a street that cut through Spring Valley Golf Course here, intentionally trying to bounce balls off people's cars. Only got one of them.
There's a place that I'll go harvest a couple of times a year where there's like a street that goes across. Well, a street that's just on the one side of the golf course, but then on the other side of the street, there's nothing, just desert. And the golf course and the other side of the street are kind of up, I guess. The street cuts through there. So, you could definitely knock a golf ball from one side of the street to the other, even if a semi was going by, and probably not hit it. So I'll go over there once in a while and walk that area, and there's a ton of them out there. So I'm guessing either they just don't, I don't know what happens if you're a golfer, like if you just don't feel like picking up your golf ball at the end or something, or maybe it's just your old golf balls maybe, but, or maybe just like, oh, I bet you I can hit that cactus or something, but it just has to be more of like something like that, where it's just too much of a temptation, right? The duck inside the duck, is that legal in Canada? Gary already knows this. Some of the rest of you probably don't. The duck just either bought or got bought by some other place, which means they're already screwing with the duck. Just as soon as I started paying for it, they're already screwing with it. I don't know what that means. But they made a bunch of announcements about it and won't let us forget about it.
Is it still owned by Canadians?
I think it's French or some other country or something. I don't know what the other one is. They made it sound like, oh, we just bought the biggest company ever made or we got bought by the biggest company, but it's no big deal. We're still going to be separate.
The French, mon Dieu.
Really, really 9mm then.
Great. Now they're going to make it a snail.
Or try to buy it.
Hoppin is the name of the company that bought them. Hoppin.com. HOPIN.
You ever heard of it?
Bought who?
StreamYard.
The thing that we're using, StreamYard. We call it the Turducken has at least one duck. All right, so what is this? Oh, is that music guy? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it is.
Or is that like a place to go? Oh, okay. Huckleberry ice cream. What is that? Huckleberry the fruit or something? Is that an actual thing? Is there like a huckleberry?
Yeah, Huckleberry, because when I made my barbecue company, I named it Huckleberry Barbecue. So I was trying to figure out if Huckleberry was actually a thing or not. Because I was like, if it is, it'd be possibly something interesting to make a barbecue sauce out of. And from what I found, it's something that only grows in the West.
I could take you to some.
I'd say Woods probably has some in his area, but what I found is most close to blueberry. Is that true, Woods?
Yeah, it's just a blueberry that grows in the wild.
It's a wild blueberry. They have them in Czech Republic, all over Europe.
Let's say all that friggin' research, and they could have just said it's a friggin' wild blueberry.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've
God.
seen something that's like green. It's almost like a grape, and yeah, it has like a different flavor. If it was something like that, like oh yeah, it's rare. It's only from some island or whatever.
Well, they are smaller and they're sweeter.
Okay, so for a variety of blueberry, basically.
It's probably just not fertilized, and genetically evolved, pushed.
So yeah, pink. We'll have a show about it. We'll mansplain everywhere you should go. So I don't know what you're talking about, huckleberry ice cream. I've been in those areas and I don't remember it being a thing. But yeah, during May, I'm trying to think. I don't know if Pink has been to Wyoming before, but I can tell you a couple of places to go in Wyoming that'll knock you down. They're so amazing. Actually, though, shit. What is today? Is today special? Why? I saw a bunch of sunset pictures today. It could just be Instagram screwing with me because I paused too long on the first sunset or sunrise picture I watched today. But I seen a couple of them from Arizona that were just amazing pictures. So it must have been something about the sky or something. It made it just an orange sky the other day. But anyway, Wyoming is almost always. Have you all been to Wyoming?
Oh yeah.
I think there.
Haven't gone to the Cody Museum, but Wyoming definitely.
Cody Museum can go suck a butt, but
yeah,
they own a bunch of things, but they own a bunch of guns. But the Cody is a pretty neat place. I've been to Yellowstone since I was a kid. I got a ticket in Yellowstone, and I got busted for having a rifle just out. So in the 80s, I was just driving around the country because why not, right? And I had a Ranger where I popped out the back window, and then I had a cap, and I popped out the window of that so you could go in and out if you Starsky and Hutch through there. So I just had a rifle sitting out next to me, and I got pulled over. And they're like, "Are you poaching?" I'm like, no. I'm like, all right. I got a ticket for speed. But that's what it was like in the late 80s. No, mid 80s. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. But I remember distinctly going, dang it, I'm getting a speeding ticket. And I was like, dang it, I'm getting a speeding ticket. And he comes over and he's like, what's that rifle? I'm like, oh, that's my rifle. And he's like, are you poaching? I go, nope. Goes, all right, here's your speeding ticket. And I didn't even think about it. And he didn't think about it. It wasn't until years later I was like, that would be unusual today, I think.
Most def. Oh, and hey, huckleberry, because I had to satisfy my culinary interest, is a name used in North America for several plants in the family Ericaceae. While true huckleberries are related to blueberries, it's an entirely different genus. What we're calling them is a native blueberry species, and all different huckleberries that we have are genus Vaccinium, which is the same as commercial blueberries.
So, like we said, it's just a wild blueberry.
Yeah. Well, just I hope barbecue might get some vindication by knowing.
It's more like that's the real blueberry, and what we eat is a version, like a banana.
That's probably more likely, yeah.
Yeah, not a hybrid, but yeah.
Yeah, the original thing.
So then, so it's been a long time since I've been to Wyoming, to Yellowstone specifically. I don't like paying to go into places, but I imagine it's amazing because that's why they even made it into Yellowstone in the first place. I don't know nothing about the Goonies thing. So Dead Horse is saying if you go to the Indian Beach to where the Goonies was filmed, go a little bit further north in 20 minutes and check out the Lewis and Clark Museum. Oh, that's a good.
It's called Fort Clatsop.
That's what the Lewis and Clark thing is called?
It's the Forestry Service, I believe. They did, the Lewis and Clark one. They made a replica kind of where the other one was because we don't really know where it was. But they built a whole new one. They've got like an interpretive center and they show you how they lived and all that. Keep in mind when they were in Fort Clatsop, it's Washington in January. For the 56 days they were there, it failed to rain 3 times. They hated it.
When I was in the Army, we did winter training for this new Gore-Tex and polypropylene, and they sent us to Yakima, Washington. It was cold as shit. We ended up burning all the fence line and all the tumbleweeds, and they had these scores out there that were charging us every time we burned one. But people started getting frostbite and was getting pretty serious. Then, like 2 years later, I went into the National Guard to Yakima in the summer, and it was 110 degrees. So it's pretty extreme there.
Yeah, that's the other side of the mountain. The
That's
side
on
I live
the
on.
peninsula? That's on that peninsula?
No, that's the other side of the mountain. Other side of the mountain where Seattle is. So if you go straight east, you're going to run into Yakima. It's on the other side of the mountain.
That's High Plains. High Plains.
Yeah, Eastern Washington's a big desert. Western Washington, completely different climate and everything. That's what I love about my state.
Do they got the air gun? Is that like a thing, or is that like a feature or anything? Any of the air guns?
I remember them shooting flintlocks, but I've been there 3 or 4 times, but I don't remember.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Because I was thinking I remember something about that one being where they either did a demo or they had something about the guns. So black powder might be.
Well, and what's also nice is they have right next to it, they have what the Clatsop Indians lived like. So they have a replica of what because the Clatsop Indians actually just camped right next to the fort because they were doing trading. They were going out and hunting, and they would get stuff from the expedition. And they would do a lot of trade because the expedition didn't want to hunt a lot. I could go in for hours and hours on those guys, but keep going where you're doing.
See, she's bringing her camera. We're looking for good pic sites. Definitely, we can help you with that. And what's cool about the internet with the Google is you can drop down and go be that little yellow guy.
I did want to warn Pink, sorry to interrupt. The Goonies, the people that own the Goonies house do not like it when you go to their house. The one that was filmed.
Who probably does?
Well, I mean, I kind of feel for them. They would have 1,200 people walk through their front yard.
Yeah, I did the tour, the Breaking Bad tour when I was down there last, and I was a little self-conscious about rolling through the suburban neighborhoods. Of course, the car wash and stuff like that. Yeah, pure photo op, but everything else, it's a little weird. And I think it got really out of control as far as that kind of specific television tourism with Sopranos. I guess that just destroyed certain streets, and the neighborhood people just absolutely hated it.
I go look around for Rockford Files and movies from the 80s. So they probably don't get the kind of coverage from that.
Where's that trailer parked? Is it still there?
Talk about from Breaking Bad.
No, I'm at the Rockford Files trailer, Jim Rockford's.
Oh, Rockford Files. Can't bring that up and then not have me go to fucking Google and show you. So we're going to Google. You can go to Rockford Files plates. It's different, but you can go there. We'll open this up.
Does anybody have or still own the Camaro?
I don't know.
He wrecked a lot of them.
The van that the weird uncle drove in Napoleon Dynamite went on to eBay and sold for like $3,000. I mean, much less.
That's one movie that has like a couple of lines in it. Rockford Files was fundamental, and it changed so many women's lives that today is the result of that one television show. So if you go to California and then you go down to Los Angeles, you look for this part that sticks out of Los Angeles, and that's how you know where Mr. Knives lives, because he lives this is his area of Los Angeles, this area. And then you got Posh lives in this area, Los Angeles, and then Angelina owns this section of LA, right? So if you go between Mr. Knives and Angelina, you get to Malibu. So let's say you're driving around in LA, minding your business. There's only one road to Malibu, which was one of the awesomest things about it. And it starts way the hell over here with some kind of secret tunnel. So you're just minding your business, driving through LA. You drive through this secret tunnel over here somewhere, probably right here. Yeah, look at this tunnel. It's like an hour and a half worth of tunnel, right? You jump down, you're just driving on the streets. And then it's like, oh, let's go in. Did I just come out of the tunnel? Let's go into this giant tunnel. And then you go through this tunnel, right? And you're just a second ago, you're in LA. And now it's like, boom, you're in fucking Malibu. Fuck LA. You got the beach right here. There's mountains on your right. ocean's on your left. It's amazing. So let's go drive to Malibu. So we're just driving down Malibu, and these are rich people, I guess, or something. And these are the mudslides. I don't know. This is where Baywatch was, I think. Not a good tour guide. So that's Malibu. You drive for a while, and it's like this. You're driving. This is you get out of LA, and then boom, it's just mudslides on your right and cliffs. I guess there's houses back there. You don't see them. And then on your left, it's the freaking ocean, right? And then it's awesome for a long time, and then you can see like less and less stuff. So as you get, did I go way too far? No. As you get out here, that was all LA. Then it gets into nothing. And then there's just these little towns, which are still LA, I guess, but they kind of feel like little towns because you're driving for a while between them. And then I'm going to put the map back to normal. So eventually you get to where all the movies are filmed. That's right there. And everything you've ever seen that's filmed in a beach in LA is filmed like right here, I think. And then everything else is Rockford Files. So you come over here and boom, you're driving along and you're just driving along the coast or whatever. And then you come up out of the coast for a second and then bam, and there's signs for it. You don't have to know, like you don't have to remember the show or whatever. But then you come in, bam. And then boom, come down in here. And it doesn't look like the show anymore because there's stuff around. But once you get to about here somewhere, it kind of feels like the show already. They don't really drive this too often, right? Like they just drive from about here usually. So you get to here and then it's like, F you got to pay money to even come in here. So I had to pay money to park the van in here. Can I go in here anymore? Man. So I got to come up out of here. So right here, you got to pay money to get into the parking lot. And that's where his thing should have been, wherever this white stuff is. And you can't really tell where it was anymore. But you can, I parked the van like right here. And then, like, I think maybe it was right here. It's hard to say. I've watched the show a few times and looked at this. You can tell from like here, maybe. It was like somewhere right around in here. And then, but the thing is, all you can do is you got to pay to sit in the parking lot. And then
But are you paying for the parking lot to see Rockford Files Place or to go to the beach?
Yeah, both. I think just to go to the beach, I think. And then you can pay to go into the restaurant. And then I guess you can go in that pier. I don't really know because I didn't pay for nothing except go to the parking lot. But I think I went there, I guess, in off season. So no one was doing anything or it was cold or something, right? So I don't really know. But yeah, you probably walk over here maybe and go to the fishing. I don't know what you do, go swimming or something at that beach. So basically I just went in here. And then the second time I went there, I knew how to do it. So I just went in there and left before I paid, basically. Before the thing, it's like I think you could be in there like an accident, like, oh, I didn't realize I'm supposed to be in here. The first time I didn't know there was nothing to do, so I came in here and parked, and then walked around. And by the time I figured out what the hell there was nothing to do, I already owed them like $1,000 or something. So the second time I just came in, I parked over here, got my pictures, and booked the hell out of there before I had to actually pay anything. But anyway, you can go to kind of the Rockford Files. It just looks so different now. It's just neat to say that I've been there. But here's another neat part since we're talking about Malibu. Come back. How do you come out of there? Go to here? Yeah. So you come out of Malibu, out of Rockford Files Place there, and you get back on this street, number 1 it's called. And pretty much anywhere on this beach, see how that road is right next to the beach like that? It comes in for a second to go past this town or something, and then it comes out to the beach again. Wherever it just touches the ocean, that's free. You just park right there. Done. Free. Go ahead and park right here. Like if you look at it, see all these people? Free, 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 free. They can do whatever they want on that beach for free. And it's from like 6 in the morning. No, wait, 6 in the morning till 10 at night.
Is that where you saw the dolphins?
Yeah. So you're sitting out here on the beach, minding your business for nothing. Right? You look out over here, and I seen free porpoises go by, like wild porpoises. That's a real thing. way better than any zoo because they were doing whatever they felt like, and I'm pretty sure they were hunting.
We should have fed them huckleberries.
Nah, I don't know. They get them plugged in their little holes. You're not allowed to take dogs out there, I'm told. So that's the only horrible part about it. And there's a garbage truck there. But yeah, they got garbage cans and nothing else. There's like no water, no bathrooms or anything. So basically everybody in California is like, oh, I'm not going to go there. The facilities aren't nice enough. Like I heard a bad Yelp review. So all of us people that can handle not having fanciness park right next to the ocean for free, the way it should be. Anyway, yeah.
Who's really worried about bathrooms though when you got a big body of water like that?
Yeah, you just wait out in bathroom, wait out bathroom distance. I'm pretty sure that's how everybody does it.
What's that big brown thing floating in the water? I don't know that was from a dolphin.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of the Ween song, Poop Ship Destroyer.
Let's see. So then Ghost is out there. Gizzard jumped in here. It's not saying anything. Just getting paid to hang out, eat. You brought pizza and chips, though. Did you have a certain kind of chip in mind, or was it just a variety, like I had said?
Yeah, there were 2 or 3 different. Well, the regular chips for the people who don't like the flavors, and of course barbecue and sour cream and onion. So if you like cheese, you're kind of screwed. So
yeah, but don't give Gizzard your chopsticks. He takes them all and goes all John Bonham and starts doing drum solos.
That's not what you're supposed to do.
What happened? Who jumped out of here?
Yeah, but you went like hardcore and broke all my chopsticks.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll just go to the Chinese place to get more.
Preferred type of chip flavor. Woods.
Ruffles, sour cream, and cheddar.
DJ?
Anything without ridges and sour cream.
What? Did he say sour cream ridges?
You said without ridges, so
yeah, no ridges, sour cream and onion.
What, you don't like flavor?
Ridges are for dips. They're acting like they're for flavor. Gizzard?
I'll tell you what's really good if you can get them is the salt and vinegar chips.
Oh, so close. So close. And then Mississippi?
Oh, definitely the barbecue.
Any specific one?
Oh, I like the ridges more, with the barbecue. Maybe some sour cream onion dip.
Because, for the longest time, there was like sour cream, barbecue, plain. And you could basically go deal with it. That was all there ever was, right? And then they came out the ridges. But then when they started doing the fancy barbecues to all compete with each other, for a while there, I was like, oh, here's a new barbecue. I'm going to try that. Like, just a different, like, local company or something. Some of them are good, but anyway, I was just wondering because there seem to be a lot of them. How about barbecue? Favorite chip flavor?
Man, probably just to be an oddball here, a kettle cooked salt and pepper chip.
Oddball, you just hit the jackpot. That's one of the best types of potato chips. I think those are amazing. I don't have to have a kettled one. I've had people in the family that like won't eat anything except them Hawaiian burned kind, which are fine. I like them, but I won't only eat those. But I like just salt and pepper. And I'll take.
I was gonna say, if you want to see like 40 or 50 varieties of some crazy ass flavors, the UK is just rife with them. My favorite one was like Thai shrimp.
Oh, no, yeah, I haven't had any, but I had one. I went to a vegan place one time, and it was like a Indian place, and they had something weird, and it ended up being like ketchup. I didn't like it, but I didn't know what it was. It was weird Indian writing, and they had like a thing that looked like a blue strawberry, and I'm like, all right, I'm eating the hell out of these, and they didn't taste good. But I've seen the stuff online. We've looked at stuff before, like all the weird, it'll say like Lay's, but yeah, like mango and salt or something.
Yeah, I forgot Lay's did a biscuits and gravy chip. That was my favorite chip ever while they were making that.
So for people that are jumping in and haven't paid attention, tonight's a potluck. So we're asking that whatever you brought, if you would take it, I can't find the thing, if you would take it over to that big table over there where the drinks are. Oh, I don't have my thing anymore. I can't even click on it. So we do have a big table over there where all the drinks are. Grab something to drink. Let us know what you brought, and then we'll dig in. So I think we were pretty much at, were we at Bob's? No. I think we were at Angelina, and I was jumping to, uh-oh, what happened? We got a different amount of people in here. Is this going to still work? How do I, what's the best one? This one? Yeah. Eventually that'll show up on, oh, I'm not even screen sharing. So now I also have to put my screen back in. There. Okay, I think that works. Angelina was asking about the patches, and that's what I was waiting to open up this window. It's pronounced Macajo. We already know that.
Speaking of patches, I just went over and made a purchase at Allen Anchor earlier this week, and I got all of the mystery patches except for the first mystery patch. So if anybody could possibly hook me up with that, let me know. I have no idea. All I know is it's mystery patch number 1, and it's sold out, so I couldn't get it.
All right. Shit. So what happened? So yeah, she was asking, where'd that one go? Oh, that's when everybody was talking. It was after all this then. There. Is that an AOL patch? Kind of. That is, so there's a story to that, so I was going to blab the story out. It's way up there in the top corner over here. That one underneath of it is one that Hawaii gave me, one of the old hosts of this show before he stopped being 2A. One time he sent me that patch. It's like a helicopter. And then anyway, that was a just the, what would you say, like the embroidered thing on a shirt. It's like, you know, like where the alligator would be on an Izod type of shirt. It's just that whenever I worked at AOL, they didn't have any tall sizes of nothing, and we had to take this stupid picture, I think, with these stupid shirts on, or at least the heads of departments had to take some stupid picture. You know how they do in businesses? And so they were saying everybody has to have this shirt. What size shirt do you want? And I was like, oh, do you have them in tall? No. So I'm like, all right, give me a 5X, and that'll be tall enough. And I don't know what I was thinking. And I was nowhere near a 5X at the time. So I got this shirt, and it was like this. I look like maybe somebody from India, how they wear like a shirt that goes down to their knees or whatever, and then they wear pants under it. I look like that. It was this like smock that I had, and it was made out of like material that normally you'd have like a tight-fitting golf shirt made out of. So it just looks stupid as hell. So it was nowhere near anywhere I was ever going to use it as a shirt. So I just cut that piece out and put Velcro behind it. So it's now a patch, but it's really just cut out of a free shirt I got one time. And I didn't want to throw it away because it says AOL on it, and I got it from AOL. That was pretty much when we bought Time Warner, and everybody thought we were like going to become, what, Apple or whatever? You know, at the time we thought we were going to be the biggest thing on the planet. No, my patch panel isn't as big. That girl has a bigger patch panel than me. Way bigger. It's like 3 times bigger. Mine's 3 times older, though. And she also cheats by making patches. What's all this
Well, you
about?
know what they say, age before beauty. Or size.
What was this all tech crunch thing?
That's an article on the company that acquired StreamYard.
Did you look into it at all? I was like, oh, okay. It doesn't seem to affect us, so I just quit looking at it.
Yeah, it's a company out of London, actually, but they're a startup too, roughly about the same size, about a $30 million company, but they're more of a business-oriented streaming company, so similar interest. So It's money buying money, basically.
We can have 10 people in here, so if anybody's out there who wants to jump in, feel free. We're paying for the duck now, and it's mixed with some kind of European chocolate. So Quebec, French. I don't think it's that kind of Canadian. They've never thrown any French at me. Oh shit! I never thought about it. No, I was wrong because I can't. All of Europe looks the same to me. So English, French, what's the difference? So I was wrong, but yeah, that would have been a double FU to us if they would have been like, oh yeah, we're Canadian, but we're also French Canadian, and now we merged with a French company. So you can have Le Duc, but now it's all en Francais or whatever the fuck they say. And then we don't have to speak French and shit on top of being Canadian. That'd be horrible. Never been there, just Cali, Nevada. Oh, you never been to where? I don't know where he's talking about. It was like an hour ago. There's Biker Bob, who I don't know if he's still out there. He only gets a certain amount of internets per day. But we were talking about Canada earlier. If you scroll down here, this guy called John Crump has a show on pretty much 3 times a week. And he had a guy named Sean on from Canadian Gun Rights. And it was a pretty decent episode, Bob. If you get a chance or if you have the interest, check it out. I asked a couple of questions, and this guy seemed pretty knowledgeable. So I don't know if you've ever met up with him, but he seemed like a pretty cool dude. If you want to set something up and have a Canada chat, I'm down. Come for 2A and leave with so much more. You're right. That's what a good gun chat will offer. What'd you say?
I just said that guy was pretty cool on Crump's chat today.
You want to talk about that at all? Were you watching live? Live?
Yeah, I made a stupid comment about hockey sticks and hockey pucks.
Oh, yeah.
He's Canadian.
Yeah, that was hilarious, man.
I like how he got all serious there for a second. Like, yeah, no, that's not our national weapon. And then he brings it back on me. He's like, have you ever had to fight a Canadian goose? And ironically, I was like, actually, I have. They're vicious little things, but oh man, great sense of humor on that dude too.
Here, look, if you're gonna barbecue a goose, get a frozen one or something. Like, get a dead one that's already picked or plucked.
I don't even want to barbecue a goose. I want to get one as a guard dog.
Can you even barbecue a goose? If you've got a goose and you put it into your barbecuer, it would come out looking like a Cornish hen, right? And you would just have like a gallon of goose drippings underneath it.
Yeah, they're really greasy.
Goose fat.
Same with duck.
Both are delicious.
So we are having a potluck. I don't know if anybody else brought anything else, but now everybody's going to be thinking about eating Canadian goose. Yes, I think that's legal. I'm pretty sure if a Canadian goose comes to America, then we can kill it and eat it. I don't even know if that's true. That's probably not true. I don't know if they're endangered. So that's by no means.
They're not endangered at all. They are.
One every other year, every third year, maybe.
You eat one?
Yeah, for sure.
I hated birds. Birds are half the reason I quit eating that stuff. I don't understand eating birds. They're gross. Chuckle. Oh, that's Bob.
President that 25 ACP and 32 ACP are just outright not legal.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff where it's like, I mean, I can understand that because their laws are old, super old. Right. And it wasn't until like 5 minutes ago that 9mm hit the scene.
Yeah, I kind of wondered, like, is that a law from 1925?
Has to be. Well, yeah, it has to be from like that kind of era. Basically, anything up until 2004 or 6 even. 32 and 380 were the boss of pocket guns. There was 9mm roar bars or something, right? Or a C camp or something, but that was it. And maybe a 9mm revolver existed, but it might have been like 4 shots. Like there was just nobody bothered to make anything besides 25 and 32.
Yeah, 25 ACP was definitely the king of pocket guns for 100 years. Yeah.
And it just lost its seat, and it lost to 380 in like 5 minutes, and then 380 got clobbered by 9mm like 15 minutes after that. But for a minute there, 380 was a star. Like, holy crap! All the 380 guns that exist, except for the ones that just came out, but like for a minute there, they all existed because they were like, oh, we could put 380 in here instead of 32, and all we got to do is get rid of the stuff that nobody wants, like the external safety. And then bang, we made a little pocket gun. And then they were like, wow, we're satisfied. Well, wait a minute, we can make that 9mm and just add, like, lose one round or whatever. And all that happened before 2008, right? Like from 2000 to 2008. We just went, well, like I said, we were watching that chat and they were like, why would you write a law about 25 ACP? Pole flip is instant. Will take. Oh, what's Bob talking about? Am I missing stuff?
Polar ice capped inversion.
Yeah, but I'm saying you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. I didn't see Bob say nothing about a polar ice cap inversion. Am I missing it? You guys can see what I can see, right? I'm screen sharing the chat. Anyway, that's weird. Because there's some of yours that
Biker Bob actually replied to him. It's like the pole flip, volcanism, and then Dead Horse seems to know quite a bit about it.
Yeah, I watch a lot of videos on that stuff. They can tell by the volcanic rocks because it's magnetic in time. Its magnetic signature gets frozen in time when that lava cools, so they can tell exactly which way was north when that rock cools, even if it was 2 billion years ago, right? So they know throughout all of Earth's history, at least for the last couple billion years, where the magnetic pole was on Earth at that given time when it erupted. So because of that data, they can tell that the magnetic pole flip takes 200 to 400,000 years to actually complete. It's never overnight. They haven't found a single case of it happening. Not even within 100 years, not even within 1,000 years. All the data says it takes 200 to 400,000 years for it to actually happen. Because it's a really slow process.
Man, I am not being facetious at all. That is freaking incredibly interesting. No idea.
Speaking of something interesting, Honda is headed to DC. If he was in here, I would ask him if he's butthurt that he didn't get to DC with the opportunity to jump in there. Although it would have been a slim chance he would have been, in a position to have the opportunity to go inside. But seeing as though that happened, 13 days before, well, maybe 14 days or whatever, 15 days before he was going to be there, is he butthurt that he didn't get to be there for that? One, I'm going to ghost him here. This is going to get like a shit ton of questions. Is he butthurt that he didn't get to be there for this? And then if he was there and he could have done it, would he have gone inside? And then, safe travels. But yeah, he's on his way to DC. I think Bob's talking about that, although now I'm all skeptical. I'm missing everybody's things. Am I blaming the StreamYard for this? I have to blame the StreamYard, right?
Yes, the French's fault.
What?
It's the French's fault.
Oh, maybe it's because I got this on. Well, that one I could see because I had that on Top Chat. But this one, you don't get to choose if it's top or live, do you? Gary, is there a place
It's always Top Chat when you first come in. You have to choose live chat.
No, I know that in YouTube, but I'm talking about over on this one, which is the StreamYard. I just have the StreamYard feed over here that I'm.
Oh, that's everything. Yeah, the StreamYard shows the live chat basically. It shows everything.
Okay, well then I'm missing stuff. That's annoying. So I don't know where they were talking about aliens, but yeah, we should definitely have more chats about that. Oh, I was listening to. Where did I go? Oh, I had to go mail something. I got a shit ton of stuff on eBay that I'm selling, trying to make money, pay off bills, and I brought something over to the mailbox place so that it would still get out today, and I had NPR on, and if I was the type to throw a fit or have a conniption based on misrepresentation of reality, holy crap, NRA, what's it called? NPR. they are masters of manipulation. Like, that is difficult to listen to sometimes, and today was a prime example of it. So anyway, made me think as I was listening to this, just horrible crap. I had to literally record some of it on my phone. It was so bad. I was thinking about, like, really? This is basically if I was an alien and I was going to take over a population of people. It seems like we're the cows in the feedlot, and we just don't realize that it's not that the yard got a little smaller.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Trying to touch on two things going on the inside and eBay. An authentic House of Representatives speaker podium taken yesterday was on eBay. Don't know if it still is. For $77,877.
Yeah, I'm sure that guy's going to jail for a while.
Oh yeah, 10-year minimums for the lot of them. And there's actually a friend of mine sent me both that and a picture of the guy with it tucked under his arms throwing up a peace sign on his way out. Ridiculous.
If it was impromptu and, like, pictures from Woodstock, I'd be like, oh, look at that. Like, somebody was out there taking some pictures of a happening, and, we just happen to have some glimpses of it. But when you go there with camera's intent to do that, then it's less. It's just staged. G is saying, was that where Point Break was filmed? I have no idea. Does anybody know where Point Break? Angelina might know. She lives there. She probably watched it film or watched them.
That
film.
has to be in California. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Malibu.
I think what the thing is they film all that stuff right there because it's probably easy. You know what I mean? Like, the place probably knows how to film because everybody's always filming there. So it's no big deal to close it. Nobody gets offended when they close it for the days. But then it's just right there. And I don't know. It could I would think it would be, but I really don't know. I can barely tell. I can tell when I'm watching a movie and they show California beach or something. If I've seen the buildings around it, that's how I can tell. Or if I can see the airport or something, like, that'll help put it in perspective sometimes. But I'm no expert.
Yeah, I do know this about Point Break. They did not the Bells shooting sequence. That it was not in Australia at all. It's in Oregon that they filmed that one.
Well, yeah, that's probably super expensive to fly somewhere just for a scene.
Well, it's so close to the studios there that they can just basically, one day from shooting at the studio, just, drive up there. And whereas if they're filming in like a completely different state, they got to take an entire town with them to shoot a movie. Like, if you've ever seen what was it called? Independence Day. I went down in southern Utah when they were doing Independence Day here, and they literally built a town out in the desert to film that movie. And, so like just being able to leave from LA somewhere 20 minutes away or something to go film. Yeah, I bet it's a lot easier and a lot more cost effective for them to do that. Right.
And imagine if they got to refilm something, they can just go over there and do it. They don't have to send a crew out again. Yeah. So Honda said he just started back to work. Not used to be on his feet for 8 hours. Yeah, I imagine. So that'll be interesting to hear how it went going back. According to NPR, we're in the hottest zone in Earth. And I'm not even shitting you. They said that Arizona is one of the most critical hot zones on Earth. So I don't know how Colorado is doing. But if he got to go back to work, I'm guessing it's got to be getting better. That's what you just said, right?
Yep.
So then CloverTac. Who doesn't want to jump in here, even though he had a show earlier today? He's obviously awake. Biscuits and gravy potato chips. Is that a real thing, or is he just saying that because he's a FUD?
That's a real thing.
I mentioned that right after you mentioned the Lay's chips.
I can understand the gravy part. Gravy is sausage drippings with flour, and that's it. And then you can see putting that on the potato chip. But are you saying there's also somehow a biscuit flavor in there, or some chunks of biscuit or something?
It's more so just the sausage gravy flavor, I think. But they're freaking amazing, and Lay's needs to bring them back.
Like if they just called it sausage gravy potato chips, I ain't eating it, but I understand it. But the biscuit part is what gets me. But on the other hand, they can do some clever stuff with flavors and food. Have
Like,
but
I was just gonna say, like, I drink a protein shake every morning, and if they had a protein shake and biscuit and gravy flavor, oh my god, I'd be a happy camper.
So what are you talking protein shake? Pre-made or you make it?
I do pre-made ones because trying to see the line on my shake bottle to do the powder ones and add the water is a huge pain in the butt. So the pre-made ones are a lot simpler.
Oh, see that I wasn't thinking pre-made like taking stuff and sticking it in a blender, like a handful of this and a cup of that type of pre-made. You're talking like a mix type of pre-made. So then, are you talking like the thing that tastes like a milkshake, or are you talking something that tastes like gross in some way or another?
They're not too bad. The one I normally have is called mixed berry, which that flavor is basically like if you had Captain Crunch with crunch berries. It tastes like what your milk tastes like after you eat all the cereal.
So like
Right on.
somebody
Yeah, a
dumped
lot
a
of
pound
times
of
those
sugar
things
into it.
no, they use a lot of whey protein, milk protein, so that's already sweet, or at least it's really close to being sweet. So all you got to do is think with it a little
Yeah,
bit.
I say it's not sugary at all. There's only like 1 gram of sugar in the shake.
No, I meant the milk after the cereal.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't have that sugary taste. It just has like that crunch berry taste. It's kind of weird. You'd have to try one.
Oh, I was just thinking about a dish full of sucrosis.
So is it busy or dead? I don't know if he answered that. We'll find out. Biscuit. Oh yeah, we know what you mean. Although he might have said biscuits and grizzy. I don't know what the hell they eat in Texas, but maybe grizzy's good. So Honda's saying it's nice to make money again, but people are terrible. The whole lockdown thing made people forget how to deal with people. That's a shame because it's a lot of like when we had the brief intermission of weirdness during 9/11. I happened to be driving from one side of the continent to the other right after all that craziness, and it was the opposite. It was it was an amazing country because everybody had a lot of gratitude that people were going back out, and there had been just not even a month of shutdown, really. You know, all the transportation was shut down. They kind of said, don't travel unless you have to because they didn't know what was going on with everything. And the response was like, you know, thank you for traveling, like thank you for being here. It was amazing, and everybody was super appreciative, I guess. So it sucks that not experiencing that. Is this really a thing? Cinnamon and sugar potato chips?
Oh yeah, that's absolutely a thing, and they are delicious.
Regular or sweet potato chips?
They're like the regular Pringles that are cinnamon and sugar flavored, and they are awesome.
I would eat one, but I don't think I'm eating that. Like a stack of them or nothing.
They are so much better than what you think they would be. Like I would rather have that than probably like a piece of pie or something for dessert. Like they are just really good.
My grandpa
They're probably the most addicting potato chips I've ever had.
My grandpa used to take a flat noodle, like an egg noodle, I guess, like a flat noodle though, and you boil it, and then it's just a plain noodle, right? It's all soft. It's like an egg noodle, like so spaghetti-ish except flat. And then he would put cinnamon sugar on that and eat that.
Yeah.
But it kind of reminds me of that. Like I can understand it. It's just a simple thing, but the thing is, what he was eating was sort of hot. It was sort of like a weird oatmeal almost. This, I'm guessing, is more like a kind of a salty cookie because it's still salty, right?
Oh yeah, yep. And that sweet and salt goes better together than what you would think. And so does like chili and chocolate. There's a chocolate my wife likes that's has like chili, like chili pepper in it, right? Like a type of chili pepper in it. And that doesn't sound good to me at all until I tried it, and then I was like, "Wow, like that's actually really good."
I had a cupcake one time that was chocolate with jalapeno or some kind of pepper, and yeah, it was. I was like, I'm going to try it, and then I was like, I don't think I'd eat it often, but I would definitely. It would hit the spot occasionally because it's so interesting, and you eat it, and it's just like eating chocolate, At least the cupcake was. And then when you're done, there's like the warm feeling of maybe you just ate something with some spice in it.
In Japan, there was a show on Netflix that talks about like all sorts of, I can't remember what it was called, but all sorts of crazy stuff. And they started talking about all the crazy food in Japan, and they were showing all these potato chip flavors. They had like toothpaste flavored potato chips. And just like you would imagine, just the most weirdest thing that you could ever think to put in a potato chip flavor. They had it. It was, I couldn't believe it. Like toothpaste flavored potato chips. I mean, come on. But like all those crazy flavors are super popular in Japan. Like,
well, doesn't like McDonald's have weird things in Japan, like shrimp and crap like that?
I don't know about McDonald's.
Yeah, McDonald's will have regional menu items or whatever that's called.
Yeah, and in Japan, Kentucky Fried Chicken for Thanksgiving is like a huge deal. And that's actually how one of their original ad campaigns, television ones. It's really kind of creepy. There's a Colonel Sanders Santa, and everybody's eating these chicken things.
So Honda's saying he likes the blue corn chips with cheese and salsa. I'm guessing he means like from like where you heat them up in a what is that thing called? Like a broiler or whatever, and you melt the cheese on top and then salsa. I think that's what he's talking about. It's like a nachos with salsa on it.
Yeah, pre-made chip.
Everything. Ketchup.
Those are so gross. I'm sorry, they're gross.
I'm trying to remember. I know I've had them, but I'm not a big fan of ketchup. I'm pretty sure they just tasted like a tomato chip, though. But
Canada does have a sour cream and bacon that we don't have here, so we might want to consider invading.
That actually sounds good.
Those are actually
You're saying they have a chip flavor called sour cream and bacon?
Yeah, and they don't offer it here anywhere.
That sounds really good. The ketchup flavored one does not sound good.
No, they're gross.
I think I've remember sour cream and bacon because they were going with the like baked potato theme. I can't remember, or maybe I'm thinking of potato skins.
Oh, wow, I remember those.
Are potato skins a potato chip, or is it I mean, it's not a potato chip, but do you consider them in the potato chip realm?
The same way you would have to with Pringles because it's reconstituted. Yeah, it's reconstituted potato flakes.
Yeah, I like those things personally.
You can still get them. The dollar stores around here have them.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing they're at all the dollar stores still. If they have them. Well, I think they are. I've seen them around. I don't get them that often. They're too salty. But yeah, they're good. I don't know. I think I'd rather eat, well, maybe there's days where I'd rather eat a tater skin thing than a Pringle. I don't mind Pringles. Do you like Pringles or the ones in the blue, Lay's? Or do you care?
Pringles.
Anyone?
Yeah, Pringles.
Pringles.
I agree. The other ones, the blue ones, have like some kind of weird aftertaste. Although I ate the shit out of them for a while because you get that free blue container. And now I have a bunch of free blue containers. I had a bunch of bolts that were like 6 inches long, and I didn't know where to put them because they don't fit in any of my drawer thingies, for organizing stuff. And they kept like knocking over every time I put them in a drawer, like in a jar or like a cup or something. They kept knocking them over. So at some point, I'm like, you know what? And I just stuck them into there and wrote on the lid, whatever they are, 6-inch lag bolts or 4-inch screws or something, like all the long stuff, though. I transferred it to those blue things and just wrote on the lids in marker. In fact, I even bought some of the spicy ass hot ones so that I would get the red tube. They have different color tubes.
I have a crazy story about Pringles and the United States Navy, but it's probably best saved for off air. But when we go off air, I'll tell you guys that it's quite the thing.
It's kind of common knowledge that in order to smuggle a bunch of Pringles into a submarine, they will fill the what do they call that thing? They will fill the periscope tube with them.
And just dispense them freely.
They're like, how come the periscope's up in a full upright position and we're not even underwater? Like, none of your business. Let's just not question everything.
I thought you were going to say like fill the life preservers with them or something.
I just figured that periscope tube looks like the perfect place to stow a bunch of Pringles. And you just keep, every time you eat some, you just keep making it come back in.
You can use Pringles cans to make a flame assistance device that's pretty wicked with butane.
The best thing about Pringles is that one serving size can that they give you. You don't need the lid.
I agree. When I start eating those chips, it's usually I eat the whole can. It seems like it's
You're saying like there's another possibility.
They make half cans, so you can force yourself to eat the whole. I'm going to eat the whole thing, but I'm only going to buy the half cans or whatever. Any other uses for the cans? Because I buy the paper ones occasionally, also Pringles kind, or the dollar ones, whatever's $1, or the containers themselves. I found that's the easiest way if you're going to try to cut the ends off of an aluminum can. Is you take a Pringles can and you cut the ends off of it, and now you got a paper tube, and then you just cut like a slice down it. So now you've got like a weird paper taco shell looking kind of thing, right? That curls in on itself. Because as soon as you cut a tube, it just wants to curl in on itself. So now you take an aluminum can, you shove it in there, and you can easily, with like one of them Ginsu steak knives or anything really, hacksaw or something, you can cut the ends off of a aluminum can like 2 seconds, like way less time than it took to explain all that. And then you just poke it through to the other side of the thing, or you cut your Pringles can down to just about the size of a can, so you just don't even have to move it, and you can use it as like a fixture to cut both sides off. But mainly it supports the roundness of the aluminum can while you cut the end off, and you're left with basically an aluminum tube. So if you ever need a bunch of aluminum cans cut up, that's a perfect opportunity to go buy some Pringles.
You can also just I saw a video about hacks on Pringles cans, and you can use them to amplify your speaker on your phone.
Yeah,
direct it more at you, and that seemed to work pretty decent.
Where you kind of cut like a slot, right? And
yeah, you cut a slot, and you just set your phone partially in there. The one that I really liked was, instead of having like all the big bags of like baking soda and yeast and sugar and stuff like that, you can just use the Pringles cans and dump all that sack stuff in there, and it takes up way less space.
Well, yeah, but get those Lay's ones, because they're blue plastic made out of like milk jug material with a lid that goes on and off forever. Like it's a lead that'll last for a long, long time.
We just used the Pringles when my wife did it, but I've been liking it. It actually saved a lot of room in the pantry doing that.
Oh yeah,
big bags of flour and stuff.
Let's see. So, are we that far back? Oh, you're talking about Japan. Honda saying he drove to California in October through Utah. Where in Utah are you? And Utah is one beautiful state. You know it. Well, you want to tell him? He's basically by
I told him. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I wouldn't say almost in Nevada, but he's not almost in Nevada. Are you? You're like a couple hours from Nevada.
An hour away.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I'll show it. Get a lot of different stuff at the groceries. Loose breathe, pokey. I've been to markets all around, and there's almost no consistency, which is kind of neat. You can go to different ones, and there's certain things that are consistent, but the stores themselves are all over the place. So that could be I imagine that probably is a whole topic of somebody's interest, just going to different types of, what would you call them, like ethnic grocery shops or ethnic delis or ethnic food stores?
Oh yeah, it's a hobby.
I mean, I do. If I drive around, like I've been to Mediterranean markets and in Middle Eastern markets and Asian markets in
How do you know what to buy and what's in the package though? A lot of the times,
Like half the time, it's sort of like fun. Yeah, I mean,
you just gotta look at the picture and guess.
No, sir, you can ask. You can ask. They're almost always. You know how it is. If somebody came from like somewhere and they were like, "Oh, what's this Pringles and what's this?" You'd be like, "Oh, these are potato chips and it tastes great." You know, like, these are going to be salt. You know, you'd help somebody out, and they're the same way. But most of the time, you can tell. It's like, you know, if this is in the aisle with the spaghetti sauces, it's probably some kind of spaghetti sauce type of thing or something, or like it's in the aisle with the dumplings. You know what I mean? Like you can kind of tell what it is. But that's part of the fun is that they have different interests and different kind of flavors, and often I think these things are also like where you're going to go get your holiday food. It's not like every day I eat blah blah blah. Like it's like, you know, once a year we eat blah 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 when somebody is going to have a girl or give birth to a girl, you know, or some kind of like on somebody's 16th birthday, everybody eats this kind of cake. But, you know, I don't care. I just appropriate or whatever. So I go in there and be like, let me have the 16-year-old birthday cake because that's what I like eating. You know, I'm just going to eat whatever I handpick out of here. So, yeah, I have no idea if I'm eating the appropriate stuff or not. And nobody's ever really been, I don't think anybody's ever been like, oh, no, you shouldn't eat that. That's only for certain times or anything. Figure if they're selling it, they don't care what you do with it. But anyway, no, you don't know. Sometimes I don't go around eating the meat stuff. So, I mean, it's not like I'm eating a dog if I think I'm eating a cow because I'm not trying to eat none of that. I'm probably eating an onion when I think I'm eating a potato or something, maybe.
You can always refer to the labeling. 90% of what comes in has to get some sort of either nutritional or ingredients labeling, and that'll help out quite a bit. There's a Mediterranean grocery here in town where I get like.
Yeah, that's a good point. And they'll stick a U.S. label on there, even if it's like truly something that's never even designed to be sold here. They like say they have to put it on there, so they'll just be like some additional sticker that'll tell you what's in there. That's the best stuff. I like the stuff that wasn't even ever made to be made here or sold here. But then I did go to one time in Chicago, outside of Chicago, and I couldn't find a freaking restaurant in Chicago. What the freaking Chicagoans? So nowhere. And I was free. I had just hung out with Smeggy or something, and I was like, oh, wait, was this? I forget. I think it was a different trip. Oh yeah, it was that trip. I just said goodbye to Smeggy, and I had a little time before I needed to get to the next place, and I was going to Minnesota. So I was like, hot damn, I got Chicago. Because often, you know, I got a choice of one place I'm gonna go, right? Like, oh, I can go here, and that's it. Or sometimes I have two places I can go choose from. Anyway, I went to looked around, nothing was open. At least nothing I could get to, or that wasn't like $1 million. And so I went to a Mediterranean market, and I forgot what I bought anymore, but I bought something that I could make in the van, and I got it. I got to wherever I was going, probably some parking lot somewhere, and I was going to start cooking. And I look at it, and I didn't look at it in the store, I guess, like an idiot. And the expiration date was like 2 years earlier or something. Oh, so I, like packed it all freaking right back up, went back. And the worst thing is, it was that freaking pan bread or naan bread. So I don't know if you ever eaten naan, but it's sort of like a big English muffin pancake looking thing. It's like a type of bread that's got some holes in it. It's like an English muffin, but it's also like a pancake. It looks like a pancake. It tastes like an English muffin. So I had gotten a couple of naans and some of this other crap, whatever else it was. And I was like, no, I wanted all my money back because that's the way I am. Like, I don't trust nothing. If the place is going to leave something out that's like really old, I forgot if it was 3 months old or 3 years old. Something was gross. And I was like, I'm just not even risking it. Like, I'm on the road traveling. Like, I don't want nothing from this place. That was about the only thing I can remember off the top of my head, though, where one of these markets, I got something that was more of not me not paying attention and them just not rotating their stock good. It was like a can.
That sounds like Apu Alsapima Pedalon selling Homer all the expired hot dogs.
I'll pull out something out of the cupboard.
No, this was more like, you know, where the people, like I say, like where you probably go to get like your traditional whatever kind of food. And this was just, I just happened to grab, you know, the olives or something that I forget what it was. Anyway, whatever, you know, I grabbed whatever that And I don't know, but at the same time, I'm not giving them a pass either. Yeah, like I thought it was bad enough that I want my money back. I don't trust nothing from this store.
Totally.
Yeah, I'm super picky about that. I'll pull out a can of like green beans or something out of the pantry, and it'll be like 1 week expired, and I can't eat it. Like my wife's like, no,
What?
that's the day that it's best by. Like it's good long after that. I'm like, I don't care. Like I can't. I like if it's 1 day past that expiration date, like same with the milk or anything, like nope, I can't touch it. I've had food poisoning too many times before. Like I can't force myself to do it on anything. Like if it's just even 1 day past that date, like I don't touch it.
Well, just know that the shelf life for canned goods is considerably longer than the date. And really, your wife is pretty accurate there. That's when you can expect to have the flavor as if you opened it new. And after that, it's just a slow deterioration. But the litmus for that is, how's it smell? If it smells bad, chuck it. If it doesn't, it should be all right.
I just can't force myself to do it, and I just can't.
Right on. Yeah, mental block.
Yeah.
Oh, and gee, the difference in naan, at least according to my understanding, is naan has yogurt in it.
Yogurt bread? Oh, that'd be interesting.
Yeah. And sometimes eggs or
yeah.
Or
Well, no. Well, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, it's a batter. Or it's a dough. So it's a dough that is pan cooked, but it's baked. So it's basically it's like a bread dough that's a little bit wet, like a pizza dough, just a little bit dry, I guess. And then you slap it to the side of the oven, and then the thing, basically the water and the dough glues it to the oven, and it steams / bakes the bread, but at the same time it's going to get baked like a pizza in a pizza oven, like a pizza crust in a pizza oven. So it definitely comes out in a kind of a hybrid baked situation. But yeah, it's got like it's just flour, salt, baking soda, and yogurt, and some milk usually, and then butter on top. Imagine just having some kind of bread in your head, and you're like, okay, I just bought this bread. I'm going to be eating this bread. I'm going to wipe this on the bread. This is 3 years old. So I'm like, nah, dang it. I kind of want to keep eating this, but I'm not going to risk, another 3 weeks on the road or something with bad naan in me. So anyway, Honda's saying we need to do Western State Gun Channel meetup. We've already got that plan, dude. We have to figure out when. But I am convinced that the way to do it is to either go to Denver or to Albuquerque, one or the other, and then go from one to the other. So if we start in Denver, go to hang out in Denver, go to Dragon Man's, and then go to the Red Dawn place, and then go to Albuquerque. Oh, and then the NRA range out there. Or go the other way, start in Albuquerque, go to the Red Dawn place, then the NRA range, and then Dragon Man. Because there's that place just south of you where you're afraid to go into New Mexico, where I don't know if Honda's still out there actually, but just south of Honda in New Mexico, just across the border, like literally you could probably wing a rock from Colorado to hit the NRA's giant range out there, and there's everything from campgrounds to condos. I don't think there's like a hotel, but there's like, I don't know what you call it, a cottage, or like you can rent the whole house type of thing, or like split, kind of like a condo type of thing. And then there might even be barracks. So there's all kinds of like price points and places to stay. So I can't imagine, unless there's like a major event going on, that it would ever be so full that we couldn't really like fill the place up, like really spread out there. Just tons and tons of ranges. It's huge. So that could be a lot of fun, because then we could pull triggers at a place, and with a bunch of people who are creating content, we'd have clout, or at least reason to do what we want. They'd probably leave us alone, and we'd be promoting the place, so we could probably spread out to like multiple ranges. There's the museum there, which is not the biggest museum, but it's a museum, and a library. That would be the other neat thing. How cool would it be to start digging into some of the resources that are out there, like the shared libraries that we got. So anyway, that's the NRA place just south of it is where they filmed Red Dawn, and that's a fun place to hang out, just a little town. And then there's a place where they filmed Longmire. Actually, it's gone. Otherwise, you got Albuquerque, and I just figured Albuquerque because it's easy to fly in and out of. Or you could just fly from Albuquerque or go to Albuquerque, drive up to Dragon Man's and back, or go to Denver and down to NRA and back. But I suspect it's a little bit shorter to fly or to drive from one to the other. But I don't know. Anyway, that's what we had been thinking. But that would be a drive for everybody, really, except for Honda. If somebody else got other ideas, then, and I guess it would also depend on who all's going, then we might actually, you know, if everybody was in Washington, we might move it to Washington, right? But we'd have to see who'd be interested in showing up. I know when the some of the gun channels people have talked about it. Gary's been around, I think, when like Clover will bring it up or something, and they talk about doing it in like Oklahoma. You know, Tulsa makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I just propped Gary with Kansas City.
Yeah, that'd work.
Yeah.
Kansas City. How's in Kansas
Yeah.
City? It'll take forever to everybody get to. There's nothing.
Take me an hour to get there.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like, oh yeah, that's the best spot. I think Tulsa has like Tulsa's got the ranges. If the gun shows happen, and it's got that, there's like 3 museums or whatever. There's 5, 6 museums nearby. And Snob is right there. He's got land, right? Like potentially have a place to shoot privately or something. Like,
oh yeah,
I think Dragons,
great
man,
because like Clover's got to commute, you know, from Texas. It kind of doesn't matter where you are in Texas. You're going to drive all damn day.
Yeah.
No. Clover's like 15 minutes from Tulsa. He acts like it's.
Oh, is he?
Right north. He's like him. It's like it's less than when I drive to Vegas. It's like 4 hours for him, right?
Oh wow.
Yeah,
I think closer to the Gulf.
Closer.
Is it closer or no?
I think it's between 4 and 6.
Well, maybe it's a little longer, but I think I drive 8 to get to Vegas. So it's not. I mean, I know that it was shorter than like when I go to SHOT Show, but it's still a drive. It's a half a day, but it's not like if he was in where Matt's at. Matt takes a half a day just to get to San Antonio, and San Antonio is like a freaking day from everywhere else in Texas.
Yeah, I can be in Tulsa in 3.5 hours. Not bad at all.
And Ghost is right there, and well, there's Nut already there. But anyway, so the problem with Tulsa is there's not, except for the gun stuff. You know, it's not like cheap hotels, something like that. And then there's also Vegas, which, depending on whatever happens in the world, Vegas has all the Vegas stuff. And every once in a while, there's events that happen in Vegas too. So if you coordinated with one of those, that could be a thing. But yeah, I think
I like Dragon Man's. I think that's the best idea, just because.
Oh no, it is. It is the best museum, the coolest dude, supporting. Not like, you know, who wants to fucking support the NRA? I am all about keeping the NRA going, but I'm not bending over backwards to fucking support them. They're a bunch of jerks half the time, right? So I want the museum to be there forever, and I want the NRA to exist. But if we're going to support somebody as a group, let's support Dragon Man, like an actual dude, best private collection ever. And we could shoot there, and we could run around with dirt bikes or something there, and shoot paintball and stuff like that there.
I wonder how long it would take.
Well, if it was the right time of year, you could probably literally camp right outside there. There's a lot of camping and stuff going on outside. There's just so many trails and camping spots all along that area. Like,
well, I'm thinking if you contacted him and we said, hey, we're going to do this, he'd be like, yeah, you can hang out here or something, or give us like a place to hang out over by his dirt bike tracks or something.
Yeah.
Or if not, he might know somebody. But yeah, it's Colorado, so there's definitely places to go. So I'm down. We just got to figure out when everybody can do it, and then where. Midwest.
Well, if you kind of think about it, Colorado's kind of like the center of the country too. It's, you know, that's going to be like very central to where some people are going to be close, but you know, it's going to, that's probably the most fair thing, is somewhere central in the country, right?
Well, yeah. The thing is, it depends on who's driving and who's flying, because then an airport can be a thing.
I'm taking a train if I were to go.
Really?
Heck yeah. I refuse to fly just because I have no urge to fly, and a bus would suck. Obviously, I'm not driving myself, and I've taken a train all the way to Nebraska before. That was pretty badass.
Well, don't. I mean, unless you really want to, don't rule things out, because there's been people that have carpooled and ride shared to events before, all across country. So you could road trip with somebody potentially.
Yeah, and if there's somebody who wants to come down from the north central states, Omaha is a way station, and a potential, ride pickup is. I'm offering that straight up.
Now Honda's saying he made a bet that the 20th would be more crazy. No, I would have not gone inside. Dudes that do that are facing 10 years. Yeah, exactly. For a freaking picture, doesn't make sense. And it didn't help nothing in the big picture. Yes, 10 solid. What was that one?
10 years for an unlawful trespass at worst.
10 years for going in. I didn't know it was at 10 years. Is that because it's a federal property or something, probably? Because I know like a lot of federal shit is 10 years right off the bat.
Well, they're probably all getting charged with like destruction of property, with vandalism, it's probably more than just trespassing. I'm guessing there's a lot of charges.
You figure that it's like everybody's going to be tried separately. So you figure like they're going to look at like all the different coverage, and they're going to be able to go, I'm guessing, I hope, that they go, okay, now we know that this guy broke that window, and she did this, and he did that, and she did this, and he did that, and this and that. So now they know everything that happened, and then they give that to everybody's like courts, right? So they're not going to have to do that every time, right? They're going to do that once. They're going to share that info, and then you think that like the guy that broke a window is going to get charged differently than the girl.
No, I think they're all going to face the same charges, because it's just like if you're riding with someone in a stolen car, you're going to get charged with that too, right?
So instead they look at a list. This happened, like this window was broke, this door. So that these are the charges. You are all the people that were involved. You're all getting the same charge.
Yeah.
That makes sense too. I mean, I understand that.
Woods had some information on that.
Isn't it guilty by association? Like, if you know that, yeah.
Exactly what Ded's saying. It's just like if you're riding in the car, even if I don't know you went and robbed the liquor store, I'm still going to jail for robbery of the liquor store, whether I did it or not. I'm a co-conspirator.
Oh, are you guys about to say stuff in here? Like an hour behind in the chat, probably. Are you guys saying you talked about that in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a bad experience I had with because like in that one, he wrung its neck and it was still alive. I had a duck that I shot. And I thought it was dead, so I put it on my lanyard, and I was walking over because I was going to shoot some other ducks. Turns out the duck wasn't dead. Cut me good.
Oh, so in other words, I missed something over here where Honda was talking about throwing a rock at a goose. He's just not like a psychopath, and he's like, "Oh, you guys are talking about guns? This one time I killed a goose."
Well,
but instead, you guys were actually talking about killing birds, and then I was missing something.
We were talking about shooting gooses.
Okay. Now I get it. I never hit a bird in the head. That's pretty damn good. I've hit birds in the body tons of times with a rock, and they never died. They just get pissed and come home. Yeah, most of them. Like, anyway, I won't get into it. I'm not a big fan of birds. Birds can go fuck off. Now we're down to
I've been shit on by birds out in the wild 13 times.
What? It's crazy.
Yeah.
What, you stand under shit a lot? Obviously, you stand under shit a lot.
I don't know what's crazier, the fact that he got shit on 13 times or he remembers the exact number.
No, you remember. After the 7th time, you're going to be like, fuck, I'm never going to get what the hell, birds stopped. And then you're like, that's a 7th time. And then you're like, do. Oh, 8th time. What's the odds of getting shit on 8 times in a lifetime? Holy crap. And then it happens again. You're like 9 times. And now you're looking for the Guinness Book of World Records, right?
Birds are way smarter than what people give them credit for. I was watching these tests that they did at this college. Birds can remember if someone was mean to them, like if you threw something at them, they will remember that and they will know what car you're driving. And a month later, you can come and park your car and they will shit only on your car. And not only will that one bird you threw something at come and shit on your car, he tells all his bird buddies to come do it. And that's a real thing that they tested at a college. They did a whole experiment on it. And like, that's a real thing. Like, so he must have pissed off a bird and that bird gets all of his buddies and tells them, like, that's a real thing.
Birds of a feather, and I'm sure that back in the day, man, somebody would have been like winging a rock at a bird, and then back in the old days when there wasn't cars and shit, what did birds have to do? So if some kid was winging a rock at a bird, that bird was probably like, "Hey, that's that kid that was fucking ringing rocks at me that time," and then they probably were mean to that kid because what else are birds gonna fucking do, right? I bet you it's been like that forever. Fucking asshole birds, because they flock. They're one step away from being hives, right? They fucking have quantum connection when they fly.
Oh yeah, they do.
Things or whatever. Fucking assholes.
Instantaneous, yeah. If you ever seen those flocks, it's instantaneous the way that they move. It's crazy.
Yeah. So
it's like a psychic connection is like what a lot of people.
It's quantum. It's evidence of quantum biology. Fish and birds, yeah, they all think at the same time. Same. Whatever. Anyway, so yeah, you can tell how creepy they are. They're basically aliens. Before Thanksgiving, when I was 17 or 18, we saw a wild turkey, but fatter, jumped out of the car, ran, wrung its neck. It was on the way home. It was still alive. It came alive. I stood on it until we got home. Yeah. I don't think I ever killed a bird. No, maybe I did, but I understand how I think I had to kill a bird one time. Like it was one of them weird things where like a creepy uncle's like, "No, he has to kill the bird," and them kind of things. But yeah, they're not like looking to die, right? Their necks have some fucking bones and stuff in there. It's not they don't just snap off like a piece of twig or something. So yeah, I can imagine. And just because you snap their neck, that doesn't kill them, right? That just makes it so they start to die. They probably take a while.
They're super tough. Just think about like baby birds falling out of nests, like where their bones are filled full of air. Like they're made to survive and take a bunch of abuse, man.
Yeah, they're like a fish. Yeah, exactly. They don't. Yeah, they're basically fish. But yeah, except they're way bigger, and then like you're saying, they got like horns on their feet and stuff sometimes, and wings can have horns on them, or hooks or something. Am I crazy?
No, they do. Yeah.
Depending on the bird.
Yeah, I guess
ducks have bigger claws than people think.
On their feet or on their wing?
On their feet.
Okay. Everyone or certain breeds of them? Or
everyone I've ever shot, but I can't account for all ducks everywhere in the world.
You ever catch a wood duck?
Yep, shot it right out of the tree.
Does that feel weird? You're like,
Yeah, it was a little a problem for me. It was like I felt bad, but I didn't feel that bad.
Like, I don't know. And then let's see. Oh, that's your one you're talking about. Putting on a lanyard. The Baconator flavor. Barely remember that one. Was it when you went to that restaurant? Let's see. In Hong Kong, KFC, your meal has a China plate. Oh, a China plate, metal silverware, and plastic glass with stem. Oh, okay.
What is a China plate? I don't know if I know.
Like a regular,
like a ceramic plate, made out of China.
Oh, okay.
I think people get
Something
dressed
that
up when they
isn't stoneware.
like. Don't they get dressed up? It's like a big deal.
It's like going to more like going to what's that place called? Red Lobster here or something, where some people are like, "Oh, this is a fancy."
Like Demolition Man and Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably, huh? Exactly. Like there's the big multinational. Well, the thing is, too, we're acting like that's a big thing. It's probably like, is it like some kind of weird, ironic thing for them to be like, "Oh, we're like Americans."
No, they know it's a joke.
Let's see. I like the Old Bay. Marco got me on the Old Bay, so I know what Old Bay is all about. I can understand that. You ever had Oots or Uts or whatever they're called?
Yep.
They're pretty good. They're all right. I forget which trip. I think on a couple of trips, I've eaten some local chips. And so on a couple of the road trips, I've seen and then grabbed like a local chip just to try them out. I just don't like them enough to keep them track of them. I probably should have taken more pictures of them. Let's see. Oh, this was when you're saying that somebody was using Pam cooking spray instead of hairspray. I guess that could happen if it looked like they're.
That is funny. I laughed so hard when I read that. That is hilarious.
Like if it was the same like logo or something or colors as their hairspray back home, because it's the same can probably. I seen a thing that was pretty neat. You take a paint can, any kind of can like that, and whenever it's empty, you pop a hole in it and just silver solder a thing from like to fill up like a tire or something. Yeah. And then you can just use a bicycle pump to pump the thing back up and have a compressed air can. I'm gonna try to do that one of these days. Oh, it's the same. I like that. I mean, it's got that weird smell.
Oh yeah, he's making fun of me about what I said about about not eating, drinking milk one day past its expiration date.
What the hell show was that where the guy kept drinking bad milk? There's a movie or something.
Oh, that was called Alien Nation. It was an old TV show about aliens that landed on Earth, and they drank like spoiled milk. It was like alcohol to them or something.
It was like their beer or something.
Yeah.
There was something. Was it Married with Children? Every once in a while, the guy would go in and go to drink milk, and it would always be spoiled. It was like a running joke. I think, mixing things up.
I think that was in Lethal Weapon too. I think Mel Gibson kept doing that in Lethal Weapon.
It might be, because I remember it being something I haven't seen a bunch of times either. My wife likes English muffins. You cook them first on the griddle and then bake them. I don't know if anybody's ever made them for me. I think I've seen them made on like videos or something or TV before. Echo. Oh, you guys are talking to that dude. I got you. Ben Garrett threw $5 out there. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Oh, did Honda leave? Yeah, Honda's actually not usually doesn't jump into this chat because I think he goes to work or whatever, so he has to sleep when this show's on.
Yeah, he's back to work, so I'm sure he's trying to get back on a regular schedule now.
8 hours to Kansas City.
He's saying Oklahoma City. OKC is Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
That's their airport code. OKC, KF's, yeah. KCI,
yeah.
City.
Yeah.
I don't know about Oklahoma City. There's nothing. I mean, Oklahoma City's. I've been there a few times, but it's. It's got some museums, but I don't know anybody there. I guess so. I've never hung out there very long. It just seems so crowded. I don't know.
I picked it on location alone. I've only been through it, so I just it was location. That's why I propped it.
Yeah. If we knew people there, I think it would definitely be in the running. Because there's nobody there to advocate for it. And we do have a couple of ranges in Tulsa that we know about, though. That's the other thing. Hitchhiking to where? Garrett saying that flying is good. They have the filters and all the vacuum systems. I wouldn't be worried about it. I mean, people have been flying around forever, and nobody's getting sick on airplanes. Like, people are more worried about falling out of an airplane or whatever, like crashing, which never happens. No one was, except for maybe people in Japan or something. They always seem to wear masks at airports.
I've been watching.
It really does.
I've been watching a channel lately on YouTube called Mini Air Crash Investigations. and they go over all these air crashes and the reasons, like, you know, why the plane crashed and stuff. After watching that, it kind of makes you not want to fly, even though the statistics say it's the safest way and all that, because some of the reasons that these planes have crashed are just the stupidest, you know, like one single mechanic accidentally, you know, dropped something in the gas tank or did the reasons that some of these big planes have been brought down are just crazy. And
yeah, it's like always human error. It's ridiculous.
And it makes me like, I've been kind of binge watching that channel lately, and after watching all these just videos on these different plane crashes, it kind of I don't know if I want to fly. Like, man.
Well, it might be like a in other words, you're saying like it's a thing that you can't predict, unlike, you know, flying through a dangerous storm or running out of gas or something that would be like a dumb reason to crash. If it's something that you can't avoid or whatever, that's unpredictable. I think I don't know if those shows talk about it, but like somebody doing something, leaving something in the gas tank or something, or leaving something unscrewed. I think the reason that we don't see, I would assume the reason we don't see a bunch of these crashes is because, it was because they left something unscrewed, but it's also, or more importantly, it's because the 3 safety checks that would normally be done to check that everything is screwed in somehow overlapped and missed that. You know, so that's the crazy coincidence. Like the thing being unscrewed probably happens quite a bit, but because there's 3 or 4 levels of check, you know, somebody gets scolded and then it doesn't have, you know, it gets corrected before flight. It's just the weird instances, like when somebody unscrews something and it doesn't get checked and that becomes an issue in flight. You know, then it becomes the 1 in a million chance when something actually happens.
Well, and not only that, but it's kind of like there's some shady stuff going on because for every airline, there's a federal, like, aviator mechanic checklist guy that gets assigned to that airline, right? And he's in charge to make sure that he goes in from the government and makes sure that like their checklists are in order and that they're doing their job right. And they've caught those guys getting payoffs from the airlines saying like, hey, just mark us off as safe. Here's $30,000 to save us on $100,000 in repairs and stuff like that. And yeah, so it's like when you hear that, because I've never heard about that in the news, like, you know, so like when you watch these shows and you hear like, you know, that they've actually been caught doing that, and that's been the reason some of the planes have crashed, that's even more concerning. Like the most recent one I watched was a plane crashed down in Miami, and all these planes are like the boat planes that go on the sea. They're all from the 1940s, and there was only so many of those planes built, so they kind of had a ghost yard of these planes that they were salvaging on, and the federal aviator inspector or whatever he was called would come in, and they would pay him off because none of their planes were safe. And then that ended up killing the Bacardi rum, the owner of Bacardi rum, who owned that company. That when that plane crashed in Miami, that he was on that plane and it killed him. And but it was all because a federal aviator inspector was getting payoffs to mark the planes as safe.
Saying it's relatively cheaper. I don't know. I haven't looked at an airplane in a while, so I don't know.
Super cheap. Like right now, I can fly to like Miami for, and this is if you book in advance, but like $69.
What's the deal now with you have to have a passport to get on an airplane now, or is there some kind of like COVID passport?
ID.
Yeah,
I don't know about the COVID.
Yeah, real ID.
Real ID. Yeah.
I don't have that, so I don't.
Yeah, that's another reason I won't fly is because I don't have that real ID crap.
My state's automatically in your, for Utah, if you have a driver's license in the last like 5 years or something here, then you automatically have that.
Well, that's the thing. My driver's license is like 34 years or something. Like, I don't remember. I got my driver's license when I was 16 and I've never gone back. I mean, maybe I went back once or something.
Yeah, gee, like Omaha, center of the United States, damn near. The northeast, southeast, northwest, southwest gig. I can fly to Phoenix now, round trip, for $125. I just, not going to do it right now.
Yeah. Well, there's no reason to, but yeah, it was. Yeah. That's not bad. Back in the day, it was $75 round trip to go to Vegas. So we would go to Vegas just at a drop of a dime because it was $75. But 125 really isn't that much different. But you get, well, like you say, then you still got to go do something or be there. And it's a lot different when you're young and you got nothing else to do and you're going to Vegas, where like literally you either make money gambling and they give you a hotel room, or you make money gambling, you buy a hotel room, or you just fly home. Like, you know what I mean? Like you just sleep on the way home. And then, you know, if you're in Phoenix or something, what the hell do you do? It's not like there's a casino you can just hang out in all night. You have to pay for something to, you know, nobody's got to pay for a hotel or something.
I just saw a thing from one of the small charter airlines here, where they take the small planes down to Vegas, that I think it was $100 a round trip to Vegas, but then the casino gives you $100 credit voucher to spend on the tables there.
Oh, nice.
So it's basically free.
Will they do match play on that 100?
I have no clue.
That'd be pretty hot.
There's the casinos in around, you know, like not Vegas, but the other casinos around would often send like a bus down to Tucson and pick up as many old people as they want, and whatever the price of, well, it's basically free. So whatever the price of the bus is, like that, you get that much back in buffet and chips and stuff. So basically the old people get on the bus with $100 and they got $100 to play with, and they get their bus for nothing. I don't know if they still do that, but they used to do that.
Genius marketing.
Oh, they still do that. We did that on me and my wife did that on election day. We went out to Wendover and gambled and rode the bus out there. It's called the Lee Tour bus, and we took that out there, and they gave us I think it was $40 for the bus ride out there and back, and then I think we ended up getting like $60 or $70 in vouchers. So we actually got more than what the bus costed.
And it's a hell of a time because everybody's just having a good time. It's like part of the trip. You're not driving, so you don't have to pay no attention. There's no stress. You're basically just having like a rest before you get there, and then you're there, and then no matter how tired you are, you're fucking got to rest. You're just sitting in a nice chair on the way home for a little while. Like the only thing is that you just can't get up and like smoke a cigarette or eat popcorn when you feel like it. You have to wait a minute.
Bob, are you in Ontario?
No, he's not in Ontario.
Oh, okay. I thought you said, okay. Who was it that went to Wendover?
Me, Dead Horse.
Oh, Dead Horse. I'm sorry. So where are you? Are you in Detroit, Michigan?
No, Wendover, Nevada.
Oh, damn. Okay. Wrong country even. Sorry.
That's the closest spot for us to go and gamble that has like some casinos and stuff. That's where all the people from Utah go and gamble.
Yeah, up and down the Missouri. I'm in Omaha, right up against the Missouri River, and over in Council Bluffs, they started with dog tracks, and then when Native American gaming came in, hardcore, we had them on river boats that had to actually unmoor twice a year, but they've been tethered now for decades.
I was gonna say all the Indian casinos I've been to, like Black Hawk in Colorado, and then down in right outside Phoenix there, they didn't have any like card games, like any, I think they called it like hard gambling or something. Like all they had was just like basically slot machines, and there was literally no roulette, no blackjack. I mean,
no dice.
No dice.
Oh, I can't go to a casino.
Like no actual table games.
Anytime there has to be a dealer or a thing, right? That's how they do it. That's how I think it was like that for a long time. Because it was either what was that place called in New Jersey or something? There was a place you could gamble, and then Atlantic City and Las Vegas. That was it, right? And then there was like a riverboat casino, and then there was like an Indian casino, or maybe an Indian casino, and then a riverboat casino. And back then it was like, and even here in Tucson, I knew it. I think it might even still be that way, but you can't have dealers or anything like that. It's just basically with slot machines for the longest time, but now they'll have like a video poker game or something, or like a video video craps or something, but there's never dice, and there's never poker, there's never cards.
They might be able to the smaller places in Vegas, the smaller ones that are like that.
Yeah, but this is more of there's laws against gambling, and that was like the concession they made. Like you can, like it's like fireworks. Like some states can have anything, and then, well, no states can have anything, I guess. But like you can have fireworks, but you can't have this list. You can have this list.
And if I remember right, they had no hard liquor at all. All they had was they had beer, but there was no.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Well, beer drunks and liquor drunks are different. I can see why they might go that way.
So then Clover's saying about how we would stick the chicken into a cone. That makes sense. I've heard of people. I've seen the little funnels, basically like a funnel mounted on the wall, and for just that, so that it saves you having to go run around and find the damn thing or get it all gross, right? It probably gets all bruised, like you're saying. Nothing like fresh fried chicken. I cannot even imagine, because everything else you try to let it age for a little while. Like, I don't even understand people eating birds. It makes no sense to me. Eggs, I guess I can understand. Eating one of them right out of that thing. Like, what's the difference? Milk? Yeah. But the dead thing? Like, wouldn't you want your dead thing to, like, drain out for a minute? But on the other hand, I guess it get gross after a while, too. Triple redundancy, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what we were talking about with redundancy. I thought we were talking about...
That was the airplane bit.
Yeah, the safety though, but I don't know what triple.
Well, he's talking about like if an engine fails or something, they have that booster engine in the back of them now that'll pick up the slack.
Okay. Oh yeah, you don't hear about too much mechanical stuff taken down an airplane, right? Unless, like you say, it was something where
there is a lot of electronic stuff. So there is a ton of electronic stuff lately. In that show I've been watching, that mini air crash disaster thing on YouTube. So it, like, ever since the advent of electronics, like there used to be 3 pilots in every airplane, and they'd have this like engineer pilot in the back, right? And he was the one responsible for the hydraulics and just all the mechanical aspects of the airplane, right? Well, they don't have that anymore. Like, it's just 2 pilots now in the airplane, because the computer took that 3rd pilot's spot. And ever since that changed, there has you wouldn't believe all the airplane crashes, because the system tells the pilot, oh yeah, you're heading in the right direction, you're going the right way, and they're 300 miles off course. And and they float into Russian airspace and get shot down by a Russian MiG. I don't know if you remember that happened in 1984, where they shot down that Korean airliner. Where the Korean airliner's navigation system told them that they were, on track in the right course and everything. And we almost had a nuclear war over that. I was too young to remember, but that happened in like 83 or 84. And but ever since they got rid of that 3rd pilot, there's been a ton of electronics and computer malfunctions and stuff that has brought down planes a ton.
737 MAX.
Even to this day, right now.
They're not building the 737. I've got friends that work on that line. They're not building it because
they just got the federal government just fined them $2.5 billion over that, Boeing or whatever, because of the safety issues. Yeah. So it's
that came down exactly what you said. It was the electronics told them to where they were wasn't where they were.
Yep. And the thing that scares me, so if I'm driving my car and I have a tire blowout or my engine breaks or something goes wrong, my mechanic didn't put the lug nuts on tight, whatever it was, I have a good chance of still not dying. But when you're 35,000 feet up and something goes wrong, chances are those big planes are going to fall out of the sky. They're not gliders. They're not going to glide down to an airport. They fall out of the sky like a rock. And that's what scares me. There's nothing you can do now. If everyone had parachutes, or even if the plane had a built-in gigantic parachute or something, like they're doing with those rocket boosters now and stuff, that would be different. But there's no redundancy if something goes wrong like that on the plane. There's no redundancy. You're just you're done for. At those altitudes, you're just done for.
Yeah, it's not like they're looking out the window when they're flying that thing.
So Clover, I
It's
guess,
not a drop straight down, like gravity's pull sort of thing. You can glide flights in.
Not a big plane. They have
Not the big planes, no.
150 to 1. For every 150 feet it drops, it goes forward 1 foot.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Whereas like your Cessna or something is 15 to 1. So for every
different things that'll happen
down, it goes forward 15.
And so no way to pitch the nose up enough to even catch.
You get it down,
Wow.
it's going to hit the ground.
Well,
So why don't we have parachute systems for those kind of aircraft?
That's what I want. That's
because they don't fall out of the sky. But yes, all those things might be, but very rarely does all engines just stop and it has no forward thrust. And if it did, you wouldn't have any control of your wings or anything anyway. So you wouldn't be able to maneuver a plane like that fast enough. You know what I'm saying? It's not like a Cessna where if the engine goes out, you can just switch to glide mode or something. Like anyway, that doesn't happen. That's why we don't have things like that. We fly constantly all the time, and occasionally some stuff happens. What's all this about? Says no to upside raised. Oh, you're talking about the chicken coop or something? There's a casino in Louisiana, he's saying. And then we're to Pink, and then we're done, right? That's it. We can have fireworks. Well, Pink said, I was saying you can't have like M80s anywhere. You can have fairly large ones, but you can't, I guess you can actually build giant ones. But I was just mainly thinking of M80s. There's like really nowhere you can just go buy M80s, is there? Is that Mexico?
Natives.
Really?
For sure. Done it my whole life.
Yep.
Tribe I work for.
Oh man, you're lucky. No, I've traveled around a lot. I've been to a lot of fireworks stores, and I've only ever seen M80s come out of like, Cousin Jed's box or something. Like I've never seen M80s at a store. I've seen things that say M80s, but they're just fireworks in a giant tube. They're not. M80s.
Well, they always do this weird, like they won't have them on the thing, but if you ask them about it, they'll be like, "Go over and talk to that guy," and it's just some guy next to.
Oh, on the downsies. Yeah.
Because it's federally still illegal, but it's not that illegal. It's the tribe.
Well, and cherry bombs were the stuff of legends growing up, but did anybody actually have one?
Yeah. But the tennis ball ones?
No.
Oh, are you trying to say you had them?
Oh, yeah.
What are you talking about? Cherry bombs for us were the size of a gum drop, or what I should say, like a giant piece of gum. Maybe the size of a big ass
cherry.
Smaller,
yeah, call them cherries.
Really, yeah. And then they had a wick, and then they blow up more than a firecracker. A firecracker is like a standard size, and then an M80.
It was like 4 firecrackers, is what I would say. An M80
like 4
or cherry bomb.
Yeah, exactly. Nowhere near an M80 though.
An M80. The reason why it's called an M80 is because it was made for the military to simulate artillery fire. Like that's why they.
Really?
Yeah, that's why they're called an M80 is because it was literally made for the U.S. military, and they used it to simulate all sorts of artillery fire and stuff.
Well, that's why they exist too. That's why everybody had pockets of them, and why they look like a thing. Like every time I seen an M80, it was red and it looked like an M80. You know what I mean? And every other thing I've seen is a fake ass, not an M80. Okay. I was wondering where the hell people get them. That makes way more sense.
So I had a buddy who used to take old toilet paper tubes, cut them in half, and then wrap them really tight in duct tape. Then he would put in a bunch of black powder and a wick. It was actually a pretty good time with those.
The real M80s are like that one right there in your picture. It has the fuse coming out the middle of it. That's a real M80. If it has the fuse coming out the top, that's a fake one. That's the first sign you know that it's not a real M80 is if the fuse is coming out one end or the other.
And it wouldn't make any noise if it came out the end. Yeah, it wouldn't do anything.
Well, and some of them do have that centered wick, but they aren't M80s. I mean, the stuff that, and I don't think it's exclusive to Nebraska or Missouri, but they're not M80s. They're M80s in wolf's clothing, sheep's clothing.
There was a lot more than M80s too. They had like the M100 and Maybe
What?
like an M1. Oh yeah, and even like an M like 1200 or something. That was a huge one.
It would make sense
Right?
because it was probably the same thing they used for avalanching and for scaring birds out of places and shit like that.
I think the M1200 or something was basically a stick of dynamite. Like it was equal to a stick of dynamite. Like that was the M1200 or whatever it was called.
So, like, these people have been throwing the fireworks artillery shells that we've seen this year. It's like something that big.
Yeah, bigger maybe.
Bigger. It was made to fit in like I think 80 millimeter like artillery barrels and tank barrels. So it's 80 millimeters in diameter. It was really short and stubby, 80 millimeters in diameter, because they literally put them in the end of tank barrels.
Did you guys ever play with sparklers? And I don't mean like the little kids. I mean with duct tape.
No,
yeah,
they're good because they're better than a punk, right? You can have a couple of sparklers and then you can light real fireworks off of them for a little while. You know, their punks are longer, but you know what I mean? It's just cooler than walking around a stupid punk.
No, I think I know what Woods is talking about, and yeah, I love to do that. You band a whole bunch of them together, and they essentially just go off like a short fuse, the whole batch.
Yeah,
you become Lady Liberty. I do Lady Liberty with that. I do like 4 Roman candles, and then the finale is 4 packs of multicolor sparklers banded together, and I have to wear a glove and hold it as high as I can. It's ridiculous.
These would blow your hand off. The ones we made would explode. Like we'd blow the crap out of garbage cans and stuff.
Oh wait, you're saying you knock all this crumbs off of it, or bend the wire so it all crumbs off, and then put that into something?
You leave the wire in there. You just duct tape it really, really tight. They don't sell that kind of sparkler anymore. I haven't for years because they banned them because it was a certain kind of gunpowder was on them, and then later they made them safer and whatnot. But remember, I'm old, so we made all.
That makes sense. I never thought of doing that though. But you basically just take a box of sparklers. Take them out of the box and wrap the shit out of them with tape and then put a wick on there?
Well, you just leave one out a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're saying. Oh, I never
run like a whole bunch of holes in a bunch of my friends' yards and parks and stuff when I was a kid.
Yeah, we've definitely taken like a couple of rubber bands and putting together a bunch of sparklers and then stick one out like you're saying or put one in backwards and then light it. And then you kind of wait for it. And it's sort of like a hand grenade. You throw it, but all it does is go and make a fire, maybe. Like it doesn't do anything. But we never even thought about duct taping the shit out of them or something. I mean, don't do that. Duct tape shit and put some holes in there so that it becomes a different type of sparkler. Not a recipe for anything.
Well, don't do that now that there's a thing called Homeland Security because you'll meet people. That was a long time ago when you could do weird shit. And
yeah. Listen to our childhood in the 70s come out. We're like a bunch of giggling kids again. This is awesome.
Let's see. You can glide. There was that one that landed in the river. Exactly. And it all depends on what happens and when and if they can see. And if it died, if the thing crashed because the pilot died, that's different than if it crashed because its wheel was square or something. They don't crash very often.
The one that landed in the Hudson though was not a big plane. we were talking about some big planes there when we were Woods and I were talking about that. That was a small plane.
About the size of a big lighter with a wick coming out the side. Got a grocery bag full of it. Had a grocery bag full of it. Dang, we's 2 hours and 47 minutes in, so we got extra gun chat tonight. Just like going to gun show, and it turns out being more interesting than you thought, so you end up being there later than you thought. But I have other things I got to do in the morning, so we're not going to stay here all night. Anybody else got any other topics? Going back to the Daily Buffet, Lauren Hartnett, the paramedic from New York, who's also a firearms instructor for 11 years. It's on Second Amendment Foundation's daily 2A activist interview show today.
Yeah, in regard to that, I really enjoyed that interview. I never thought about the extreme limitations that those EMTs and other first responders would have to go through in such a difficult environment and in such a difficult city, such a difficult state, in a very difficult profession. And as she was telling us, unarmed. And open to be a victim of anyone's dastardly deed.
Yeah, it's always been like that. And, there's times when, well, basically we go through waves or cycles or whatever. And there was, well, first we didn't even have ambulances. First, hearses would show up and just take the dead body away. And then at some point, probably after Korea, when medical emergency stuff started to be established and those guys came back and they were still of age to be in emergency rooms and wanted to see change and wanted to quit seeing people die, they started sending out hearses with a lab tech who could do stuff. And then eventually they stuck them into ambulance or to vans, and then into pickup trucks with boxes on the back and bread trucks and all kinds of cool stuff, and then eventually into ambulances. And then they decided, hey, you know what, we should send out somebody besides the mortician, and then we'll send out that skilled tech. And then after a while, that became an actual occupation. And then that developed, and now there's EMTs and paramedics, and there's wilderness stuff. There's all kinds of fancy cardiac stuff. And then there's also transport guys, people that just take sick people from here to there all the time, but with a level of capability, so if something happens along the way, that they're able to jump in and keep people around. So yeah, the ambulance thing has always been a dangerous thing. So if you start watching like an emergency show from back in the 70s, they were already talking about that concept of what do you do? Because there's a world of crazy shit. And like Lauren was saying in the conversation, the one thing that's consistent through time, at least for our lifetimes, and location and everything, is when you dial 911, somebody shows up. Like you dial 911, it might take a minute, it might whatever, but somebody's showing up. So for bad guys, you dial 911 and you're bringing somebody to your house with drugs, right, and unarmed. And so that's not been, I mean, I can't think of a time when there's been armed medical people. It's kind of always been a thing. So that's always been an issue. However, what we haven't had is Lauren Hartnetts out there who are 11 years worth of firearms instructor, like you said, in New York and all that. So automatically, dealing with adversity, but then being a paramedic and a chick, and got the gumption, the uppityness to then suggest, why don't we why don't we change this? And that's the best part, is that how long has there been paramedics and how long has there been guns? And why are we still in 2021 in a time when paramedics aren't armed? Because all them paramedics sat around not suggesting it. I went to all of EMT school. Nobody ever brought up anything other than wait for the cops to show up. But it was, no one ever challenged that. And, people complain about other aspects of life that are based on tradition and how, there's no validity to something that's just based on blind tradition or something. And you look at something stupid ass like that in science or in medicine, and there's all kinds of dumbass traditions that they do just because they do, and no one's ever questioned it. So yeah, I don't want to gloss over that. Not only is she doing all that stuff that you just said, but also she's an indication that things can change, that even though all this stuff looks like it's stacked against us, right? Like there's people like that are 11 years into the game who are working. It's not an easy game. It wasn't, I decided it should be and it's accomplished. She's not a failure. She's in the midst of doing that. But that's the, I don't want to call it silver lining. That's just the part of the whole big picture. So yeah, I'm sure a lot of people might gloss over that one, but I think that's an untapped potential when we talk about what sectors of the community are still not what's being addressed with an organization. Old people, like it's a shame. Why don't we have old elderly 2A organizations? I've been complaining about this now for like at least 2 or 3 years, I think. There's other ones, but definitely medical. We only barely have DRGO. It does good work. That's doctors on our side, and they offer some resource now. They're growing, and they offer a resource for people who might want to talk to a physician but are concerned that if they bring up guns, that could be an issue. So they want to talk to physicians who are gun aware, and DRGO is offering that. But I haven't heard. I mean, they may have actually said something to address the concept of EMS and guns, but Anyway, I guess that's how we're going to summarize that conversation today. Is that we got people out there that have been and are doing work towards, I guess, an untapped angle to it. Then we got Clover, who may or may not still be out there doing his show earlier. I don't care. They're just saying that was an Airbus 320. I got the impression it was like bigger than a Lear jet, but not like a big 747.
It is a little bit bigger than a Lear jet, but it's still considered a small passenger plane.
Yeah, I mean, it was the kind of thing where the pilot is yanking on the stick and that's moving the flippers, right? It's not like, oh, you're pulling on the stick and 700 machines are pulling the flaps for you.
Fly by wire is what they call that.
Right.
Yeah, it's a narrow body versus wide body. Wide bodies are massive compared to the narrow body.
Yeah, they're and they fall like a rock. Now.
Any of the big 730 or 740 series are 3 times the size of that plane.
Yeah, it's about the biggest plane you could even think of trying to end in a river like that.
All right, I'm just throwing this out there, but I feel like it'll save lives. So let's say you get on an airplane. You know how there's emergency exit rows? All they got to really do is put roll down windows on those emergency exit rows. Maybe on some of the windows in the further back, right? And let's say you're getting on the plane and you know how they go, oh, this is emergency exit row. Are you capable? Like, are you interested in being in this row? Because you might have to help everybody out of the plane or whatever, right? So if you're going to get on an airplane and you get next to one of the windows that rolls down, they could go, hey, are you willing to help out in an emergency? And then you go, yeah. And then what happens is if the engines go out and you start plummeting to the ground, they give you a 1911, you shoot 145 ACP into the ground from the airplane, and that's going to push that airplane like another state or two. You know, you get hundreds of miles that way. It starts to come down again.
I think it would have to be in water because I've heard that myth. If you if you're falling into water, if you shoot the water below you, like then you won't break your legs or whatever. I don't know if you guys ever heard that.
To break the surface tension.
That
sounds like
that's not true. It's still gonna mess you up.
Well, yeah, that's why it's a myth. But
if they did it on Mythbusters, it's pretty gnarly stuff.
If it's a 45 ACP, it would be like as if a trampoline was there, except it will be nothing.
Yeah, the ACP alternative.
What caliber do they use at Mythbusters? I'm feeling like they use 9mm.
Probably. Wait, was that on? Did they try that on Mythbusters?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look that up. I didn't.
They tried what?
9mm probably wouldn't break the surface of the water. That'd be the.
Because that was like a myth, like with like I can't remember where that got started, but I heard it like years and years ago that if you're falling like into water, if you shoot the water, it somehow breaks your fall by breaking that surface tension or something.
By creating thrust from something of that diameter, there's no way you might displace a mouse.
No, you're breaking the surface tension of the water.
Yeah, it's about.
Now I get it. I thought this was like reverse thrusters, a la 1911.
So are you saying that Mythbusters said it worked or it didn't work?
Does not work.
No, it didn't work.
Well, it's probably fake.
And then here's a real question, G. Like, wouldn't you be able to, at a decreased altitude, be able to hand out parachutes and pop those doors and have people take their chances?
They're not going to do that because of terrorists.
No way.
I think they won't do the parachute.
It's unrealistic. It's super difficult to jump out of a plane with a parachute. It takes freaking months to learn how to do it.
Yeah, I've definitely done it.
The plane.
And can you imagine doing that? Why there's like people are panicking and just
Well, yeah, but
planes diving
better than no chance. And I'm thinking about like dropping the tail on a C-130 or something. I mean, I know I'm not being realistic, but I just don't know why.
Yeah,
it is.
I want a parachute built into the plane, like a couple giant parachutes built into the plane. That if something goes wrong and that thing starts falling out of the sky, giant parachutes pop out.
That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah. Why doesn't that work?
I think it's cost, right? Like it's probably a total cost.
Type. You can get them for small type of planes. But
they do, yeah. Space shuttles. When the space shuttles had the
capsules, you mean,
for landing.
Yeah, the space capsules.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So let's say
Mercury.
just to put numbers on it so that we know, like, let's say that 1 out of 100 planes falls out of the sky, which is nowhere near, right? But let's say that, some number is a calculatable number, how many planes fall out of the sky. So all the rest of those planes are going to carry around parachutes that weigh, let's say 100 pounds, whatever they weigh. Because imagine what could actually stop a plane from crashing, how much weight that would require, and the apparatus to deploy that in the amount of time that it would be necessary to do it. So the rest of the time that all those other planes are flying around, what did that cost in gas? And then to retrofit every plane?
Oh yeah, that's why they don't do it. It's because of cost. But,
Well, it's just a matter of time before somebody accidentally hits the button and deploys a chute.
Ripcord.
Like we're on track to hit Dallas at. Or not.
I don't think it's unfeasible because for how many years did we never have seatbelts in the country, and then we retrofitted all the old cars to have seatbelts, right? And now there's even retrofit car, steering wheels and stuff for cars with sensors that put up in it for old cars to get airbags in old cars. So
retrofit. I have the advantage of pre-1970. Well, basically, if it wasn't OEM, you don't have to have it, and if it was a year where it was still lap belts, you don't even have to have them in the car.
He's saying if somebody wanted it, though, they could add it.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I don't know. We got. Let's talk about guns, though. That's just. It's a theoretical discussion about airplanes that none of us can act on anyway, and who cares? None of us are flying anyway.
Yeah. So to do Dan Wesson 1911 in 10 millimeter, a little bit over $2,000. Yes, no opinions. It's called the Bruin, long slide.
Sounds a little pricey.
For that money, personally, I'd probably spend a little bit more and go Nighthawk.
Yeah, I say it might just be because of the current market, but that's a little pricey at the moment.
Yeah, that's the MSRP that they have in this article I was looking at.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then I thought that was like for sale somewhere. I'm like, yeah.
No, it's on the cover of Shooting Times.
I'm gonna say because I've got my Dan Wesson Specialist and I absolutely love it. But that MSRP is for like 18. But if I would have had to pay 18, I would have never got it.
So you don't feel like you're holding $1,800 worth?
Oh no! If anybody's like, "How much is it?" I'm like, MSRP is 1,800.
Mm-hmm.
Well, right now with the market, he probably feels like he is. If not more, yeah.
I'll say, and absolutely phenomenal 1911. Absolutely love it. But in the grand scheme of 1911s, Dan Wesson's only a mid-tier when compared to some of the other ones.
Yeah.
And honestly, when I compared it to my Ruger SR 1911, I mean, there's only little differences that are setting apart the Dan Wesson from the Ruger. Unless you're going to be a trigger snob or something like that, you don't notice much in the trigger. I would say that the slide is a bit smoother between the two. But again, you're talking about 1911 that MSRPs for about $800 compared to one that MSRPs for $1,800. And I mean, unless those tiny little refinements are worth an extra grand to you, I would go with something much cheaper.
I think the best 1911 for the money right now is the 6 hour. Traditional, not the square slide, but the traditional 6 hour.
I want to get a Nightmare.
I think that's the best 1911 for the money. Yeah, I think you get the most for your money with that gun.
Anybody want to hit 10 millimeter or long slide? Is 6 inches really a difference?
My Ruger 1911 is a 10 millimeter. Absolutely love it. So I would definitely recommend that if you don't want to get a 45 ACP. However, if you're going to go in the route of going SIG or anything, I would recommend looking into a 357 SIG as well if, again, you're not wanting 45 ACP. The long slide, I think that's all up to the user at that point. my specialist has the 5-inch slide, or 5-inch barrel, I should say. And that extra inch, it's going to improve your sight radius, which in theory is going to make you more accurate and whatnot. So you have that added benefit. The other nice thing is the length of the slide and barrel isn't what's typically hard to conceal. It's going to be the grip itself that usually prints and stuff. So if you really do want that extra length, I don't see any harm in it.
And 357 sig is 10. The parent case is the 10 millimeter. Is it 10, right?
40.
Okay. I was thinking 10 mil auto. But so that's like really high pressure. That's like what, 35, 40,000?
I have no idea what the pressures are on it. But it's supposed to be comparable to 357 Magnum, not like full loads or anything, but somewhere in that ballpark.
A buddy of mine cycled through an 8 millimeter Mauser round that was way over pressured, and it did have a head stamp.
How'd that go?
Survived.
I was over deleting some stuff. So let's see. If you had to choose, this is from Guy out there. If you had to choose between getting a CMAG or a D60 Surefire, which would you pick? Well, Dead Horse probably has both, and he's played with them.
They both of those work, and both of those are really good mags. So D60 works for but it is a polymer mag, and it's a round little drum, and the Surefire is more a traditional fat stick mag, is what I'd call that. But they both work, and they both work well.
Well, I didn't even see that part, so I'm going to reread this better. What would you choose between getting a Beta, the CMAG, or a D60, or a Surefire 60? I didn't see that part.
Yeah, the D60 or the Surefire. Either one of those is good. I'd walk away from.
Oh, so then I missed the mag pull. I was assuming that D60 was the mag pull.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the D60.
Oh crap! So Woods took his bacon when he left. So you should have got. I don't know if he mentioned it, but you should have grabbed bacon before he left. So yeah, in that case, I haven't used since I thought he was asking between the Beta C mag and the mag pull one. I hadn't used the mag pull one, but as far as the Surefire, I'm a big fan of the Surefire. So, definitely both if you can do it. I would say, man, are you a fan of the 60s or the Surefires or no?
Oh yeah, the D60 and the Surefire is what I would pick. I would avoid the Beta mag at all costs. The Beta mags are just nothing but malfunction, jam-o-matics, just a pain in the ass to clean. I think they're really gimmicky, honestly. I think of those as a gimmick, and not.
And that's what I wasn't going to say that because I've seen them work, but they're definitely more work, and they aren't going to last you forever. And the Surefires were a breath of fresh air, and that's why it's so frustrating. That's why I won't do gear. It's one of the reasons I quit doing gear videos and stuff, because I was using a Surefire 60 and then the 100 all the time, like constantly. And we would take them up to Big Sandy and give them to my friends who had machine guns. They would borrow them off of me, even if I didn't go to Sandy, or if I was going up there, they'd be like, "Hey, can I just have your mags?" And I'd be like, "Sure," because I knew they were going to use the shit out of them. And then no problems, right? And And then I'd go online and be like, yeah, these things are great. And everybody, oh, they didn't work for me, or they didn't work for so-and-so in his video. I don't give a fuck if they didn't work for so-and-so in his fucking video. I got one off the shelf. Surefire didn't give them to me. And I don't have a relationship with some plastic mag company. So guess what? They work for me, right? Like,
I think the Surefire with a rebuild kit for it, with the extra follower and spring, is the long-term way to go. I think that's going to outlast the D60 and definitely outlast the Betamax because, I mean, realistically, when you're just at the range, you're probably not going to be dropping them on the ground and stuff. But if you drop a Betamax on the ground, well, now your mag's broken. The D60 is going to take a bunch of drops, but even that's eventually going to break. And the Surefire will take lots and lots and lots of abuse and drops before that's going to give out.
Because it's a real magazine.
It's a real magazine.
Well, even when it's full, we dropped it around because we wanted to see if it could work or how solid it was, and it's Surefire. People are like, why would I pay for Surefire? Because they fucking work for military and the war, basically. So the thing is with the Betamax, like you say, you can't really fiddle with it, but they do work and they are cooler. So, I mean, they can be cooler depending on what you're doing.
Oh yeah, for a conversation piece or just to have for like, hey, look what I got. Totally,
if you can. And then you can get the clear back, and then it takes it to like another level, right? Like a clear back on a Betamax is just for pictures and stuff.
Oh,
and just to have is amazing. Oh, Gizzard jumped out of here. So I'm guessing he left the pizza. Oh, I didn't even ask. I guess I didn't even think, but there's a good chance that Gizzard would have bought his he buys breakfast pizza all the time, I think.
I don't know if I've ever had breakfast pizza. Like, I don't even know exactly what it is.
And then, hold on, he gets it at this truck stop, I think, because he lives kind of near one of these big truck stops. But I think it's a pizza crust with scrambled eggs on it, and then cheese. But I don't think there's spaghetti. I don't think there's.
If it's from the Pilot or the Flying J, they do one that they call, I think it's the Denver omelet, and that's got some scrambled egg, I think sausage, and some veggies and stuff on it. It's pretty freaking awesome. They used to do a sausage gravy one, which was just basically a pizza covered in sausage gravy, which was freaking awesome also.
But not no pizza sauce, no red pizza sauce, right?
Yeah, no red pizza sauce.
Okay. So basically, like, here's an omelet on a piece of pizza bread or a pizza crust.
Yep.
I wouldn't eat that. I'm not into that. I need my eggs to be completely cooked the hell out of them. I don't want any water, wet part of any egg in there.
So if you were to get scrambled eggs by Gordon Ramsay, no go?
Fuck no. If you see that's one of them French people who are like, oh, let me crack the egg near a stove and then just eat it sloppily on a piece of bread or something disgusting. No. Never. I don't understand French people in France. Yeah.
So no sunny side up for you either?
I have a rule that I avoid anything with eggs or tuna fish or fish in general at truck stops. So anything that has egg or fish in it at a truck stop, I avoid.
Yeah, the pizza's not bad because they make them fresh. So you'd be all right with the pizza.
What do you mean fresh? Like made to order? Like you order it and they make it? Or fresh like we make them every 15 minutes?
Like they make them right there.
All right. Well, I don't know.
Like I'm sure the dough's frozen and crap, but there's been times where I've gone in and been like, hey, can I get sausage gravy pizza? And, can you guys add onions on it or something? Which, I mean, heck, for all I know, the sausage gravy pizza, it might just be a frozen pizza, and then they just threw onions on it. But either way, it's not like it's been sitting there for, hours on end.
Warmer.
I don't know. I think we finished the mag question, right? Because the other thing is a Betamax is pointless because you can't carry it. It's like basically ridiculous. You got this giant pouch that it can kind of fit in. It doesn't even fit in it good. And it's super fragile, so it'd be the dumbest thing to put in a pouch. You'd have to put it in like a padded bag And again, it's really just for pictures and stuff. So for real use, it's pointless. And then on the opposite extreme, I don't know the Surefire. I mean, I don't know the Magpul thing. It seems stupid to me, but I've never.
It's better than the C mag. I would put that in between the Beta Mag and the Surefire.
It's also like an obnoxious, dumb shape.
It is, yeah. It is big, clumsy, and all that. And
it's super
neither
heavy
of those. Yeah.
But a Surefire is like carrying around 6 boxes of ammo if you wrapped all those ammo in like a magazine. Like it's literally the most economical, smartest way.
Super easy to rebuild. No different than any other magazine to rebuild it. Nothing special about it. Just when you buy one, just buy an extra spring and follower for it, and that'll last you the rest of your life.
And then, it's metal, so you can break it, yes, but it's hard to break.
Yeah, it's way harder to break.
Yeah. But and that's the other thing. It's just carrying around. You could carry I don't even want to talk about it on air because it would scare the current administration how many rounds you could carry with a couple of Surefires. But yeah, very practical.
And in a double mag pouch, if you already have like double mag pouches, those will take a 60 round Surefire in them. Yeah,
they're basically made right. And like I say, the hundreds just stick out, but they still fit there because they're the same dimensions. And I put a 60 in mine and have a ready mag on the side, and it'll allow a regular 30 round mag to stick in next to a 60 or 100 in a ready mag. So I can have like 130 rounds on board. And then if I got something crazy in my stock, maybe even more.
And I think the Surefire is just going to be way, way more reliable than the Beta Mag any day. And the Magpul Mag, I haven't had a single malfunction with either of my D60s, but I still think that you're more likely to have a malfunction in that rotary mag than you are with that Surefire. The Surefires are phenomenal. They work just like a regular mag. I've not had a single malfunction in my Surefire either. I only have one of those, but that's my go-to mag. That's what's in my home defense gun is a Surefire. And I have a choice of a ton of different magazines, and I chose the Surefire.
I like this one. Trump supporters, the incoming government is the problem. Biden supporters, the outgoing government is the problem. Us, the government is the problem.
Yeah.
That's from FPC. That's a good one.
I think that's very accurate.
All right. Well, we devolved into a bit of gun chat there at the end. Dang, are you? Is this a rare occurrence? Or are you looking like you might have some chance to jump in again, Dead Horse?
Yeah, I should have some more chance to jump in.
Sweet.
So, I'm getting down to slow time.
Yeah, because everybody, that's the thing. And I don't think people might realize that. I often sit around moping and talking about how it used to be good before it got shitty on the internet. And one of the good parts is when, actually, I was going to do this today. I wonder if I should still do this. I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway. I'll probably do this. 3 hours in, I'm not going to do it. I was going to do a thing where I went back and bitched about how good the show used to be back in the day. And one of the times when it was good is when, the times when the show is good is when there's good groups of people that hang out in the chat together, right? That's why I'm doing this through the times when it's shitty and it's just me in here being mopey and whatever and complaining. So when everybody shows up and it's awesome, the thing thrives and the conversation thrives. And I believe it has given people reason to hang out, and I don't know, inspired people to do stuff and given people just creative things to think about. And, there's been use for the show. So anyway, in that theme going into the year, I've had some thoughts about what direction to take the show and shit. And quite a few of them revolve around damn, I wish Dead Horse was in here to chat about this.
If you remember 2012 and 2013 and stuff, I have a feeling that's the way it's going to get back to with the current. That's the way it's going to go back. More fresh blood are going to be
We're 100% on board. Now tell me that. Did you hear my bitch about this yesterday, or no?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So I really think that's we're hitting at, right? So that's the thing, is how do we not just have the same conversations that we had that resulted in every second matters? How do we get? And I'm gonna try to figure this out, because I don't want to put the cart before the cart before the horse, but something that's been on my mind, I think I'm finally getting done with, but we'll find out. But anyway, as soon as I can actually get this salt off my tail and do stuff again, I'd like to think about how we can do, because we've been through this. Dead Horse knows what I've been bitching about in frustration here for a while. We've been through this before. We've been to this rodeo, right? This isn't our first homecoming, or how do they say that? Like, I'm sick of becoming the usable idiots, and the situation, everything, every little damn thing that comes up, we can use as an example of, no, we've seen this before. I mean, yes, the specifics, no, but the way that the community reacts to an event, or a stimulus, or the way that things are used against us, those are happen repeatedly. So yeah, I agree with you that it's coming. It seems like we're just right at what do they call that, when the water goes out and you just know that the tidal wave's coming back. It's not just going to come back and be normal. So yeah, we're about to just get so hit with stuff. And that's where, like I say, I think we've got some potential. So we've got so many new people on board that, man, I just hope we don't just have a whole bunch of new people on board and then have to fucking introduce ourselves and do the same damn conversations that you have, like the polite, introductory conversation.
I'm hoping people come with their ideas and their projects that they want to accomplish, and then we can help them with that. Like, I've been working on my own project for the last couple of years, and I'm just finally getting to the point where I can literally start it, because I built me a new computer, and then I built me a second one just so I can do my project with a ton of storage data on it, because I want to start archiving videos from YouTube and stuff like that of people who are not posting anymore, or people who are deceased before YouTube takes down those videos, and then they're just gone forever, right? And so like the burning of Alexandria, like that's been a thing that's been on my mind, is start saving this somewhere, and for future generations, all these different gun videos and stuff from people that either no longer post or lost their channel or just died. There's old channels on YouTube that are 10 years, 8 years old that have tons of good videos, and they haven't posted on YouTube for 8 years. We have no idea what happened to those people, and I don't want to put their video out there, to try and make money off their video or something. I just want to document it and save it in a place, and start collecting all that, all those videos and all that data. And then maybe somehow, I don't know, like with copyright and all that, how it would eventually work out, but try and archive that to share it to to future generations somehow.
Well, there's things like the Internet Archive, where it literally just says, here is what was, right? So you could do some project like that, like, here is what I have found, and in case it's never there, I'm putting it down here again. Especially stuff that's, like you say, like stale or completely untouched for a long period of time. It's sort of like, I don't know, it's not exactly the same, but it's sort of like if there was this interesting thing painted on the side of a building, and the building is vacant, and elements or a fire or something could destroy the building. So it'd be like taking a picture and painting, or taking a version of it and painting it somewhere else on another building, not to copy it, but to basically say, hey, now it's on two buildings, so that if anything happens to one, we still have the thing.
Exactly. And that's, I've seen so many channels and videos and all that just stripped off of YouTube, or stripped off of other places, or even not just videos too, but like forums and forum posts. Like, forums are dying. A lot of there used to be a ton of gun forums. A lot of those just no longer exist, and there were so many good posts and so many good information, And I used to save all that. And then when my laptop got fried, I lost, years worth of PDF files and stuff that I had saved from forums on posts and stuff that like I'll probably never get back because a lot of those forums are just gone. They don't exist anymore and stuff. So
we talked a little bit about the video hosting platforms, or I ranted for a long time about the video hosting platforms before, and the costs that are associated with them now is a lot more, but similar kind of situations with forums. You have to pay a little bit. The forum itself can grow, especially if you let people upload pictures and stuff. Like it'll eventually take a bunch of hard drive space. A lot more than a regular computer, but compared to the internet type of things, like they're not as big as videos for sure. But the forums can get large, and then or very large, I should say. But it's also the bandwidth, like the amount of people that hang out on a forum, especially a popular large forum. It's like sort of like you can have a giant Walmart and you can have a lot of stuff in that Walmart, but there's only so many doors in front. So there's only so many people that can ever go in and out, right? And when you got a forum, it's sort of the same situation. You might have a lot of content there, but if there's only 2 people that can read it at a time, what's the point? So it's like they build these Walmarts with nothing but doors. And, at some point, size or popularity or whatever can kill you if you don't have enough income coming in to keep the costs of that bandwidth. They don't always fail because usually there's a business plan there, but they will get lame. They have to end up getting a bunch of advertising, or they do something, or they sell out. And that's the fear, is that they get to a size where they're successful and they're useful and they're big because the accumulation the information is accumulated there, but the size and the popularity kill it for costs. And if somebody got into it, like for me, I'm just a regular person. I created forums back in the day for the topics that I was interested in and for the people that were polite. Like there was a lot of rude, horrible forums. So the ones I did were just really to do the same conversations, just in a polite way where people could be, as approachable. And when that was not feasible for me and the forums weren't being used, they ended, right? Because I'm a regular person and they cost something to exist, and things change, computers move, and whenever something happened where the computers completely had to change computers completely, that wasn't something I went and saved and then re-uploaded to the internet on the new computers. It just died with the old computer data. And that's, all different versions or variations of that kind of story can happen where they upgrade and the new computers are over here and the old data's over there, and only so many, the users don't care. It doesn't matter. They don't have the money to move it. Like so many things can happen to that data that forums were, like you're saying, like I think you were saying they're not popular, because they are not popular. Video did kill them. But the fact that they exist, just they cost money to exist, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. That like there's just a no-win scenario for forums. They were gonna die no matter what.
Absolutely, and those were some of the heady days of. Usenet was just a freaking blast. I totally felt like a cowboy, and I think it. That experience translated into things like eBay, and just anything that ended up being HTML stuff that we got used to, and just backwards and forwards now. But that was a great, that was the first time, at least I was able to migrate away from print material, which of course had its inherent delays in publication and connection, because even the biggest newsstands in town wouldn't have everything. You just had to kind of ferret it out over a course of years instead of just now moments.
But I like your concept of trying to archive some stuff, and if you tried to archive everything, it would be impossible. So archiving it on a something that you're interested in, and something that is what you call.
And that's what I'm going to focus on, is like the videos and the forum posts, and because a lot of guys still use forums where they'll do a test where they're like, hey, I tested this and this together, and this is my result. And they'll go really in depth with pictures and everything and stuff. And then if that, and they'll spend a lot of time on this, like some people do with a video. And, when if that forum goes away, then that info's gone off the net, right? Unless they posted it on a different forum or multiple forums. But a lot of these older guys who are doing this, I've noticed, are especially the really good posts where they're really going really in depth with information. These guys are in their 60s, 70s, are the ones that I see mainly doing it. And they're usually very forum specific. They get on one forum, they like that forum, they stick with it. They're only on that one. That's kind of what I've noticed.
Well, it has to be, because they're not going to deal with all of this shit. Yeah, they're doing what they're comfortable with, and then inside of that, they're only talking to the people they know.
Exactly,
right?
Exactly. And I want to document and save that for other people, because when this guy, if he dies or that forum goes away or whatever, then it's just gone. And the digital, I think our digital age is very fragile. Unlike books, where if an author dies, well, his books are still out there, or something like that. If something happens to YouTube,
in a different way, because the book can be burned or whatever. Yeah, so I hear you, but it can also be very strong. So what you're saying, I think, and as you're describing it, I think you got potential if you were to do the effort, right? Let's say go find some, let's say reloading, because that's an easy one to start with, right? And then now you're talking specifically 223 reloading or 556 reloading, right? So you decide, I'm going to start a project and it's going to be everything interesting that's on the internet that had to do with guns, and I'm going to start with reloading, and I'm going to start with 223 reloading. So you got all these folders and everything set up, and you're going to start here, and it's going to be this encyclopedia eventually. So just the concept of doing that, if you were to do that in a live thing like this, and then that becomes a video, getting ready to do it, and then you, let's say, do it for the first day or whatever, you go out and you find a forum and you data mine or harvest what you're looking for. However you end up doing it, you do some kind of a screen sharing thing, and then day 2 of archiving the stuff. And by the time, do you remember how Hosh was doing his daily stuff, and by the time he was done, he was like a freaking expert? Like, you start doing it like that, your videos themselves are an archive, because they're describing not just how to do what you're doing and that you did it, but also what you're discovering. So you're showing people what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. So now people can come in and go, hey, you're doing this like wrong or faster. You could do it this way and it would be 10 times faster, whatever. So now everybody's learning, but then the subject matter is being archived in your video. But then at the same time, the result is on, you're doing whatever you're doing. I can come up with, just talking about it, like 6 different ways to do that in interesting ways at almost no cost. But we need to have like Clover and Night Strike and some others who have done some, trying to think of who else done some web stuff before, and come up with some ideas on how to best basically set yourself up with a place to put everything. And then
right now I'm up to almost 60 terabytes is what I have room to actually save. And I bought a external box that I just plug a hard drive into. So I don't got to actually connect the hard drive to my computer. The box is connected to my computer to a USB, and I just plug the hard drive in, like almost like you would like an old floppy drive.
Yeah, I killed a hard drive. I lost all of 2019 with one of those. So just
Did you?
Okay. Yeah. So
I'm doing redundancy. So I'm going to have everything that's on one is going to be on another, because I thought about
Hold on. I got to pee really bad. So I'm going to say roll call jumped in. You guys chat for a bit. When I'm done peeing, I'll tell you. Just there's a step that I'll tell you that you just don't kill the drive doing it.
What's up, roll call?
What's going on, man? I'm not very tech savvy. I desperately despise computers.
I'm with you there, bro.
I can fumble around the keyboards, especially, at work, filling out paperwork and going through paperwork and finding paperwork. But when it comes to the technical stuff you guys talk about, it's just, man, I'm swimming without any kind of floaties on.
I was the exact same way, and I still am. I'm still very green and naive, but I built my first computer a couple months ago, And then I built my wife one, and then I built my son one. And right now, right next to me, I got one that's partially built for my granddaughter. And, so I'm on my 4th build right now on computers. And like, the more I do it, the more I'm researching. And yeah, it's a lot of time and effort and all that.
Yeah.
But it's really not as hard as I thought it was going to be. Like,
No, man,
other
that
than the
plug and
time.
play we were all
other
that
than
plug
the
and play
time.
we were talking about, that night where you were spooling up for that first build, I think. And we were talking components, and it's like interlocking puzzle pieces. You kind of get to know, and you're building on an ATX form factor.
Yep.
Yeah,
AMD
totally.
ATX.
That's just a blast, man. It's addictive. It's totally a potato chip. Bet you can't build just one.
I'd rather build ARs.
Right on, barbecue.
Yeah, that's how I feel. You guys are like computer whizzes, and I'm like, well, I can build an AR lower.
No, I was exactly like you, Real Call, until I built my first one. And just by building one, like, not only do I have a way better computer, way cheaper than what I could go out and buy, like, this is the best computer I've ever had my whole life, for hands down. But now I'm not so naive to how it works, what the different parts do. I'm, and if something breaks on my computer now, I know I'm going to be able to fix it, replace it. I'm not going to have to go to a computer shop. Like before, unless it was just like a cracked screen or the fan, if something broke on my computer, I would just usually go buy a new one because the price of having it fixed was comparable to a new one usually, or just, not much cheaper, right? So like every time like a hard drive or something went out on my computer, I'd be like, oh man, all right, time to go buy a new one. Now I don't have to do that. Now it's just like, oh man, like this stopped working. Time to just go buy this new part and I'll put it in myself. Like that's how I feel now.
I blame a lot of my computer illiteracy from like me being a kid going out in the woods and not sitting in front of a TV or video games. Like my son, both of my stepson and my birth son, man, those just whizzes at computers. Like just going through some of the stuff that they go through is just amazing to see how they retain that information. But yet they grew up in the age of technology. I was growing up with dial-up. Remember, you had to use your phone and dial up, and then
of course
bang out your internet that way.
Yep.
And I'd never spent a whole lot of time with computers. I wasn't interested at school when we had computer class. That was one of the classes that I would purposely get kicked out of, so I didn't have to do it.
Well, I'll tell you what's really hard. The computers are not the hard part. The software is the hard part, I think.
Ding, ding, ding. You nailed it.
And that's what I'm trying to learn right now is different software programs and learning my computer better on the actual software, even Windows itself. I've been experimenting with Windows 10, different settings and the different stuff that just Windows 10 has available that I've never used. And there's all sorts of tools in Windows 10, like I never even, or just in Windows in general, I never even knew existed that it basically gave you for free, not to mention just the simple stuff like Paint or, that's what I'm trying to learn is a software. And that's what you probably have to go to school on for, or just really, really get involved and spend a lot of time to learn, because the software is that's the confusing hard part. But the actual PC building or putting together a PC or fixing it is actually really simple. It really is.
I'm with Dead Horse. It's, like any other machine, you just kind of have to learn what it takes. Like the first time you rebuild a carburetor, you're not going to do a great job. You probably can't get it to, hold vacuum, or you don't know how you even search for that, but you can do it again for another $10 and you can just kind of practice at it. And so, yeah, anybody that wants to build a machine, you can buy, stuff at the Goodwill for $15-20. Just pull it apart and play with it. You don't have to plug it in.
And then once you rebuild a carburetor on a Ford, if you got to rebuild a carburetor on a Chevy, it's like, I kind of know what it's be a little
very
bit
similar.
Yeah. Because the principles are the same. You understand Venturi, you know how to, twist in the jets to get it richer or leaner. Yeah, that same kind of thing. And then I think it just, if we go from those being analog experiences and equate them with our digital experiences now, because many of us in here are spanning that gap. If you're damn, lost it. Oh yeah. Now you're fuel injected. So you're just learning how to back out an injector, clean it, put it back in, and see if you can, the computer will recognize it. And now there's another thing. You can plug in a computer to your car now. It's crazy.
Yeah, but then there's people that when you start talking stuff about cars, you'd be like carburetor, fuel injection, they're like, and that is me with computers. When you guys get going on that stuff, I'm just sitting going,
Well, is it easier if we were to say like fuel delivery system? Like kind of generalize it instead of using jargon?
Yeah, probably not.
Okay.
It'd be like saying once you know how to put together an AR, you also know how to put together an, I don't know, 22 AR from Turkey that looks like an AR, but even though it's not the same, it might be kind of similar.
Or just a pistol, like just a pistol in general,
Yeah.
right? Like
But
most
in
pistols.
1911, you probably think of a Beretta.
Yeah, exactly. If you completely disassemble a 1911, put it back together, and it works, then you can probably do any other handgun.
So you're saying it's pretty much like that with computers. Once you figure out what the parts are, once you know there's a hammer and a barrel and a spring, when you look at it on a Mac or something else, it's like, oh, well, I don't know what it is, but it's the barrel. Or I don't know where, how it necessarily fits in there, but it's the barrel.
I think that's another one of my issues, though, is I am not an audible learner. I am very visual, whether it's watching something be done or doing it hands-on, which kind of sucks, with the whole vision issues now. But so when I hear you guys talking about all this tech stuff, we could go through it 100 times. I'm going to retain very little of it. But if it was something where I had to sit down and read about it or actually just get my hands on it, I would learn a lot quicker.
Oh, for sure, man. Visual learning is key.
Well, that's what that verse is saying, though. By actually having to figure it all out and put it together, he learned all this, what it is, instead of just hearing what a hard drive is. He's plugged it in now.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you don't even have to do that. I'm sure you could watch a video and somebody would sit there in 20 minutes and start with a bunch of boxes and then end up, because it only takes a minute once you have all the stuff that's right. It's like putting together an AR. Like once you have all the pieces in front of you, you could explain what you're doing and put it together in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I could put together something, software it up, run it through Sysandra to make sure all my tweaks were in there and be done by the end of the lunch hour for people.
All that said, when he does it for his computer that he's building, the same parts are in a laptop. They're just made different so that they fold up. So same parts that are in a 1911 or in a rifle, they just look different. They act different to each other.
Yeah, the fan's going to look different on the laptop. It's going to be like a little turbine fan, but it's still a fan. It's
right.
Yep.
It's like that Glock that folds up.
Yeah.
It's the laptop of the gun world.
I'm not sure anybody's ever said that before. Good job.
So roll call, you getting up or staying up late? Right, early or staying up?
I've been up. I had to work until the closing shift, so I've been up messing around with some new apps and scouting around the unemployment line and seeing what I can dig up for now, and watching movies, getting up, raiding the refrigerator, eating guilt food, things like that. And I seen that you were on. I'm like, oh, see what I missed. These 10 amazing things I've missed.
What do you like to do for a living?
I don't know at this point, to tell you the truth, man.
Well, what do you like to do?
Yeah, what have you done that you liked?
Oh man, I love messing around with guns. Man, I've done that for a while. Nowadays with all the physical things that are wrong with me, I can't. I used to love roofing. I know that's hard to believe, but I can't do that stuff anymore. I'm pretty much limited in what I can do. I did get had a lady come in for a gun transfer, and she told me that her job was hiring, and it was for the corrections, for juvenile corrections. She gave me a bunch of information, and she told me to use her for a reference, and Yeah, I've gotten some leads, and maybe maybe I'll try and do that. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty limited around my area right now with the cough going on. It's this is we are the seventh business to go under in my area so far.
Gun business or just business?
Just business all around. We are the second.
The whole store went under?
The whole company.
Holy moly, that was like 34 stores?
25.
Wow.
Holy cow.
And this is the second place that sold firearms that went under.
So here's my question.
This is like a farm and fleet type of store, like a big warehouse store with everything from dog food to farm stuff to tools to guns to birdseed to candy to clothes.
Yep. It's almost like your Tractor Supply or Rural King or
Farm.
So Fleet
Just
Farm.
that big too, just as big, except more local to your area, I guess.
Yeah. And what really sucks about us going out of business, this is really it's not gonna damage the farming in this area, but it's gonna make them harder to get parts. It's gonna make them harder to get hay if they can't get hay right off the bat. If they rotated their field, it's gonna be hard for people to get propane. I mean, it's not gonna like cripple the area, but like the rural community, they're gonna see an impact from it. I mean, there's another store coming into my area. It's called a Rural King, and it's basically my store before it changed names was Big R. Big R and Rural King were together back in the day, and the owners had a disagreement. They split the company 50-50. One guy went one way, the other guy went the other way, and it's been like that for quite some time.
When did they split? Where was that?
I've heard like 3 different versions of why they split. It was just disagreements on how the company should be.
What year I was asking. I was just curious.
What year?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to say the early 2000s.
Oh, that recent. Okay, I thought it was a long time ago.
Yeah, something like that. It was either the early 2000s or the middle 90s, because I think they've been in the company before it split was in business in the 70s.
I was going to say,
they've been around for a while.
70s, right?
Yeah, they've been around for a while. But so the company split, and they one people went one way, and the Big R name was like, I don't know. Well, I can put it in general like this: like you bought the name of the company, and that's what you ran under the banner, and then you just paid the people to have the name, and they'd hook you up with
a franchise, like True Value or something.
Yeah, basically. So these guys kind of the Big R company. The guy wanted to retire. He didn't want the company anymore. And his business partner was like, cool, sell me your shares in the business, and then you can go retire. I'll pay you out that way, and I'll find a different partner. Well, when that came down, with the other partner that this guy found after the other guy retired, it almost felt like this guy like tried to swindle the company out from under the other guy that brought him in. So that seemed to me like might have caused a riff in there. And the split from the guy that wanted to retire and the other guy seemed to have been bad, because we had a meeting a couple months ago talking about how those people that used to work there, they don't work there anymore because they cleaned house when the company switched names and they rebranded themselves. They wanted to see them fail. So not only that, they like screwed them over on like connections to vendors, just little ratty stuff that they did, and that really hurt the company. I mean, they lost Carhartt contracts for Carhartt's contracts. We have a rail line here called the South Shore where they would come in and buy boots. Well, they lost all the people that vended the boots. So they lost millions of dollars doing that. And the new guy that came in, I think he boasted a little bit about how much money he had. I don't think he had enough money. And when it came down to it, he started taking loans out on banks. And you know how that goes after you start doing that. So it just spiraled. And what pisses me off the most is they sat us down. It was like a mandatory meeting we had to go to. I've been working there for almost 4 years, and I've never gone to a mandatory meeting. And at that time, they were like, look, all this stuff is going down. They have some problems. Like, before this one person got fired, they sent a check off to a vendor that was no longer a vendor. It was about $45,000. And they were like, oh, we sent you out a check. We need our check back. You're no longer our vendors. And then the people were like, okay. And then they ended up cashing the check. So they lost $45,000. So we sat there and they told us that everything was going to be okay. You know, we're having a hard time, but they're going to get back on their feet. Don't worry about that. You're always going to have a job, yada, yada, yada. Well, then, you know, the cough hit. That really killed that business. I mean, not only that, when everything shut down around here, nobody had any money, man. It was, people were literally standing in line at food banks. Like, I even dropped off food to food banks to help the community. So it hit hard. And at that point, they never recovered. I think they were down about 46% in sales, almost half of what they did the previous year before that. So, I mean, it was a mixed bag of really piss poor management, money management, and then when all this crap started. So it was a mixture of everything. And when I walked into work Tuesday, and they were like, look, man, we're closing the doors. I'm like, well, I'll go up to Michigan because there's one in Michigan. They're like, no, we're closing the whole company down.
Wow. That was Tuesday?
Yeah, that was Tuesday.
So it's more like we're closing the doors and then like just selling all the inventory to somebody who's going to come in. It's not like we're going out of business sale for the next 2 weeks.
Right. And what was really strange, though, that the managers were acting kind of weird. Like, a lot of people were talking about, you know, with this Rule King coming in, how it's going to damage the company even more, because it's the same people that split from this company before, that sell the same products, that market to the same people, and they're really financially set in their ways, unlike this company that's struggling, you know what I'm saying, losing vendor contracts and whatnot. So, I mean, I had to close the store on Tuesday because I remember, because I was messing around with Night Strike and ruining his chat. And I was locking up the doors, and they had told us Tuesday. But the signs for the going out of the business and all that were already there. So my guess is they knew this was happening either months or weeks prior, which is sad because it would have gave me more than to March 31st to find a new job.
Well, what about unemployment?
I can do that. I'm going to have to burn my vacation time because you can't get unemployment until your vacation time is used up, from what I've researched. I've only been on unemployment once or twice, I think, when I was a roofer, and that was because it was wintertime. You know, the company would throw you on unemployment.
Definitely do the unemployment, because don't think of that as a handout or anything.
It's not.
You pay into that, dude. So
exactly.
So definitely do the unemployment, man. And if you got to burn your vacation time, get it. Get your vacation time. Get that check and file for unemployment as soon as you can.
Won't they settle on any outstanding overtime and vacation for you? Like lump sum?
I haven't talked to them about that. You know, I want to stick it out to the end, but yet if I can find something, you know, I'll just, thank them for, because my previous job when I worked at a grocery store, there's a lot of problems at that grocery store. They turned liberal. And when they found out I owned firearms, when they found out I had a YouTube channel, they pretty much bullied me out of that job, to the fact that like people were spreading some really harsh rumors. So for these people that, before that, to accept me and coming there to work was grateful. I was grateful for it, because I didn't know it was going to happen. And
can you get a
I
job at
think
the new Rural King that's coming in?
I was thinking about it, man, but
you already have experience in that, and if they're doing the same stuff, I mean,
yeah,
it might not hurt to get your name in there as soon as possible, even if that store's not built, to start making some calls or emails. I'm just saying.
Yeah, exactly.
The sooner the better.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I love guns, man. We all love guns. But when you're on, G knows about this, when you're on the other side of the counter and you're messing around with 4473s and you're messing around with the ATF when they come sniffing around like the dogs they are, no pun intended. I mean, it kind of wears on me. And it was wearing on me for a while there. And I don't know if I want to go back to that lifestyle. And if I did go back to that lifestyle, I would submit paperwork to make my own FFL. If it came down to it, if I'm going to do firearm,
do they allow at home FFLs where you're at? Like,
I'd have to really do research on it, but I honestly would open up a shop. I honestly would. I would open up a shop.
Where are you?
I'm in a place where it's called Michigan City, but it's in Indiana.
I know where Michigan City is. I have step relatives there. So yeah, man, FFLing and doing repair and transfers. You just find out what the low end of FFL transfers are, and you can pop open while you build up.
And you get a shop. Right.
I mean, there's a lot of buildings where I can go and try and give it a shot. But again, I don't know if
start at home.
If I want to really deal with that shit,
But if you're already, are you buying or renting a home?
I'm renting.
Okay, because you can. I don't know about specific regulations, but as far as FFL licenses go here in residentials, it's up to the city's zoning. So if you're zoned in like a mixed use or something, some other designation.
You guys aren't understanding. He said FFL, but he wants a gun shop. He doesn't want to just do FFL transfers. Anybody could do that. He wouldn't even be debating it. He would have already.
Right. I was just suggesting that as a build up, doing the gun repairs and FFL transfers.
Yeah, to start out, just to build up a clientele, and not only that, but like gun cleaning, gun repair, stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just right now, it felt at the last couple of days that the world was spinning. It was up and it was like a top, and it's coming down to that last couple of turns. Sitting down with the old lady and the kids, and telling them, look, we're gonna get through this. It's not the end of the be all end, but it's going to be tough here for a while. But I think I can find something to stabilize me for now and then probably move on in the future, And just like I told a lot of other people, like a lot of people just, they disregard the cough and they say this and that. But when it comes home to roost, I mean, it's bad, man. It's bad in my area. My area used to be a thriving area. This used to be the gateway to the steel mills. This used to be the gateway to ports and boating. And you don't see any of that stuff anymore. And even with this, I mean, businesses that have been on this land in this area for 50, 60 years are now gone. And it's really sad to see it. I've even been looking at places like in different states because I don't know if I could survive in this area, even moving in southern Indiana, because it's so bad right now.
So I got a question for you, real call.
Go ahead.
Let's say I used to work at Dunham's doing all the gun stuff there. What part of it was burning you out? Was it the customers? Was it just the dealing with the government BS?
I mean, my ATF agent wasn't really that bad. That guy wasn't really that bad. I mean, it just really burnt me when the ATF agent came in and bought the AR pistol and then was like, "Oh, don't worry, you're not going to be able to buy these anyway." You know, which was really suspicious. And then the letter came out and everybody freaked out about that. It just, you know, that's kind of irritating. And the only reason why the customers were so crabby and they were kind of just like all over it is because the place never had any kind of product. Dude, you have to, if you own a store, you have to service the people. People are, especially in the time that we live in now, look at all the crap that we deal with, in different parts of society in the country. People are scared. When people are scared, they go out and buy a gun. But when your gun shelf, it has 4 guns in it, 5 guns and some shotguns, and no ammunition on the shelf for those guns, that becomes a problem. And I don't blame the customers. I blame the company. I blame the company for making like piss poor financial situations on their own, and not really being spot on owners, and just lying, basically just lying, man. And even telling us at certain points to lie to customers, that's sad, man. That's sad. I never did it, and I'm glad the customers never went back and said, "Well, this guy told me this," But yeah,
you're talking. I guess it depends on what you're talking about. When there's this craziness or a shortage or something, that's a different situation. But if you're talking just in general, like it's not quite a big box store, but it's like everybody knows the store we're talking about. So you're going to go to that store, and they're going to probably be like, "Well, we can buy." Ruger pistols for this price, and we can buy SIG pistols for this price, or whatever they come up with. But they're not trying to be like, "Oh, well, this region really likes over and unders, and they seem to like them that look like Jeds." So let's buy these specifically. They're just buying whatever commodity guns are there. So you don't go to that gun shop and expect them. I mean, they might be able to order something for you, but you don't go to that gun shop and be like, "I need percussion caps for my, crazy old gun. I need something for my rare European gun, and then I need some milsurp stuff." Like that. Expecting a gun shop during a shortage to have stuff that nobody can have is unrealistic. But also asking like a big box shop to be like a real gun shop, or like an old, not necessarily real, but like a shop that's 1 or 2 people, that are running their own game, then that guy can know, "Oh, okay, I know this guy likes single actions, and I'll have those, and I know this guy likes semi-auto this, and I know that guy likes 1911s." They know their customers. They're able to.
Yeah, I mean that's another thing that really it even got my store managers goat, is like we would tell these people like, "Look, people aren't looking for the Wilson Combats. People aren't looking for $1,200, $1,300 guns. You know what they're looking for? They're looking for the G2s. They're looking for a Glock, possibly. Those are kind of the guns in the area that are familiar with people. And and then you got the big hunting seasons that come out. They weren't even buying stuff for muzzleloader season, and muzzle loading here is pretty popular. I was quite surprised when I first started there on the first round of deer season that I went through working at that store, how many people muzzle load, and they would never buy the products for it. And it's like, you have to service these people. Not only that, you're going to probably profit off it. Maybe not like exponentially, but you're going to profit off it when, nobody's buying, those Glocks or, the small Kimber micros. You're going to profit off it. And they just would not listen to us, man. And it was so frustrating.
That's where part of the problem lies with those big retailers like that, because much like you were just saying, real call here at Northwest PA, muzzleloader season is huge. But when I worked at Dunham's, we had about 6 CBA inline muzzleloaders in stock at any given time. Flintlocks, you better go to the mom and pop shop to find it, because you weren't going to find it. But I think the big thing is, while you might have these certain areas where muzzleloader season is really big, the company's looking at it as company-wide. They're trying to get everything at a cheapest price they can. So that means they're going to have to order X amount, which is going to be bulk purchase in a sense. But if they can only really sell that at, a handful of stores, does that large bulk purchase justify, supplying those 4 or 5 stores that are going to be able to really go through it?
Or they hire cousin Jed or somebody who or somebody's nephew is like the guy put in charge, and he's like, I bought guns. I bought Ruger guns. Having no idea because he's like he's into canoes or bicycling, and they put him in charge of the gun department. So he's like, yeah, I bought guns for the department.
Yeah, man, and it was, and see what was really, I would say, the bread and butter is the majority of their stores were just in the Midwest. There was nothing any farther west than Illinois. There wasn't anything farther east than Ohio. So this company was in the breadbasket of prime hunting, prime recreational, places where people did this stuff. It was just the fact that, like what G said, they put people into positions that I don't think should have been in those positions. And if they wanted to save on payroll, they would have unfortunately cut those people out of that position and listened to us and let us order. And I think it would have went better.
Well, did you guys actually get to customize your orders? Because I don't know if Dunham's is still like this, but back when I worked there, this would have been, 8 years ago, something like that. Everything was done by corporate. So, whatever we got in. We weren't able to just go and order a gun for anybody.
They have to do it that way because that's what SHOT Show is. Like, you go to SHOT Show and it's like that. Like a place that'll have 25 stores. They're like, they'll go talk to Ruger or somebody and be like, well, we got 25 stores. Give us, whatever, 200 of these guns, 300 of these guns. And if you buy these, and then you listen to some of these people talk as you're standing there listening or doing something, and you hear stuff. And yeah, some of these conversations, it's like, these people don't know what they're talking about. You can just tell that whenever that conversation or that sale was done, like the salesman went back in and went like, yeah, I got rid of all of those like XYZs because, like that guy doesn't know what the fuck he just bought, but he bought them or she bought them. It's business, man. Like they don't know what the hell they're doing. And anyway, I guess the other thing I was saying is like the only way that they can even stay in business is to buy 300 of a gun. They can't be like, I need 6 of these because that store wants them, and I want 1 of these, and I'd like 10 of these, and we'll need 70 of these, and then 4 of these.
Yeah. If they want to increase their profit margins, they have to buy in bulk. All
right. So it's like, we have this many guns. How many of them do you want? That's really the question that the manager gets to make, right?
And I'm glad you brought up Dunham's, man, because we have a Dunham's here. And you know what the next business to fold is? It's going to be Dunham's, because that Rule King is going right next to Dunham's, and they're going to put Dunham's out of business because we always used to price match Dunham's. We love sticking it to that company. I'm sorry, but we did, because their prices were so insane. I mean, like a regular standard gun, like they're a PT-111, one of those Taurus guns, any kind of Taurus guns. Those are at, post cough, those guns you were finding them for on the internet for what, $189? Well, they'd be jacked up to $299. We'd sell the gun for $199. And people would be like, "Oh my God, I went to Dunham's. They're so high. You guys are great." And we stuck it to the competition. And when that Rule King gets in there, Dunham's will be the next one that folds, and that will be 8 places that go out of business in the area. And then
that's the thing that I don't think Dunham's will fold, because Rural King isn't selling the same things that Dunham's is. Yeah, they might match them on guns and stuff, but Rural King's going to be more farm and agricultural oriented, and Dunham's is focused on the sporting goods and things like that. Apparel, kayaks. Good God, the amount of kayaks they buy is absolutely insane.
and I was in the Dunham's here a couple of weeks ago, and they had absolutely nothing. And when they did have it, it was all overpriced. It comes down to, how you're gonna manage your prices in the era that we are now. I don't see when I was reading my emails, because I always used to read the emails, especially around distributors and Vista and all these guys, man, and seeing what we're facing now. I mean, I don't think people understand. They're a lot of people are talking, oh, it's going to be better in the next few years. Dude, I was seeing projections from some people, like you buy the guns from the middleman, the distributor that goes out to these companies and buys it. They were talking 2027 to see the market balance. And this is just the balance. So whether those are correct numbers, I think they're guesstimations. But the more we see how society is evolving and the trials and tribulations we go through, and not only that, just the sheer raw buying power of people out of fear and the things that go on. I don't see this. I think those projections might be a little true on some levels, or maybe in some areas. Like here, if you find a box of 9mm, I swear you need to put it on eBay unless you need it, because the prices around here when that stuff hits the shelf are astronomical. When we got our last box of 9mm, it was some Winchester white box. That stuff was what, $9.99 a box in Target rounds, and that stuff shot up to almost $30 a box. So right. You're just not seeing the market recover from the 18 million new gun owners. And right. I think the more and more you see this stuff happen in society, the worse off we're going to get. And then with everything that goes through politicking, it doesn't look like it's going to fare well until this next cycle kind of, either eats itself like we just watched, or it just kind of fizzles out.
All right. So you've gone in realms here that are out of the what do we call, like the surface of a gun conversation, but it's 4 hours in. We're middle of the night pretty much everywhere. So if you guys are still awake, there's people watching, and I've wanted to have a conversation about this, and we got some decent people in here to have a conversation. So if you're still awake, I'm going to put this out there. First off, let me ask, is everybody about to crash out, or you want to keep going?
Keep going.
I'm fine, yeah.
So what you're talking about is, there's no way to know if you're right or wrong, right? But what I think most people, when they have this discussion about either ammo or guns, what you're not putting into account is everything else. Like, when, let's say that if this was a drought, or if this was a meteor that hit the earth, if it was a physical thing that happened and everybody, lost everything. They're like a meteor hits the earth and things are gone that existed, dams or factories or something. We didn't have that happen. So the factories aren't gone. Hold on. But, so it's not like if everything comes back, like, we can turn the factories back on. But it's not it's gone on so long that it's not just that the factories have turned off or that things, can't get built fast enough because of what you're talking about in your whole, the situation that you're in. When that uh, company goes out of business, that's accountants, places that are losing jobs. That's like everybody that was from Creighton, whoever, somebody was embroidering shirts for that store or making something for the signage, like that's accounts all over the place that are getting affected, right? So we're talking about infrastructure shutting down. So again, it's not like we lost places because of an earthquake or a flood or something where the buildings are gone. But if we're going long and long and long enough where different levels of supply, so in other words, we're talking about ammunition. So, we used up all the stuff on the shelves, no big deal. We used up all the stuff that the factories had, no big deal. We used up all the stuff that the supply places had, no big deal. Now we're using, we have to wait until they dig it out of the ground again, ultimately for that little chain. But now let's take the chain down to books. So everybody runs out of paper. Okay, we just got to wait for some trees to grow. Well, all right, so that takes a while. We run out of corn, we got to wait for corn to grow. Like there's these things that are in the supply chain that we've been using, but we're thinking of them individually. When everything starts to run down, like why don't we got ammo? Well, we can't get gas. Well, how come we don't got gas? Because we need it to be converted into fertilizer for corn. Like what? Like, when there's scarce resources, we start to figure out what all is missing. So if you're following me, we got the potential after length of time like this for the bottom to just drop out. Like it can be everything's good to go, but then all of a sudden it's not like when is the shelves going to be resupplied? The shelves aren't going to be resupplied anytime soon. So does that happen smoothly and everybody's like, whew, we're going to get through this like the Dust Bowl days? There's no faith anymore. There's not systems in place like churches and CCC or whatever the big government agencies were. Like, how do we get through something like that if it goes to that? Or does it just swoop down towards that? Everybody goes, oh shit, we got to quit acting like, there's more going on here than there is because we see the real bottom here. And then all of a sudden the factories do just get turned back on and everything starts to kind of slowly turn back to normal and everybody's stronger at the end because whatever the positive outcome of all that doesn't have to come out. So I'm just saying, do we see something where everything just shuts off and everybody's kind of in the dark for a second, and then it all just turns back on? Or does it shut off and then it's like, it turns out, we don't know how to do this and that and the other thing that had been done automatically. And, just because you can turn lights on, if there's no generator running with gas to flip the switch, who cares if you can turn the light on, it won't turn on.
Oh yeah, that's the scary thing about it. Okay, let's say the it does level out, but when these companies like these big manufacturers of ammunition, when they do catch up, whenever that may be, what happens when shops like mine are gone? The other local gun shop that shut down, 4 or 5 in the next town over. What happens when they don't have shelves to put that ammunition on? That's the real question. I mean, we can all question when stuff will come back to the shelves, but what happens if there's no shelves to put that stuff back on?
A sad commentary, man. You're absolutely right.
So I mean, you have to look at the context. I understand everybody's struggling but I love to shoot. We all love to shoot. But the big premise is, what if they do find some way to, strip us of getting stuff online? That's another virtual shelf that goes away from these manufacturers. If they can't find the spots to put this stuff in so people can consume it, then you're going to see a drastic effect. And if like we saw what happened to Remington, and luckily somebody stepped up to the plate and took over their operations. But again, what if these companies get back on pace and they get back on par with the demand, but all the mom and pop shops are closed? Walmart, and I don't know if you guys have a Meijer, but Like these other stores, they don't carry that ammunition. So now there's more shelves that are going to be bare. So, I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into it, and it's scary from that standpoint G just asked.
Well, what do you call it? Like a thing, I don't know what to call it, like a concept, I guess, that I'd thrown out there for a long time was, and something that I see the internet being the potential to enhance or to facilitate is the idea of like regional stuff. So like, there back in the olden days, you would get cheese from here or cheese from there or cheese from that place. And even though it's all whatever, Swiss cheese, it tastes different because of something different. Like the grasses are different here or the whatever, smoke's different here. And there was reason to travel back in the old days, like Route 66 and stuff, because you'd go to this motel and that motel and they were different. This one had a dinosaur, that one had the guns, right? And then, I don't know when it was, McDonald's and all the rest turned it into uniformity and corporate consistency. And, we've lost that. And I see a lot of the issues we have are because of the thirst for consistency and familiarity, where we've kind of lost not just the interest, but like any flavor or any appetite for diversity. And when we're forced because of whatever circumstances, and I never saw this when we were talking about this before, but I always was like, the internet's got the potential to let you, buy the weird cheese from so-and-so, and to understand that there is 17 different kinds of chocolate donut. There's not just chocolate donuts and vanilla donuts, right? Like there's some nuance to stuff, or you can be interested in different ways that somebody builds a chair, all the different crap that people might be into. I figured the internet had the potential for that. But if we get forced in a position where everybody's just got to make do, so in other words, there's not a Walmart to go get a chair, everybody starts making chairs. Well, somebody's going to make a bamboo chair, somebody's going to make an oak chair, somebody's going to make a maple chair, because that's what they got in front of them. And then with the internet, all of a sudden, everybody's like, well, snap, look at, I can have a chair collection, or I could have that maple chair, even though I live in bamboo area. So, is it the same thing there? Do we have the potential of this kind of taking away the Walmart potentially? Because that's the thing. Right now, we're all kind of milking off of the giant corporate things that are getting the funding or whatever, but they require all kinds of stuff. So who knows what's going forward? Something happens and distribution changes different, or we're just so like it's all that's left is Walmart, right? Or something. Let's say in some future where all that's left is Walmart, people aren't going to be like, oh, I'm satisfied with one flavor mustard. Or are they going to be like, oh, we got the internet here and Amazon, so now I can have any kind of mustard I want. And all of a sudden there are little places coming up, because like, again, these buildings aren't gone. People didn't lose the interest in most people didn't lose the interest in doing stuff creatively. They're just not able to, or I suspect some of them have had incentive to sit at home, right? Like some of the reasons the jobs aren't there is because you're making more money on unemployment. Why would you go get a job again? So if and when that stops, does everybody just go back to work? And then all of a sudden taxes are coming in and garbage trucks are needed and paper towels are going back to businesses instead of homes, and it all snaps back to normal, but in a way that McDonald's and Walmart aren't as appealing because they signify the boring, bland, like, what we get if we don't appreciate our individuality or our regionalness.
Well, I think I get what you're saying. I mean, if you look at the majority of people, they go to one place to get one thing, and they go to that one place all the time. But if there was 4 or 5 different places to go, you'd have choice. And that's why I like watching you travel to different gun shops, because there's different options out there. I don't have to just say, oh, I got to go down to my local. You know what? I'm in so and so area, and I've seen this person go to this gun shop. I'm going to go to that one, or whatever kind of need that you're looking for. So I think that holds water. I think it holds weight. And for the internet thing, it's getting so hard to do internet stuff that's related to what we like. And I think that's another thing that we should really look at is, we have to do something to continuously fight back, find different platforms like everybody talks about, and the things that people develop. We have to find these different outlets. If we don't, it's going to be like Demolition Man and everybody's eating Taco Bell.
Yeah, I think, well, it seems like we fluctuate back and forth. But here's the thing. When I look at it, you look at like the 50s and everybody was like cookie cutter house, I want the same blah, blah, blah. Like I want a blender or whatever. My blender's going to be yellow instead of green or whatever. Like I got that impression that everybody was trying to hurry up and be as close to their neighbor as they could, and then compete with the Joneses and all that kind of crap. And then you get the 60s and it kind of gets more wild. And then the 70s, it gets crazy. And then in the 80s, everything starts to get kind of back together, and the Izod shirts and the yuppies and shit. And then the 90s, it turns into like the grunge and the Seinfelds and stuff. And, we got these kind of like trends back and forth between whatever, like organized or interest in similarity and interest in individuality. Does that continue or does that dissipate out? Because I think that at least what I'm trying to get at is that adds to like the thirst, right? Either you have a thirst to be just like your neighbor, or you have a thirst to do your own thing, or the interest in pursuing the ability to go do your own thing.
What scares me is the push that the media and everybody is doing right now of this new normal. Stay at home. Don't go out and everything. This is the new normal.
Like you can be entertained at home, you can work at home, you can get your health care at home, you can get food at home. You don't even have to leave your house.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean that's a scary thought, thinking that them pushing the initiative of everybody to stay at home, especially when we're a country of technically we're a country of explorers. That's how the country got founded.
That's interesting.
I want to respond to that.
That way, it's like you go, everything's convenient. Stay at home. Let's organize the whole economy so that everybody can stay at home and stay separate from each other. Oh yeah, you don't need an internet anymore. Click, and then what do we all do? We're all standing there looking at our fucking walls. I think I interrupted.
I want to respond to G Goddess comment out there about the ammo dealers on IG and all that. There are a bunch of fake ones that are popping up, not only on IG, but all sorts of platforms, Craigslist, local selling sites. And then there's people that are copying real businesses. Yeah, they're copying real businesses, their names, pictures from their websites and from their social media, and making it look like legit. So you think you're buying from the actual trusted real company, but you're not. Yeah, so right now you have to really do your due diligence and make sure you're buying from an actual real person, or your money's gone.
Well, we know that they've got an issue with the finance side of it. So if you want to cause confusion, you create a bunch of clone accounts that mimic, and then when someone thinks they make a transaction and then they think they've been slighted, they follow a complaint as if they're complaining about the real company. So all you had to do is fake, not follow through, and you've taken down an industry.
Yep.
Oh, that happened. That happened to me a couple months back when you were running the patch batch. I was so stoked to do that, and then I'm like, well, I'm going to get my plate carrier, and then I've already got my plates, and then I'm going to I'm gonna do some stuff on that. And then it ended up being that these people stole my money. So when I was kept on asking for a refund, I'm like, well, I'm just going to buy a patch badge when I get this stupid refund from this company. I went all the way to my bank to recover that money. You know, you really have to be careful on who you're messing around with on the internet. I don't know about you guys. I had to get direct deposit, but I go as soon as that stuff drops, as soon as I get the cootie cash or my paycheck, I draw it all out, man. And if I buy something off the internet, it's from gear websites, it's from Owl and Anchor, it's from people that I know. You know, I nowadays I rarely buy stuff from any other company. And if I go and buy stuff, I go and buy it in cash, and then it's from, you know, I buy it in person.
I do a lot of the same thing, and I also have a separate credit card for anybody, and it's only got $200 in it. So, you know, if somebody does end up pirating the damn thing because I, you know, middle of the night order some stupid shit off Instagram, at least they're not going to take me for everything I've got. And I do draw down because I get a lump check at the beginning, you know, by the second of each month, and I pull everything but the things that are taken out automatically, like the mortgage.
I think that's what I was going to say too. Is you can go to like at the register at a store or something, and then buy one of those blank Visas or Mastercards or whatever, and then put a couple of bucks on it, and then use that online. You know, put $50 or $100 on it. But though, even if they do hack it and get all the money out of it, it's only got 50 or $100 on it ever.
And you can always recharge it.
Yeah, you just go to the store. It's like, oh, it's time to pay that bill. Go to the store, have them. What does it cost? Like $2 to recharge it for 50. It's not the best percentage, but you're basically not having to have a bank account. And depending on how often you're using it, it'll either cost like 3 times as much as a bank account would with the fees, or it'll be about the same as the fees it would be on a bank account.
See, you were talking about healthcare, and I just got an email about a nursing school. See what happens? Ugh.
And that's another reason why
I like it.
Oh, go ahead. Are we done? Everybody's going to say anything?
I just the question or whatever.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. Was a barbecue that was starting to say something?
Oh, I just said nurse roll call. I like it.
Oh God, could you see me in one of them white mini skirts? It'd be
No.
just as bad as blue dresses.
We need to get you a candy striper uniform.
Oh God,
He's ruined that forever, barbecue.
forever.
Just kidding.
Well, there are one thing I want to suggest to roll call is that he did mention that he liked roofing, but he can't do it anymore, and I'm guessing that's, you know, physical limitations or whatever, or, you know, but there are similar things that are new technologies out there right now that are booming still, because of the rebates through the federal government and cities and states. Solar panels are booming right now everywhere, right? And that's a lot easier than roofing, but you still get up on a roof, you screw a couple brackets down, set some solar panels, you know, so it's easier work than roofing, I would say, but it's, you know, that is a booming thing that's hiring right now, that, you know, that you, and there's other things out there like that, like skylights, and just there are things right now that are booming because people are basically getting them for free or huge tax write-offs, stuff like that.
Yeah, we've got a big solar farm going in probably about 5 miles from my house. I mean, a huge solar farm, and they keep sending letters saying, you know, do the solar panel thing, and yeah, you're going to get a tax credit, plus you'll get free, you know, free energy and everything else.
And you know what? For almost the whole first year that I was co-owner of a landscaping company here in Omaha, you know, we go out, do our estimates. If they chose us, we'd ask for a deposit check. to ensure that they're scheduling. And then we used that to buy the raw materials. We labored in for over that first year at nothing. And all we had to do was have, accounts open at the local lumber yards and nurseries and drop ship anything in that we couldn't find in town. He ended up making a lot of money on that business and then, sold it for a boat ton.
I mean, you're not going to guarantee anything to be shipping. I wouldn't base anything on shipping if you're going to try to build something strong going forward and try to do something local.
Your amplitude's in the basement.
Yeah, you're really low. Gee. I was just going back to things that I heard Roe Call say that he liked to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's like that saying that if you do what you love, you never work a single day in your life. Like that's really true, right? And so if you can get into something that you actually like to do or similar, close to it, I mean, that's what I would like. Here's your opportunity. So if there's something you've ever wanted to do, you've ever wanted to get into, or just even look into more than just a hobby or something, and it doesn't have to be gun related at all, but now might be an opportunity instead of like a hindrance. Like right now you're thinking of it as like, oh man, this is a hindrance. This is going to screw me. I'm going to have to do this and that, but you can also think of like, hey, this is my opportunity to try this out. I've always wanted to do this or, something, this might be the time.
Distance learning is a big deal, and it just blew up this year because of needing remote locations for education. And Barbecue could toss in on that because he did a remote learning gunsmithing.
Oh, is that from the Sonora Institute?
No, mine was Penn Foster.
Oh, okay, sweet.
Yeah, and G knows about a bunch of those organizations too, and they're in at least one of his publications, or it's intended to be, I think. All the schools.
Yeah, just right now, I think we all, and it might not work out, but you could still think of this like, hey, this is the opportunity. This is the time to try something else out. Still file for your, unemployment, and maybe think about like going back to school and like DJ saying there, with the distance learning and stuff like that. Maybe a gunsmithing school, maybe car mechanic, like whatever you want to do. But now might be the time to do something different, something that you've always wanted to do, something that you love.
Yeah, in no way are Dead Horse or I trying to be Pollyannas about this, man. We understand. No. I mean, we're hearing you, man. We may not understand. Yeah. So when we're saying no, it's not a handout, take that unemployment. We're not saying that just so that you get dollars. We're saying it because we've experienced that and we know it can be a benefit.
Oh yeah, I did heating and air conditioning, and in the wintertime, you would think in the wintertime heating and air conditioning would be busy. In the wintertime, it's not. That's why I've always had a second job in the wintertime. It's the summertime that heating and air conditioning is busy. That's the busy time of year, right? So like I've been on unemployment many times in my life during the winter. So like I know what that's all about, man. I would definitely take that money.
If you're looking for something that's lucrative, you could try gender studies in like Pakistan.
Yeah, gender studies on the south side of Chicago.
Pakistan.
Yeah, you're right. I was just thinking of where Michigan City is.
Yeah, I'd just make up some kind of show company and fake lobby and try and get $5 million.
Here's how you do it. You get the $5 million worth of money, and then you put out maybe for like $1 million or something, you put an ad out and you'd be like, wanted males, right? And then another ad that goes wanted females, and then for some job position. And whenever they come in, you're like, you're a male? Yeah. And you're in Pakistan? Yeah. Okay, you got the job. Like go around and tell people like, how to be a male or what a male is. And then when the female applies, like you're a female, yeah. Okay, you got the job. Go around telling people what a female is. And then boom, you just outsourced it.
There you go.
Get 50 million, pay each of them $1 million, you walk home with 48 million. I've been doing my taxes, so I'm a marketing genius or a financial genius now.
Give me a couple minutes, G. I'm going to switch over to the home computer.
All right.
Well, we got 9 people out there. I don't know how many people are still out there. I can't stay up infinitely. I was going to shut it off before, but we've been chatting, so kept it going. Got some people out there. Well, G's out there. I don't know if anybody else is out there anymore. Yesterday was out there a while ago.
Said at home FFL are allowed.
What?
He says at home FFLs are allowed in Indiana. So that's interesting.
There you go.
And that doesn't even have to be a full-time job. Like all the at-home FFLs I know do it as like a part-time job in the evening after they get off their day job, just to supplement income and just to do something they like to do and love to do, right? And every at-home FFL I know, that's how they run it. Like they're not open all day long or anything. It's just, hey, like you come between like 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. to pick up your gun, or you got to wait the next day, right? Like that's how everyone I know it runs it like that, and it's just supplemental income to do something they like to do. They get to play with new guns, see new guns, and so that might not be a bad idea to supplement income, because I don't know any at-home FFLs that do that for an actual living. Well,
I do. I've had them that are different from different angles, I guess you could say. Like gunsmithing is sort of a thing, and there's people that do that at their homes, and then paints, what do you call, like Duracoating and that kind of thing. There's a Duracoating, whatever the one is that takes the ovens, Cerakoting. So you can do stuff, right? But dang it, what was I going to go after? That
anything that basically where someone's going to leave their gun with you, all you need is that Type 1 FFL. And then that covers the sales. That covers, like, if you want to Cerakote their guns, if you want to clean their guns, if you want to repair their guns, that Type 1 FFL will cover all that.
That's right. From working with the clients, so you said like you didn't know that many people that were doing it full time. That's the thing. Most of the people I know that were doing it were like fairly professional. They were like firemen, or they were like working like kind of jobs in mines and stuff, where they basically had a bunch of money and they wanted to be an FFL. So it was like a hobby that cost some money, but it was worth it kind of thing. But that's the thing, is like you got to have insurance. You got to, if you're doing it in the home, you need a safe. You need to have all the qualifications to make it fortified or whatever they can inspect. So business license often required. There's other fees. Buying the book for itself, you can do it on the cheap, and that's possible, but then is that wise? Is that the best way to go into an anti-presidency with an ATF that's going to have fangs instead of teeth? Like, you're going to want to, I'm just saying, it's not necessarily, it's the thing with a lot of regulation and insurance and costs. So if you lost 4 people's guns, what does that cost, right? Like, something happens and somebody just breaks into your house and there's no guns there, but now you got to fix windows. Like there's, I don't want to call them hidden costs. I'm just saying there's other costs that, unlike if you were, I don't know, like going to doing something that was like eBay, right? Where, you're selling gym shoes. You're going around looking for gym shoes and reselling them on eBay, or buying gym shoes and painting them and selling them on eBay. Like, something where there's less regulation and costs like that, and insurance and all that. You might have to have an alarm in your house to meet requirements for the local stuff. Tools, setting yourself up as an FFL. If you're going to do more than the stuff, you might have to have some tools and stuff. So like I say, most of the people I know that done it were doing something, and then that was their like side line, and then they were setting themselves up slowly to be able to retire into it. I definitely know people that have done it.
Most of the people I know have done it it's really just a hobby and supplemental income. Like, you know, I think they do make a little bit of money on it depending on what they're charging for transfers, and you know, and it depends on if they're just doing transfers, you know, or if they're, like you said, if they're Cerakoting guns. Cleaning guns is actually huge. You would not be like, if I took a gun to my gunsmith right now and said clean it, it's $60. They charge 1 hour minimum, $60 to clean a gun that takes like 10 or 15 minutes, right? And like, so I mean, just gun cleaning can be, I think, pretty lucrative, because you wouldn't believe how many lazy people are out there that won't clean their own guns. Like, it really does exist. I mean, there's a large market for that, believe it or not.
Yeah,
and Clover's buddies, the gun cleaners, that's their business.
Well, they make cleaning supplies, though.
That too, I guess. They just diversified the cleaning business.
That's just the name of their goop. They sell it in a bottle. They don't go around cleaning guns for people. They go around and demo their cleaning goop for people.
Oh, I was confused.
Guns, but that's just because they named it the action of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But even if you, like Dead Horse is saying, what if you charge $60? What if you had 10 people a week? If you lived in an area where you could get a kind of a reputation for 10 a week, that's $600. Or am I crazy?
No, you're right.
So if you
can be very lucrative.
$30 and got 2 or 3 guns from people, you know, so it's $60 per transaction in a week.
Oh no!
I was going to say rub the belly, but I think that's a baby person.
Whoops. Yep.
You're fine, barbecue.
Figured that was one of Pink's puppies. I was like, rub that belly. It probably works on baby people. I'm not totally sure how baby people work.
Yeah, he's been having some rough nights lately.
Another thing that's lucrative is sighting in people's guns. You wouldn't believe, at one of the gun ranges I go to, they charge $25 to sight in a rifle, whether it's a red dot or a scope or whatever. You have to supply the ammo, right? And they make $25 for getting to shoot your gun, you know, with your ammo, you know, and stuff. So there's so many different variables of that I can go into. Accessories, swapping out handguards or grips or whatever. You'd be surprised at how many people want to pay someone else because they don't have the confidence or the knowledge or whatever the case may be to do that themselves. Or the
totally
tools,
right.
Right? To put new sights on their pistol or something. And yeah, you're going to have to buy a sight pusher or something to do that, right? But, you know, you work up at it slowly and just add a thing on here, add a thing on there, add a thing on here. And, you know, and you don't have to jump into it head over heels all at once. But, man, there's a lot of ways you can make money off of playing around with other people's guns. I mean,
well, I just did a quick lookup on gun cleaners to see, and Texas popped up, and they have franchises now in Waco, Richland, Deer Park, Spring, and West Houston, and they're also in Ohio. So, I mean, franchising, not going to be something you're going to be able to do immediately, but with a small investor group, you might be able to. Now, I don't know if this is associated at all with the guys that Clover knows, but Clover's real name is Chris. And he's always interested in helping people, or, you know, filling in information for you, sending you to the right place to get that info and stuff. He's a nice guy.
but if you enjoy handling all sorts of guns, right? And I mean, like, more than what you're going to see in, like, working behind a counter at a gun shop, because when you start doing that kind of stuff where you're cleaning guns and you're repairing guns, you're going to see, you know, revolvers from the 30s, and you're gonna run into all sorts of just neat guns that you would have never got to shot or play with or take apart. And, you know, you're going to be on Natchez all the time ordering parts for these old guns. And, you know, I mean, and it can be really neat. I like to do that as just like a hobby type stuff, right? To buy an old 22 or something that's missing parts and fix it up and turn around, you know, fix it up and repurpose it and, you know, and eventually sell it off or something, right? And just as kind of like a hobby is something to do. But like doing that for a living, I mean, that can be, I mean, if you like doing that kind of stuff, I mean,
just think of
there's
the bell
definitely money.
service that you could get in. People be bringing in Grandpa's old rifle and everything else.
Yep. Get a CNR license too, and
Yeah, man, just don't come close to giving up or surrendering to the frustration. Make yourself stronger every day, man.
Yeah, something will come about. Something will come about. Man, I'm just kind of in neutral right now, just trying to figure out what's going to go on, making sure the bills are going to get paid, and
Yeah,
even the lady picked up a couple extra shifts here and there. It's hated when she does that. She works.
Snap. Oh, what happened to his mic? You getting that?
He switched over to a different machine.
No, that's pink.
No, that's roll call.
Something happened. Your machine got weird. But I think you're onto something. What about 3 or 4 wives that each have double jobs?
Oh,
that would be great.
He would have to move here to Utah though for to be able to do that.
Well, have 2 wives in Utah. Keep the one in Indiana. I'm just saying.
And here's something though. Whenever I worked at Dunham, I'd always have guys come in. They're looking at guns and be like, "Hey, so you want to get that? We can make it happen right now." And I'd always get the line, "Oh, my wife says I have too many guns," and I tell them, you can never have too many guns, just too many wives. Now, the hairy eyeball that you'll get when you say that in front of the wife is something fierce.
Yeah, but you don't have to go home to it. That's classic. And such a slick salesman's line.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's gonna really suck leaving. It's like all the customers, man. I had some really, really cool customers, man. Some really cool customers, and and when they come in, whether I'm there or not, they're gonna really be shocked when they figure out that place ain't gonna be there any longer. It's gonna be frustrating for them, but it's just sign of the times. But that was one of the good things. The other thing is watching everybody when they do the transfers, when they get those engraved guns with the gold on them and all that jazz. Those are really funny to find. And when people bring like old guns in from some outsource, and you really get to look at and fiddle around with it a little bit. That's going to be sorely missed.
Roll call. Another thing I've seen on your Instagram and on your YouTube channel that I've seen you do is it seems like a lot of hunting and trail cam and stuff like that. There's a huge market for guided hunts to teach people how to dress a deer and, for trap and all sorts of stuff like that. And if that's something you like to do,
Sandhill Shooter does it for a living.
Yeah. Guided hunts and teaching people how to dress their deers or just dressing their deers for them because they grosses them out or whatever. That could be like a very lucrative thing too. I would really kind of sit down and kind of think about like, what do I really like to do? Like what do I find enjoyment at? And then see if you could focus on that, man. 'Cause I think right now this could be an opportunity for you.
Well, Brokaw, you said that they closed up. Is there any opportunity for Rural King themselves to come in and buy all those stores and restock them and rehire everybody?
I don't think that would be lucrative for them. They'd have two stores in the bigger counties in the area, but the 2 stores are really close to each other. So I don't know how that would affect the business sense of it.
We got so many Rural King stores in Ohio. It's not even funny. They're adding stores. So if they could come in and buy 25 stores that are set up just like theirs, restock it, rehire everybody. I could see them doing that.
Well, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It could happen. So, some rich guy could just come along and be like, I'm going to throw a couple $1,000,000 at this problem and see if I can fix it. That's a lot of people are hoping for that. that's one of the things that caught these guys up. You know, when they first started, they ended up like buying like old Lowe's buildings or places like that that got that went out of business, and that's what really hurt them in the long run because they started buying a couple of buildings. I think they bought 4 buildings in total in 2019, and one of them's up there in Lansing, Michigan, and they really tricked that place out. And you know, they spent a lot of money renovating that building and everything. So that's another thing that really caught that company, you know, with their pants down, is the just too quick of an expansion.
Right.
And I had said that to my store manager. I'm like, look, man, they're really gonna shit the bed if something major goes down and they can't either develop the property or, you know, they start losing money, and that's what happened to them.
So, you know, one thing I was thinking about is just like all the crazy things that make money off YouTube, right? Like, so you of course got like, and I'm talking like real money, like where people are making really good money on YouTube, you know, like video game channels are definitely like one of the bigger ones on YouTube, right? My wife watches this guy on YouTube who has a bunch of raccoons, these wild raccoons. He goes out on his back porch, he sets up a camera, and he feeds them hot dogs every night, right? Hot dogs, cold hot dogs.
Incredible. I've seen that.
Okay,
Yeah, his wife started it.
okay, this guy's name like James Blackwood or something, but he has like 1 million subs. He gets like 14 million views on a video, right? Like absolutely insane numbers. This is just an old guy who goes out on his back porch and hands hot dogs to raccoons. Okay, that's all he does.
See,
Right?
that's the problem. I'm surprised you guys watch my Instagram, but if you go through there, me and the raccoon population around here, we're not really friendly.
Oh, I know. Well, I was gonna say you need to do it with like deer or something, right? Like, I mean, because I see all your trail cam stuff, and I see a lot of deer in those trail cams. Like, so just go out on your back porch, start feeding the deer hot dogs, and there you go.
That'd be impressive if I could do that. You know, I watch stuff like that. Kyle the Rooster. I watch that guy's channel. If you want something entertaining, go check out that guy. He's got a bunch of chickens and ducks, and it really inspired me to get chickens and ducks. And it's so fun watching those guys mess around in the pools and do things like that. And that was right there in the summer, before the cough. That was a lucrative business. I was selling eggs at a margin. I'm like, these chickens need to lay quicker. You know, I was selling the eggs for like $2 a carton, you know, $2 a dozen, and people were buying 3 or 4 dozen at a time. You know, that's
How many
gas money.
you have? How many chicken?
I had at one point I had 17 chickens.
How many? Broke up.
I had 17.
17, and then how many does that make like a day? 17 a day?
No, at one point I was getting up to 27 eggs.
Yep.
Oh, so they'll lay more than 1 egg a day.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was one time like I had to go out and buy egg cartons. That's how many eggs I was getting a day. But they take their sweet time in the winter time because it gets all cold and they don't want to poop them out.
How many, what do you buy egg cartons, or you just went to the place and got them used or something?
Yeah, like my work used to sell the egg cartons because they had a big old chicken thing, and then like people that would like buy eggs from the store, and for some reason I don't know if you guys eat farm fresh eggs, but they taste different. They taste totally different. And when they would go through their store bought eggs, they would give me the cartons too. So I just fill those cartons.
That's what I was going to say, because it seems like why buy them when you know people are throwing them away probably every day all over the place.
Yeah, it was just really tough to keep up with it, you know, because some of the chickens were just laying. They were laying so many eggs, like I had to really like figure out if I had to build more boxes where they lay them.
Yeah, and you don't have to be certified organic to be able to sell organically raised poultry and products. I mean, the licensure for those are just crippling. But every organic farmer that I know, and that's about half a dozen active ones, in addition to their subscription boxes for warmer weather produce, they'll push out organic eggs, and those are just an insane amount of money. Then, duck eggs, an insaner amount of money. And now they have 6 of kind of the high line restaurants here in town that source all of their eggs from them. So they've grown by 20, 30 times in 4 years just with poultry production.
Yeah, it's amazing when you go through that stuff. And that's why I have such a harsh relationship with those raccoons, man. When I started losing chickens, and when I lost the goose, because the goose was my alarm system. Like every time he would be squawking at night, I knew there's something out there messing around. That was devastating. That that put the egg business on hold.
A raccoon got the goose?
Yeah, man.
Dude, gooses are mean. I can't imagine a raccoon getting a goose, man. I'm not saying it can't happen. That's just wow. Like I would think more a coyote or something would get a goose. Yeah. A raccoon, geese can be mean as shit, dude.
And I was always thinking about making a statue for him, because it seemed like he went, because like I got two sections. I got a run, and then I got a coop, and he could barely fit, because there's a little hole where he can go into the coop instead of like opening the door, and he got into that little section and sacrificed himself for the flock. And at that point, I only lost 2 chickens, and I lost him. So I was thinking about making a bronze statue and putting it out there for him, because he really sacrificed himself for the flock. And you could really see, and I'm not joking, man, you could really see the dynamic after that happened of how it broke the coop. It literally, literally, he was the regulator. When the rooster would try and get kind of feisty, man, that goose would go over there and put that guy in check. He was the king of that coop. And when he passed, you really saw the dynamic of that coop change, even to the point where they would lay no eggs. Like for a month straight, I would get no eggs. And when I'd let them out in the morning, you can really see that they didn't want to go towards the woods. They wouldn't go towards this other area. They were picking on each other. There was like no law and order, like what we see in society today. There's like no law and order in the coop. And that really made me suffer, because people are waiting on these eggs. And I lost a lot of customers because, other people don't have quite many of those problems. And it was a really dynamic change for the birds in there, and you can still see it. It's a little bit off. It's a little bit off. Like some chickens, they don't hang out with these other chickens. So it's really wild to see the dynamics of nature. And that's one of the things that I love to do, is sit in my deer stand. Even if I don't get something, I still see the dynamics of how nature works. And it is not flawless, but it's so dynamic and diverse on how animals.
I can only imagine how many views you would have on if you had a channel and had been like basically documenting that every day, right? Like that would make a very interesting channel.
I think you may have just talked yourself into the deer stand with a camera on a new YouTube channel, bro.
Yeah, I mean, doing the hunting aspect of it, it was so cool. And that's the first time, like last few years, I didn't take a camera in there. I was just so focused on putting something in the freezer, because if you look at the dynamics of my neighborhood, hunting is a part of this
community. It has always been there. When I used to live out here when I was a kid, I didn't really understand it. And as we moved back out here, and Cindy's brother bought a farm and saw the dynamics of how people conserve these animals, take care of these animals, and start putting forth the effort to harvest these animals. You see how everybody really comes together. Now, here in the last few years, what has been really sad is anti-hunting people. Like, I have never seen that many no hunting signs in my neighborhood since I've lived here, which is really sad, because overpopulation of deer can destroy farmers. It can destroy your regular property if you don't have anything. You can see it. At one point, this past summer that we saw is I had accumulated 3 different herds of deer, and I literally had no grass in my front yard. So you can see, when you let these populations get out of hand like that, then they're running across the road. Now you got to watch out for that. And people now, my road, people are doing 45, 50, and it's insane. But then you start seeing how, if you get overpopulated with deer, it's just dramatic. Like the farmers, even some of the farmers were like, "Oh, we don't even care if you're hunting, because they're destroying crops. They're a little bit out of control." And some people will say, "Well, they're here before you," and you know how those people get. But that's kind of the dynamic that it's taking now, and it's really scary to see that, because a lot of people here depend on it. A lot of people here depend on foraging, farming, gardens, and things like that. When the critters get out of control, you gotta push back a little bit, man. You just got to, or it'll ruin you. It'll ruin you financially, especially if you have a farm.
One thing that's going to happen with the deer population growing that big and so fast, you're going to see more predators coming into your area too. More coyote, more, well, we got coy wolves, but
For sure. Diseased deer are such easy targets. And with populations that rich, the disease population is growing exponentially right there with it. And as you're starving out your ranks, among the reindeer, so to speak, by eating up everything there is, malnutrition. I mean, I've seen some really, really sickly deer. And
we've got a thing called zombie deer now. Zombie deer disease or whatever.
What the hell is that?
EMD.
I mean, it's a disease going around in the deer population. Zombie deer disease.
What makes them zombie-like?
Well,
They look weird eyes or something?
It's chronic wasting disease, but they're calling they nickname it zombie deer, but because their skin and their fur get all messed up, and they kind of look like they're a zombie, right? Like they look like they've been chewed on or something, right?
Yeah, it's like a bacteria infection.
Yeah, but it's called chronic wasting disease.
Yeah, it's real nasty. Like, I documented in the last video I have. If anybody's kind of interested in how the deer population is around here, and I kind of went through it at the end of this year's deer season. When we moved in here, we never saw deer, and as I started taking care of this place, because the people that lived here before just totally destroyed everything, burning garbage, leaving tires, spilling oil. And as I gradually cleaned this area up and I started taking care of it, I started planting vegetation that was native to here, and things that would thrive. The population just kind of exploded a little bit. And then, we open our door one day, and there's 12, 13 button bucks in the front yard, like by my deck, just hanging out, eating grass. I mean, you really saw the explosion because you took care of the animals. You gave them somewhere to go where for the majority of the year, they feel safe. They can make their bedding there, and they have a food source, and they get comfortable. And you never really saw that, even because the fields behind my house, Cindy's brother, before we lived here, would plow them, and he'd kick up a couple deer here and there. But the past couple of years, since I've been doing this, since I've been taking care of this property, since I've been putting in pieces of nature and infrastructure for these deer to kind of thrive a little bit. You know, he's sending me pictures while he's tilling the yards of, you know, a 6-pointer, or he coughed up a 8-pointer, like, you know, a wide beam deer. And you just saw the dramatic change. And the one day we came here and we saw all those deer, I said, this is going to be a great spot. This is going to be a great spot to watch these deer thrive. Keep an eye on them. You know, like every picture that I have that you guys see on my Instagram, those deer are in a file and on a computer. And every year that my landlords come, I show them. And I'm like, look, this is what you have here. This is the potential that you could have as a source, as not only a source of food, but a source to really take care of these animals. But again, what comes along with that is, you know, you can see them on my Instagram. You can see the coyotes come in. You can see the foxes and the raccoons and possums come into the area. But as long as you control the critters to a certain point, they can even thrive here. You know, I don't want mice in my house. Damn, I had 7 or 8 mice that I caught in a row. You know, I'd love for some of those foxes to get a hold of those mice so they don't come into the house. You know, I don't discriminate towards animals. So watching the evolution since I've been here for the last 3 or 4 years, it's been mind blowing. And I have so much more respect for nature. I have so much more, you know, like things that I want to do to help these animals survive. You know, I don't want to see chronic waste disease. I want to keep them healthy. You know, if we have a real harsh winter, like here, it's been really, really cold, and these deer are going to have a really harsh winter, and you can see them scavenging. You know, then I'll go out there and whip some corn out there, or I'll put some molasses down. The next couple of food plots that I put in this spring are really going to regenerate, hopefully, these big bucks that I see come back into the area. Even Cindy's brother, who's been living out here a lot longer than I have, was really amazed to see some of the deer that move through the area. And that's something that's good for everybody, because just because I miss out on them, maybe the person down the road that's hunting will get to harvest that animal and feed their family. You know, it sucks when you miss out on it, but in the long run, you're really helping the community. You're really helping these people that before I was here, that's what they're trying to strive for. You know, this is what they're trying to live at. And if I can help the community, help myself, help the environment thrive, I think you'll see people change in their attitudes.
One thing I'll say about the chronic wasting disease is don't shoot a deer with chronic wasting disease just to put it out of its misery unless you're going to dispose of it, because other animals can get that. Dogs, cats, birds, you know, coyote, like it'll spread through all the wildlife populations. Right now they're finding it in mainly deer, elk, moose, horses even. I mean, so it can spread into humans, and you definitely don't want to eat deer that has chronic wasting disease. If you have any doubts at all, you can have it tested. Like if you shoot a deer, you can have it tested for chronic wasting disease. And I think they even have like a do-it-yourself testing kit now for that to make sure your meat's safe. But I see a lot of people are like, and I've heard of a lot of people like, oh, look at that deer, he has chronic wasting disease. I'm going to shoot it thinking I'm like doing the rest of the deer a favor or something so they don't get it. That's not how it works. Like, so by them shooting that deer, they probably just gave it to 20 other animals that are going to go out and infect other animals. So unless you're going to literally burn it to dispose of it, or you know, take it to a place, and plus just handling them, you want to wear gloves. Like you want to wear gloves to handle these things because you just by touching them you can get this. So you don't have to eat it to get it.
Yeah, I highly encourage anybody that comes upon it and you're going to take that kind of action is to always contact your local DNR. I know, authority is kind of an issue in today's society, but not only does that help the herds in the area by it not spreading, they can do testing on these animals. They can see the pattern of how this disease is working inside these animals, and you're contributing to the science portion of keeping these animals healthy. I mean, you can't save every one of them, unfortunately, but at least if we can gain enough information on these animals and give these people the resources when you come across these creatures that unfortunately fall to it, you can see some dramatic changes in it. And chronic waste disease isn't necessarily what we're describing. The animal can have it and look kind of normal at first. So even consuming
exactly. Yep.
You know what I'm saying, and not knowing. That's why it's when you find one of these deer, you make it known. That way, when people start, if the season comes into effect, people can start seeing these deer, and then you can really start, narrowing it down whether you have to really thin these herds, which it'll hurt the deer population in a whole. But it's going to be beneficial because if you can catch it early enough, then you'll have a better chance of these animals surviving in your area.
It can take up to 10 years to display signs of that, right? And not only in humans, but in animals, right? So it works very, very differently for everyone. So like if you like, let's say you accidentally ate a deer with chronic wasting disease, you might not display symptoms for like 5 years, 10 years later, and then you display symptoms. And that mad cow disease, if you guys remember that big mad cow scare, that was chronic wasting disease. It was the same thing. They just called it mad cow back then. And then there was something with the pigs, I think. It was like the exact same thing. It can spread to all sorts of other wildlife, right? It's not just restricted to deer or elk or moose or horses or humans. Like it can spread to your cows, your chickens, like your birds, I don't know about fish, but it can spread to basically like all mammals. Like none of the mammals are immune to this stuff, right? So even your dog, your cats, it can spread to everything. So, and I've heard farmers out here saying like, oh, if I see one of those deer in my field, then I can tell it's, one of those chronic wasting disease, deer, zombie deer, I'm going to shoot it and stuff. And, and they don't burn it or nothing. And that's a big mistake because just by them shooting it and leaving it there, they probably just spread it to 20 or 30 different animals.
And that's the word from Conservation Corner.
Yes.
Right on, man.
Yes, we've covered that pretty well.
Hells yeah. All these city folk, now they know what's up.
Right?
Natch. Totally.
We're getting a lot done on this show, G. We're getting a lot done.
I'm just glad we have that kind of diversity, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, man. See,
I would enjoy a channel from Roll Call about that. I enjoy his pictures and stuff and his videos of his game cams and stuff like that. And I bet that would be a pretty successful channel. I really do.
Yeah, I'll give you a good one to watch. It's called Deer Meat for Dinner. Go check out that guy. I've watched him from like 4,000 subscribers. I think he's got about 4 million at this point.
Woo! Is he Indiana?
No, he's actually, I believe he's in Florida. I think he's outside of Jupiter, Florida. And yeah, man, he's really into that stuff. And I'm telling you, man, he went fishing with the USA fishing team overseas. I mean, he really blew up, and it was pretty cool. I look back at, I haven't been on YouTube as long as these other guys, but watching channels grow is something I like to do. Even though I don't even care if my channel grows, just watching and seeing where these guys go is just simply amazing. And and I'm proud to know some of these guys. I really am. I think they work hard at their craft. I think it's a craft. I mean, until you get behind that camera and start plopping out videos and getting the retorts from the audience and trying to better yourself, I think there's a lot of guys out there that have gotten. Go look at their channel. Go look at some of the first videos they ever put out and look at where they're at now. And it's not so much a stroke of luck. It's about them really working their tails off and mastering the craft of YouTube, especially in the gun community. I mean, it's so hard to make a gun channel nowadays. Sometimes it feels like it's impossible. But yeah, that guy, deer meat for dinner. Go check him out. His name's Robert Arrington. He's a pretty cool dude from what I see from back in the day all the way up till now. That's one of the guys I want to meet, and he's not even like some famous foosball guy or anything like that. He's got a lot of good tips and tricks, folks, if you're into the outdoors.
Right on, man. Thanks for the referral.
Well, if there's ever another lockdown, it's got plenty of videos to watch.
Another lockdown. I thought we were still in it, man.
When did we ever leave?
Yeah, like that's the way I feel. I feel it hasn't stopped. Yeah.
Well, I did ever since it started. I've worked since day one. I haven't missed a day of work because of it. And that's been over a year now.
Yeah, just about.
Creeping on it.
Yeah, isn't the rigmarole gonna have a birthday?
I think it really started in March of last year. So.
Yeah, I remember first week of February when we went to the Capitol for that red flag bill thing. That wasn't even hearing about it quite yet. And I don't pay attention to mainstream stuff that much.
Yeah, that's one of the things that really sucked. I mean, I've met so many new people that have come onto the scene, like Guns and Barbecue, and some of the other guys. And not being able to go to Tulsa and go to some of these other places and hang out and just be stooges at times is something that I really miss, man. I really miss. Like the first time I ever went to Tulsa, I didn't know what to expect. And then at that time, when Gunpowder and Beauty and Tardot came and picked me and Cindy up from the airport, it was a roller coaster that never stopped as soon as we got in that car. And I'm going to tell you, if you guys ever get the chance or the experience to go down there and hang out and, talk about guns or whatever you want to do, you'll never forget it. And the last few years I went, it was probably the best time of my life going there. I know it's just some giant gun show, the size of 3 football fields, but still, just the amazing experience that you learn from it. And even going to the NRA show or the Gun Rights Policy Conference, if we ever get back to some way that we can congregate together, the Gun Rights Policy Conference is something I highly recommend that you go and do. I can't stress that enough. And until you experience that realm of the Second Amendment and meet some of the shakers and movers, I mean, there's some other people there that, but just getting that information, it's so beneficial because when we had it in Chicago, I didn't know what to expect going to there, but as I sat down and actually listened to the people speak and talk about some of the laws that may or may not come out, or some of the plans the other side went to, and when you saw some of this stuff kind of drop, like over there in Washington and some of these states, man, I was like, oh my God, these people hit it right on the head. And this is something that I'm going to pay attention to. And when they had it virtual, I still watched it. I still tried to participate. I was at work, but I still threw it up on the computer and while I'm doing my work, listening to it. I mean, going there in person and listening to the stories from people. Like, I didn't know Kurt Schilling grew up in Alaska, and I didn't know Kurt Schilling was a gun guy. So he's a foosball player, but that was interesting. And I talked to him in the lobby, and just watching some of the diversity that comes out of there and the information that's futile at times, especially in the times that we live in now. That's something you really should go and try and do if you ever get the opportunity again to do it. I can't stress it enough. I learned a lot from there. I did. So going to these places, it'd be really cool. Again,
yeah, I was
go.
supposed to pop my Wanamaker cherry this year, and I was counting on it with, like an adolescent on a first date, all the way up to the late cancellation. But next time I am there.
You got to get the chicken on a stick. It is amazing.
Well, they're still showing that the April show is still going on. So, I mean, it's
at where?
Wanamaker.
Are they going to like limit the amount of people in at one time and all that? Like, what kind of restrictions are they going to put on it?
I don't see any restrictions yet on their website. So,
I guess SHOT Show got canceled, of course, right?
Yeah.
And I heard that they tried to get it like where oh, what if we have everyone wear masks? What if we only let 300 people in or whatever at a time? What if we did this? Like, they were trying to come up with, ways where they could still have it, and they just kept getting shot down.
Yeah, because they had even booked an additional building or whatever. It was being split up into 2 different locations.
I felt so sorry for Gary Gizzard, man. He fought tooth and nail to go under his channel name. Finally gets accepted to go to that thing, and then they peter out on him. I felt sorry for that guy. He was trying and trying for years and years, and finally punched his ticket, and and they canceled it on him. What can you do?
Hold on for the next one.
Yeah, if he got accepted to this one, they'll still have him as being accepted. He should be able to get accepted next year.
Yeah, he should grow a little bit more as the time goes on. If it comes around that time, and things kind of level out here in the next couple of years, he should be all right to go. But that's why I like going to Wanamaker, because you don't have to fight those kind of restrictions. Just walking in there, you're gonna really be amazed at some stuff to go see. Like I'm a sucker for all that military surplus stuff, and there's a little the last couple of years I went there, G had pointed out this old guy that's down on I think he was on the bottom floor the last time I went, and he had all the old ammo boxes, all the old blankets. He had all that old stuff, man. I gobbled it up.
Be a lot of stuff you never knew you had, or never knew you had to have.
Yeah, it's just I mean, I think the last time we went down there, we drove, and I'm telling you, the old lady was so mad trying to pack that car. I'm like, well, I'm sorry. I'm like, I needed that. What are you going to use that for? I'm like, I'll find a use for it.
Just remember what I said. Too many wives.
Did G fall asleep or?
I was wondering that myself.
No, he's always there.
But I was gonna say I've never had one of my guns, ask me, "What are you gonna do with that? Do you need another one of those? Where are you gonna put it?"
Who were you out with tonight?
Pretty sure the other guns are just like, "All right, join the party." I'm like, "Hot damn."
Who are you taking to the range?
Yeah, I think my guns get jealous, especially when I mess around with the Makarov. The American guns get so mad.
I just started carrying one.
I have to keep my commie guns and my American guns separate from each other. They fight.
Yeah, I'm hoping to pick up my first AK with any luck this weekend. If not, we'll see what actually happens then. But I'm worried that if I do get the AK, all the ARs are going to gang up on it.
You do have to worry about that.
If I need to throw down with your sister for that black powder wheel gun you got, I'm ready to do that so that you can make some room.
Yeah, I don't know about that. There, Terry. I say she's a scrapper.
12 championship rounds. Winner take gun.
I say I'm pretty sure she's just kicking in the nuts.
Oh, damn.
Like I said, she's dirty.
Well, hey, I still got my cup from wrestling. That
Probably gonna need it.
So brittle now, it'd probably just shatter, and that'd be an even bigger problem.
Yeah, I was looking at AKs earlier, man. I'm just drooling over them. I don't own one either. That was always my goal. My goal for the last few years is to get an AK. Then I started getting in the realm of looking at parts kits or random parts on the interwebs. Just like, man, maybe I should put one of these things together.
Here's my prediction. So if you kind of follow the trend of guns that were $99 guns, $200 guns, $300 guns, and how they're, $500 guns, $1,000 guns, $2,000 guns now.
Mm-hmm.
My next prediction, pump shotguns or shotguns in general. Those, $150, Mossbergs and, $200 Remington shotguns and stuff. I predict here within, I'll just say 2-3 years, that the average $200 shotgun is going to be $500-$600.
Oh yeah, you put a rail and a front sight, like some iridium or whatever up there, and you could double down on any pump gun these days, any shotgun for that matter, autos especially.
What
I think that's.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that's the cheap gun you can buy right now as an investment that's going to be worth, double or triple the cost in the next few years.
Yeah. I go to a lot of auctions around here, and the trend I'm seeing that has just blown up is 410 shotguns.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the last auction was last weekend or the weekend before, and there was 410 shotguns that were going for $2,000, $3,000, $4,000.
Yeah, people see the reaction of people to shooting 12 gauges, and so they're like, oh, well, how small can I start, or how small can I get, or my wife needs to shoot this and she weighs 98 pounds at 4.5 feet, that kind of thing. And I used to be able to pick up my single shot 410 Ivers for $50, $60, $70 at pawn shops, and now they're $300.
Well,
And wow.
if you guys remember the Sweet 16 shotguns, the 16
Yep.
gauge, those were marketed towards women when
Mhm.
those came out. They were completely 100% marketed towards women. And Elmer Keith writes in his shotgun book that that's what killed the 16 gauge. That's what made it never actually catch on.
Oh,
And
for real?
he talks about how great of a of a gun it is and caliber, right? But the reason it never caught on is because it was solely marketed to women, and the men felt like they were buying a woman's gun if they bought a 16 gauge, right? So the men avoided the 16 gauges and went with either 20 or 12, but that's what made the 16 gauge never catch on, is because of the marketing that was just directed right at women, right?
Yeah, the 16 gauge is absolutely incredible.
And now 16 gauges, especially
Yeah.
like the older ones, are worth an absolute just fortune.
I just picked up a Montgomery Ward double barrel 16. I guess it was probably about 6, maybe 8 months ago. But I picked that up for $200 as like score.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, that'll do nothing but just go up in value. Just do nothing but go up in value.
Especially because it's a double.
Well, and no one's making them, you know.
Yep.
That and the condition of it is incredible. Overall, the stock and metal finish is, looks nearly new. I mean, it's that good. The only flaw with this is it looks like somebody replaced the butt pad on it, and it's not fitted properly. But that's something I can take care of whenever I've got the ambition.
Yeah, so it was a closet queen, huh?
A good possibility.
Yeah. I love those time capsule pieces, especially in guitars. Like, oh my God, this hasn't seen the light of day since you played it for 2 hours in 1972. Do you have any idea what it's worth right now?
Yeah, I've been looking at the Weatherby that we have at work. It's a semi-auto. It's got a rail on the top. I'm looking at that gun. I think it's a Turkish gun, but it's got a pistol grip on it. It's like a home defense shotgun. It's a pretty slick setup, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to buy any more guns here.
No,
Yeah, I've got a
smart. If you buy a gun right now, only buy it because you know it's an investment, that you know it's going to be, that you're going to be able to get rid of it and make something off of it. Like that would be my advice right now. If you don't absolutely have to have it or need it, only buy a gun as an investment, because you're getting it at such a good price that you could turn around and sell it tomorrow or 10 years from now and make money on it.
Yeah, that's what I call the rainy day gun.
Yeah. And it's getting damn hard to be able to cut a fat hog on anything in firearms and ammunition.
Unless it's through like friends and family, that's where you got to look right now, is friends and family and stuff. When your buddy's like, "Oh, I'm thinking of selling this 16 gauge," and you're like, "Oh, how much do you want it for?" He's like, "I don't know. I think I paid $100 for it back in 1978." Then you're like, "Oh, I'll give you $200 for it," right? Because tomorrow, if you had to, you could turn around and sell it for $6.
Yeah.
Shoot. Yeah, Jesus. If Jesus sleep, he can't post the screen I'm sharing.
Oh, no.
But yeah, here was a Winchester 42 410 gauge, $2,250. Winchester 42 410 gauge, $4,750.
And these aren't even probably like exhibition grade wood and crazy ass engravers and stuff. These are just common rack guns.
Yeah, well, these are, this is at an auction. These are, used,
Wow.
Well, what it is too is that a lot of the guys who are buying these and paying those kind of prices, they're all older gentlemen who have childhood memories of their dad
boomers
taking them out with a 410, right? And stuff, and so they're buying back their childhood guns and stuff, right?
Good point.
And especially with Winchester, you know, with the real Winchester no longer being around, all Winchesters have just skyrocketed in price.
Here's a third Winchester 42 410, $3,100. Here's a Winchester smooth bore 22 caliber, $4,250. Yeah, there were some high prices in this. Yeah, I was trying for this Mosin sniper rifle, and it shot way too far out of my price range. So
Yeah, that's the only bad thing about auctions, man. You can get caught up in the heat of the moment.
It becomes a competition.
Yeah,
that's what you got to avoid is the competition aspect. It becomes more of I want to beat this other guy than I want to buy this gun. You know,
Quien más macho. Yeah. Totally squaring off with somebody in an auction ring is just dumb.
Yep.
You're both going to go home broke.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why
no wonder
people do it on eBay. It doesn't even got to be like a live auction. Like even on eBay, the same thing.
Or broker.
I did that not too long ago. I was looking for a couple parts for my Model 68 Winchester, and I think it was the butt plate. I told myself I'm not going to pay more than $20 for this, and so I bid, and it jumps up to like 22. I'm like, all right, but we'll see. So I bid again, and I keep going up. Next thing I know, I'm like, you know what? I can't find one of these to save my life. I need it. So I get the thing all the way up to $50. I have at this point, I have no idea what the guy set for his max bid. But after me bidding like 8 times, the cost was at like $52, and it had like $12 shipping. And I was like, well, that guy's gonna be mad at me. And I left because at that point I was like, I'm done. I'm not going to pay that much for this thing. Then I went and found another auction like a half hour later where I just hit buy it now for like $25.
Was that on the broker?
No, it was on eBay.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, I don't ever bid on anything on eBay for an auction until basically the final hours or minutes. Like if I find something I want, I put it in my watch list. eBay sends me a notification like, hey, the item you're watching is ending soon. That's when I go look at the price it is, and then that's when I bid. And I try and bid depending on my schedule and what I'm doing, but I try and bid as late as possible, even within the last like 30 seconds, right? And I get stuff so much cheaper doing that instead of like, oh, it has 7 days left. Let me bid on it right now. Because then the price definitely gets skyrocketed.
I toss in an early bid knowing it's going to get beat out, just so along with that watch, I get that, you bid on this, you still want this item. Yeah.
Well, instead of doing that there, DJ, what you should do, this is something I started doing. I'll look and see when the item ends. So then I'll go into my calendar on my phone and set an alarm for that date, like an hour before the auction ends.
Mm-hmm. I've done that with the bigger ones, Morphe and stuff like that, because man, I got caught the first few times, from the beginning of the auction, because I was like all excited, and it's like, lot number 963. You're there for hours and hours and hours watching all this stuff fly out. Oh, I need that. Oh, I need that. That's a solid idea, though.
Well, fellas, I'm going to retire for the night. I'm going to go lay down and wake up tomorrow and find something to do.
That sounds great.
I think
Go
it is.
easy.
So you guys have, You have a good night, G. Thanks for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be on the Daily Gun Show and have me ruin it. So
I think it was a great talk, man.
Yeah, not for a minute. Was it a waste of time?
I think we accomplished some things, and other things we'll just have to accomplish on a different day.
You right about that?
All right, fellas.
Go
Good
easy.
luck, Rocall.
Later, guys.
Yep.
Then there was
G's
5.
definitely asleep.
Yep.
Well, it is
So-
4 in the morning, so
I'm looking at 10 till 5. Barbecue's looking at 10 to 6.
So am I.
Oh, yeah. Right on, right on.
Yeah, Panther ain't too far from me. Or as I've now coined him with my screen name, Blue Bobcat.
Yeah, I mean, what do you even do in a situation like this?
Man, I could try to text him, see if it'll wake him up.
Yeah, if you got his number, because I'd hate to leave the comments wide open. I mean, what Pomade's got a wrench, and what Barbecue, you got a wrench, don't you? So does Panther. So I guess not
Yeah.
that bad.
Let's
Yeah,
say,
at least we got some wrenches out there.
I don't think
it's
anything
only
too
going to
bad
go
would
for
happen.
2 hours more anyway, and then it'll automatically shut off in 2 hours.
Oh, does it?
Yeah,
Yep.
8 hours I think is the limit.
Learn something new every night.
Yeah. Didn't you used to be able to go like nonstop dead horse?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Marco has a 24 or 48 hour chat on his account.
Someone had I can't remember who was it that had it up for like, was it like
3 or 4
4
days.
days?
Yeah.
God,
Yeah, I forget who it was. That YouTube had broken that night, and it wouldn't stop.
Yeah.
Stop the train. I want to get off.
Yeah, like it was a long time ago, maybe like a year or 2 ago. But and this happened like a couple years before that. I found that video like maybe a year or 2 ago, and it was still on his channel. And it said like for the time for like how it shows how long that video is, it still shows something like 104 hours or something crazy. It was like, that is like the longest video on YouTube. I think that was Russ. I want to say I think that was Russ who had that.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, because I saw it on his. I'm pretty sure that was whose channel I saw it on.
So where is GRPC this year?
I'm not sure if it's even been announced yet. Let's say, cause I think last year it was supposed to be in Florida, but with the whole Corona thing, they ended up doing that virtual thing. So they might be waiting to see what happens. Be a great time for G to be awake, because then he'd probably just be like, "Yeah, shut up, John. You don't know what you're talking about. It's gonna be this day at this place." And be like, "Oh, whoops."
No, I'm punching up Second Amendment Foundation on my other phone. No, they're not even up to date. They've got the 2020 info. Can't say I'm surprised. It was pre-recorded.
So, since this is a gun chat, what is everybody's favorite firearm that they currently own? Dead horse?
Ooh.
Oh, dude, that's a tough one because I don't discriminate against guns like some people. Like I like all guns, all right? Like I don't like even like the cheap Jennings or High Point or something. Like I like all guns, so it's really hard for me to say that. But I guess if I had to pick one, it'd just be like probably the gun I carry on me the most, which is my little NAA 22 revolver. My little tiny 22 revolver.
Beauty.
I actually got to watch that being made down in Provo. at the
Oh
time.
wow!
Oh, that's
Oh,
awesome.
you got a Utah.
Yeah.
That's hot, man. I just have the one, and I don't even see. Of course, right now I don't see a hell of a lot in stores, but I've only seen one in a used case in the last 12 months. Well, basically, since I got mine, I've been looking, and there was one. You don't remember which model, but it had the mag and the long rifle cylinders, and the shop wanted $600 for it as a used. I'm just like, you're nuts.
Yeah, I got to pick out the grips for it and the front sight I wanted, which of course I went with the night sight. Don't ask me why, but I gotta watch that. Actually gun well, not I didn't actually get to see the frame being made or anything, but I actually got to watch it be assembled. I got to pick out my grips and my front sight for it, and all put together, and I got to leave with it. So that's probably my favorite gun.
That's awesome.
And I carry that gun every day because that's my main backup. Like that's my backup gun is my get off me gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
22 revolver, and I don't go anywhere without it. And that gun's so small that I can even take it out of the holster. And I'm telling you, I don't go anywhere without that gun.
So, Pink, how about you?
That's a tough choice. I'm gonna have to say my PS90.
Ooh, wow, good deal.
I mean, it's just so fun to shoot.
Yeah, I can imagine it. Let's say I was not expecting something like that. That's nice.
It's a toss up between that and the gun that Dead Horse made a sling for.
My wife made that.
Oh, your wife. Okay.
What would that be?
The SVT.
Oh, okay. So how about you, DJ?
Oh, I love dual wielding my 244 special revolvers. I don't carry them two up, but anytime I get a chance to roll 12 rounds, I'll do it.
What make are they?
They're Rossies.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, I had my first 357 was a Taurus, Smith knockoff, and after I got rid of that, I had gotten Inner Arms was the importer then, and so I had their catalog, and that was the year that the Rossi Model 720 came out, short barrel, and it came in both a fluted and unfluted cylinder, and unfluted cylinder is so damn sexy to me, and so yeah, I got one of each eventually over the next 20 years, but finally I can do the unfluted cylinder two-handed, and love it.
I'm surprised to hear you say 44 special because that's just not a caliber I hear very often, in questions like this at all for people. So that's really cool.
Tamer than the Magnum, and I can still use those casings.
Yep.
So yeah, way more shootable. Jeez.
Oh yeah.
Coming back on target and follow up is so much easier. It doesn't ring your damn bell or your shoulder or your wrist rather.
Oh, I'm a big fan of the 44 special. Yeah, it's an awesome caliber. It's very, very underrated. People think it's weak because it's not the Magnum or something. Like, no, it's not weak. It's still not weak.
Yeah. Well, if you take somebody to the range or wherever, and you hand them a 357, but you load it with a 38 special first, and and then it's like, okay, but if you're going to load it for your carry, you're going to stick in this, and then they're like, oh, okay, I get the difference.
Yeah, I bought my mom a Bulldog. Oh, a couple years ago. That was a pretty awesome gift. My grandfather had one for very long time. Then when he passed, one of my uncles got it, and it's one of the guns of my grandfather's that my mom was really jonesing for. So I just happened to walk into my local gun shop to pick up some ammo the one day, and they were real busy. And so I'm standing there waiting for a second, and there's another guy in there at the counter being helped at the time, and I hear the shop owner say, "Well, you know, I don't really have anything else that you'd really be interested in right now." He's like, "I've got a Charter Arms Bulldog back on my bench that I literally just got in yesterday, but I haven't had a chance to go through it or anything." So the guy looks at it, and he's like, "All right, thanks. I'll probably be in, you know, next week or something, see what you got." And Mike's like, "All right, see you later." And he's like, "John, what can I help you with?" I'm like, "Hey, I'll take that Bulldog that you were just showing that guy." He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "You want to look at it?" Like, "Nope." I was like, "They don't pop up enough for me to be picky about it." I was like, "I already got plans for it." I'm gonna say, "Let's just do some paperwork." So
Yeah, I had a bulldog belly gun for a while. Somebody just chopped the barrel straight the hell off, and so I put a Colt hammer shroud on it, and yeah, that was the only time that I carried appendix, and I just don't do it anymore.
You know, in one of my Elmer Keith books, Elmer Keith expressed a grudge against Remington because when he told Remington that he wanted the 44 Magnum to be called the 44 Special Magnum, and you know, Remington of course went with the 44 Remington Magnum. You know,
Mhm.
but he still I can't remember what book it was in where he talks about it because I think I have all of Elmer Keith's books now, and but he talks about it like, and he made it sound like he held a real grudge against Remington for not going with his name selection because, you know, like as you know, like the 44 Mags based on the 44 Special,
Right?
And,
yep.
which was based on the 44 Russian, right? And but he held a grudge against Remington for that. that they didn't call it the 44 Special Magnum.
Yeah, especially, I mean, he's just he's just treetop, head and shoulders above so many that were wildcat and developing cartridges for specific uses that I am surprised that he doesn't have a namesake round out there, because that's a name that we, especially in these quarters, we won't forget it.
Oh no, there's so many young guys though that just have no clue about Elmer Keith, and I try and like them in every chance I get and recommend his books. If you've never read Six Guns or Shotguns by Keith, or just or and there's so many other good guys I could recommend, like P.O. Ackley's books from Ackley's Guns and Cartridges, or even Jeff Cooper. There's just so many guys I can recommend good books from, but Elmer Keith is by far the grandfather of our modern firearms, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm right there with you.
And the wildcat development of people literally making their own cartridges now. Like he really is the grandfather of that. Melting lead on his kitchen stove. To make oh man. The stuff he did, people would be like, "Oh, that's you're crazy. That's dangerous. That's hey, that guy got stuff done, man." And without him, we never would have had Dirty Harry. We never would have had 357 mag. We never would have 41 mag, which is my favorite caliber, 41 mag.
I was gonna say, good guy has him beat.
Oh, good guy with a gun.
Yeah, casting bullets on his outdoor grill.
Yeah. And Elmer Keith, he was a hell of a storyteller too. That's what made him so good, is he could really tell a good story and tell it in an
good writer
way. And P.O. Ackley is like, he's my favorite, like straight to the point, hard hitter guy with facts and like in like all the Ackley improved cartridges that we have today. A lot of people don't know is like a lot of the nozzler cartridges, like the 28 nozzler or 30 nozzler, 26 nozzler, those are all Ackley improved cartridges. See, Ackley never got SAMI certification on his cartridges. That's why they're
no shit.
Wildcats. So all Nosler did was copy Ackley rounds and got them SAMI spec.
Wow.
So you know, so like a lot of people don't know that, but like, you know, I mean, those Ackley improved rounds are still going strong today, whether you have an Ackley improved bore or whether it's, you know, has a 30 Nosler on it or whatever, it's still an Ackley. And it's, you know, but I mean, that guy was so ahead of his time, and everything he said in his books, in his letters, like back in like the 60s, is still true today. I mean, 110% true. Like nothing has changed, and that guy has debunked so much crap in his books, and just and then he even kind of like, I wouldn't say he talks smack about Elmer Keith. I'd say he kind of pokes him a little bit, like he joshes with him, right? Like in this one, this one time, P.O. Ackley says like, Elmer Keith once told me he wouldn't hunt a deer with anything less than a 300 Winchester Magnum, and he's like, going by Elmer Keith's logic, like for a elk or a moose, we need at least a 37 millimeter, like, or something, you know. So he even kind of pokes fun at Elmer Keith a little and stuff. Like P.O. Ackley was like, I don't know if you guys have really ever read any of his stuff, but man, that guy was awesome. Absolutely.
He sounds cool.
Yeah,
anybody who will poke the bear.
His books are Shooting Volume 1, I think is all it's called, and then Shooting Volume 2, and it's about guns and reloading. And then Shooting Volume 3 is one his son did of his letters and stuff, right? Where he would write a letter to a magazine or a letter to someone like Elmer Keith or something, right? Like that, right? And like it was basically his just correspondence, right? And
yeah, that's a really important part of the legacy and the estate. You know, and it used to be a hell of a lot more common that there would be a publication of someone's collected letters.
Yep.
But you know, these days people don't want to throw the editorial power behind it.
Yep.
And now I think it's exacerbated even further by the fact that we're much more prolific in that way, because it's that much easier for us to be sitting at a keyboard and interacting in almost all of what we do. You know, in the virtual space, you know, people don't even answer their damn phones anymore, let alone have one hanging on the wall. So, yeah, it's good that stuff's still out there.
If you've never read the book by Elmer Keith called Hell, I Was There, that's one that you definitely have to read. That book is absolutely amazing. So is Six Guns by Keith. All the Keith books are good. Bill Jordan. Gosh, I mean, there was just so many good gun guys and gun writers who weren't just like a gun guy and a gun writer, but they all were either a hunter or law enforcement or FBI agent, or, you know, in the military or in World War II, or, I mean, like these guys and their experience and stuff and writing, we just don't have that today. Like, I don't see it today, you know. Like and the ones that are the closest to it, like you know, maybe like the owner of Patriot Ordnance Firearms that passed away recently, you know, we'll never get his letters. We'll never get that correspondence. There's never going to be a book about him and his stuff. Like doesn't exist anymore for us, you know. So like all we have is that old time stuff, you know.
Yeah. Thanks for recommending more to make my bookshelves burst, man. I truly do appreciate referrals, you know, for new stuff to read, though. Just have to wait for them to come around used.
Amazon, dude, is the best place to buy them used. Yeah, definitely. And some of Elmer Keith's books, like his first edition, sell for well over $1,000.
No, I can well imagine. I mean, the guy's the father of Big Bore, for God's sake.
My shotgun book is one of 500 first edition prints, and that's supposed to be worth over $1,000.
Yeah,
like the first edition prints. Keep an eye out at garage sales, you know, bookstores, pawn shops, because the first edition prints of any Elmer Keith book is going to be big time money, or P.O. Ackley, or Bill Jordan or just any of those guys. I mean, you're talking Jeff Cooper. You're talking big money. One of Elmer Keith's books is worth over 13 grand. 13 grand because they made 20 of them. 20 of them.
Yeah.
So,
Jesus.
yeah.
Yeah, special editions and stuff like that, and first editions. I've been chasing after books by some of my favorite authors for a really long time, and my mom is Missouri born, and you used to be able to touch in not so great conditions without dust covers and stuff, but you used to still be able to find Mark Twain stuff in first edition copies for less than $100. And by the time I was getting those, 15, 20 years ago, you're not finding it.
And always spend the extra couple bucks for the hardcover. Always.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
First edition trade paperback, pocketbooks, that kind of stuff. Yeah. They still have some value, more than the $2 original purchase price, but they have a headroom that because of their composition alone, they're just not quality production.
And it's a different kind of paper, I've learned too. It really
Yes.
is.
Yes. It's not acid free.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So speaking of old gun guys, though, what's that? Skeeter Davis? What's the Skeeter guy?
Skeeter
Skelton?
Skeeter Skelton. Yep. Hell yeah.
Yeah, tell me about him, because that's a name that I know, but I have no idea about the man.
So he was a great storyteller. He wrote for the American Rifleman and some other gun mag. Was it like Gun Digest or something? Some other magazine, but mostly like American Rifleman. He hung out with Bill Jordan and Elmer Keith a lot, and he published a lot of their hunting stories and stuff like that in those magazines, right?
Uh-huh.
And that's something I've been trying to do, is track down some of those old, NRA magazines and stuff with some of his articles in it. But he was a hell of a storyteller. A lot of people would say he exaggerated a lot of the stuff he talked about, right? But that was part of the storytelling, right? That's what actually got people to read it, made it interesting,
Uh-huh.
He's the one who wrote the article about Elmer Keith's, what was it, like 600-yard shot on an elk with like a 44 mag, right? With a handgun, and stuff like that. He's the one who wrote about that. And so the Skeeter Skeleton was a hell of a pistolero. He was really into revolvers mainly. He did do some hunting stuff and all that, but he was really into self-defense pistols. Probably one of the very first really good writers about self-defense guns, honestly, about using guns for like self-defense, stuff like that. That guy was amazing too. But he was mostly just did articles for like American Rifleman and gun magazines. And I think Skeeter wrote all the way up into, I want to say all the way up into the 80s or maybe even early 90s before he passed away. Like he wrote for a very, very long time. I think even in Guns and Ammo and stuff when they first came out, like some of those magazines, I think he had articles even in them.
Freaking sweet.
No, Skeeter Skeleton. And Bill Jordan is another underestimated one. He actually had a lot to do with Elmer Keith's design on his cartridges and the design on actual guns from Smith & Wesson. Because Bill Jordan had a lot of experience in law enforcement and stuff that actually worked, right? And he was very influential in the design of the 41 mag, because he basically went to Elmer Keith and said, hey, the 357 doesn't have the stopping power that we need down here in Texas. It's not stopping the guys. And the 44 mag's blowing holes through them and not stopping them either. Like, we need something kind of like intermediate between that. And that's where the 41 Magnum came from, was from Bill Jordan. It came from Elmer Keith, but it was basically Bill Jordan's idea. And, but man, like that history is so just fascinating to me. The way how those guys not only worked with each other, talked to each other, got ideas off of each other, and they were also open about it, sharing ideas and working together, and and then hanging out with each other too, going hunting together, stuff like that. And then they would go hunting, and Bill Jordan would say, "Hey, we need a different caliber down here in Texas. It's just not working for us." And Elmer Keith goes back home, designs a 41 mag. Like.
Right on. So who else is out there that I need to know about? I mean, I heard of Skeeter, but who haven't I heard of?
Oh God. So John Browning actually has a book of a lot of his letters and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And there's an autobiography about Browning. If of course you've heard of him, but I don't know if you've ever read any of his stuff, and that is highly fascinating. Orrin Winchester actually there's a book about him with a lot of his personal papers and stuff like that, where he talks about designing guns, reasons behind certain designs, stuff like that. Man, let's see here. I don't know of anything of actual Colt from his actual personal stuff, and I remember looking for that and really couldn't find anything from him except for a bunch of gloat. Like one thing I don't know if you know, but like Colt basically stole the design for his first revolver from a French guy, right? He went over to France and found he was in France and he found a French guy that had designed that revolver and couldn't get it marketed in France. I guess France didn't see a need for it or something. Or he just couldn't get anything done with it in France. And Colt stole that design and came home to America and made it.
Huh. I didn't know that.
So really the Colt revolver is basically a Frenchman's, like it was designed by a guy in France. Gosh, I don't know. I've read so many gun books. I'm trying to think. I'd have to go out in my gun room and look at all my books and see. And plus, it's late.
Oh yeah.
Gosh, let me see here.
Well, we should have a gun, a gun book review thing maybe once a week if G's down for that. Get some titles out there for people.
And books about guns too.
Yeah. Well, he's like the AK library guy.
Oh yeah. Well, and he has a lot of other books on other guns, and not only just guns, but gun law, the Second Amendment in general, in there's all sorts of books to deal with 2A related topics, like all sorts.
I imagine he's got some pretty rad books on ammunition too, because that's one of his passions.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think I actually have any books on ammo except from P.O. Ackley and Elmer Keith. Those are really the only books I think I have where they really kind of talk about ammo. All the other books are pretty much just about the guns. But I want to track down certain editions of like American Rifleman and stuff like that, where they actually have papers or an article from Elmer Keith and stuff like that. Those are what I want to track down next. Is those old NRA American Riflemen's from 50 years ago, 40 years ago, stuff like that. That's what I want to track down next.
Right on. Well, I cover a lot of ground. I'll keep my eyes open. And I love old magazines. I mean, I'm way into advertising.
The problem is I got to research first and find out. Okay, so like what editions had Keith, right? Articles from Elmer Keith. What editions had articles from Jordan? What edition? And I have to figure that out before I can really search. Or I just have to basically buy every year or something, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, or Library of Congress search on their name as author. Those databases are kind of clunky still, or at least the last time I tried.
Will they have it if he was just in the magazine as in an article in the magazine? Okay.
If it was part of the index of the magazine, the inside index of the magazine, table of contents. Sorry, there we go. If using the table of contents, it's recorded.
Well, I did not know that.
Yeah, it's just sometimes it is clunky to find it.
I'm writing this down so I don't forget. Library of Congress.
Yeah. Oh, and while we're on Library of Conference and Library of Conference, say it again, Terry. Library of Congress. And John Crump does a lot of talking, that mentions FOIA a lot, but he never says what that acronym is for. And I know you guys probably do, but I just wonder about his audience sometimes. So I toss it in text chats if it's a live deal. It's Freedom of Information Act. And without talking about FOIA, still staying on books, all government publications you can order for free. Like when, like if you want Warren Commission, you can order it and they'll send it to you for free. It's a bound volume or several volumes. You want to know about, the last couple of satellites we, sent up, or, anything regarding the space program, you can order it up. As a citizen, you're entitled to every government publication for free. And so when Patriot Act came out and everybody was telling me what it said, and I was like, nah, motherfuckers, I want that in my hands. I'm breaking out my 3 highlighter pens, my 2 ink pens, and my pencil, and I'm going to read it. And I did. It's a great resource not a lot of people know about.
Oh, I know an author, and I know that you've heard his name before, but just probably like everyone else, you probably don't know who he is. Because like literally no one I talk to knows who this guy is. Townsend Whelan. So if you ever watch the what is it, the Brownells commercials or whatever, he always says Townsend Whelan always said that only only accurate rifle was interesting. Or how does he put it? He has that quote like at the beginning of all like those commercials that you'll see on YouTube and stuff. He's like, Townsend Whelan once said that only an accurate rifle was interesting or something like that. But Townsend Whelan, he was like a soldier, like in like through like the World War I era and stuff, right? So we're like going way back. I think he was.
Lost you, man.
Uh-oh. Did Skynet get him?
You were in a description about him and you said kind of, and then you dropped. Hey, don't jump out and jump back in. You won't make it. The door is closed. G can't let you back in. So
Well, G
stick
can let him
around.
back in, but that's the only way to get back in. And if
yeah, I mean, G can't let you because he's not part of the living right now.
If the gatekeeper is asleep, nobody gets through the gate.
Well, hopefully your issues will resolve, man. Just keep tossing a word or two out there. We'll pick you up.
And he's gone. All right, well, time to square dance since there's 4 of us.
Yeah. So it's the East Coast contingent and the South